तो खड़े ही रहेंगे, बैठेंगे नहीं। थोड़ा व्यवस्था में सहयोग करिए सर। उस रास्ते को खाली कर दीजिए, बीच में गैलरी को। संकेत बता रहे हैं कि हमारे मुख्य अतिथि कुछ ही पलों में हमारे बीच होंगे। आइए मन से इस कार्यक्रम से जुड़े और जिस उद्देश्य को लेकर इतना खूबसूरती से इस कार्यक्रम को संजोया गया है वो अपने लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करे, हम सबकी ये कामना। मैम कुर्सी को टर्न मत करिए, सीधे कर लीजिए आप प्लीज, सीधे बैठ जाइए मैम। मैम सीधे बैठ जाइए।
भारत का ये सम्मान भी है, स्वच्छता का ध्वज लहराया, इसे लहरा के बस जाना है, थकना ना रुक जाना है, और बाकी जो है संदेश यही, इसे धर्म समझ
हेलो 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 हेलो। एक बार आप सबको धन्यवाद, आप सबकी उपस्थिति को प्रणाम। आपकी उपस्थिति और ये कार्यक्रम, हमारे गणमान्य जनों की उपस्थिति, पूरा भारत आज इस कार्यक्रम में एक होता दिखाई दे रहा है, साकार होता दिखाई दे रहा है, और शायद यही हमारी भारत माता है। पूरब से पश्चिम तक, उत्तर से दक्षिण तक आज इस सभागार में चारों दिशाओं के लोग उपस्थित हैं। भाषा कोई बाधा नहीं होती, मन में उमंग, परस्पर एक दूसरे के प्रति स्नेह, देश के प्रति हम जो भी कर सकते हैं वो करने की चाहत हम सबको एक बनाती है, भारतवासी बनाती है। और भारतवासी होने के नाते हमारे कुछ फर्ज होते हैं, जिनमें मुझे लगता है सबसे पहला और सबसे आखिरी कि हमें कैसे भी करके अपनी भारत माता को स्वच्छ रखना है, सुंदर रखना है, जिससे वो और उनके माथे का ताज हमेशा हमेशा दमकता रहे। शायद आज इसी की कवायद है ये कार्यक्रम जिनमें आप सब उपस्थित हुए हैं। मैं सौभाग्यशाली हूँ कि इस इतने अच्छे और इतने बड़े कार्यक्रम का एक छोटा सा अवसर मुझे मिला, इसका छोटा सा हिस्सा बनने का। मैं आयोजकों को भी धन्यवाद देती हूँ, आप सबको धन्यवाद देती हूँ। पीछे जो लोग अभी भी चहलकदमी कर रहे हैं, मैं उनसे सादर अनुरोध करती हूँ, सर यथाशीघ्र आप लोग अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर लें। आधी दिक्कत तो दोस्तों को ढूंढने में हो जाती कि बैठे कहाँ, समय कैसे कटेगा। तो आज और कल का दिन हम अपने देश की स्वच्छता के लिए उसकी सेवा में देते हैं। एक बार पुनः आप सबको प्रणाम, आप सबकी उपस्थिति को प्रणाम। लोग कहते हैं कि एक दिन की कोशिश से, 2 दिन की कोशिश से कहीं देश साफ हो जाएगा। जी हाँ, बूंद बूंद से घट भरता है। बस इसी वाक्य को आधार मानकर हम सब अपने कार्यों में जुटेंगे। वो टी स्टॉल पे थोड़ी देर के लिए चाय बंद कर दीजिए प्लीज, और सबको भेज दीजिए आगे। अभी हम लोग 1 घंटे बाद चाय पियेंगे, अभी सबको भेज दीजिए जगह पे कि वो आके बैठ जाए प्लीज। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। रिद्धिमा राय जी की बहुत अच्छी पंक्तियां हैं कि गंगा की कसम, यमुना की कसम, सूरज की कसम, चंदा की कसम, ये ताना बाना बदलेगा। गंगा की कसम, यमुना की कसम, सूरज की कसम, चंदा की कसम, ये ताना बाना बदलेगा। तू खुद को बदल, तू खुद को बदल, तभी तो जमाना बदलेगा। आप सबके ऊपर, आप सबके कंधों। अच्छा, आप लोग इतना शांत क्यों बैठ गए एकदम? कोई ऐसी गंभीर बात नहीं हो रही, थोड़ा मुस्कुराइए। एक तो आप नज़ाकत के शहर लखनऊ में हैं, थोड़ा मुस्कुराइए, थोड़ा खिलखिलाइए, बस अपनी जगह पे बैठे रहिए। बहुत ज़ोरदार तालियां आप सबके लिए। मैंने तो इसीलिए ये पंक्तियां सुनाई थी कि कुछ आप लोग जगेंगे। एक तो मोबाइल रख लीजिए जेब में, हाँ सामने वाला कुछ बोल रहा, आँख उठा के सुन लिया, लगे अपने काम में ही। थोड़ी देर के लिए भूल जाइए वो दुनिया और इस दुनिया से जुड़िए। और निश्चित रूप से 2 दिनों में आप बहुत कुछ लेके यहाँ से और इस मंच से जाएंगे, ये मेरा पूरा विश्वास है। और प्रोग्राम के समय अगर साइलेंट मोड पे कर लेंगे फ़ोन तो बहुत अच्छा रहेगा, बहुत मेहरबानी रहेगी। और बहुत ज़रूरी हो तभी रिसीव करें जब तक हमारे अतिथिगण मंच पे रहेंगे। बाकी तो फ़ोन आपका, कार्यक्रम आपका, जैसे चाहें आप चलाएंगे। हमारे बीच इस सभागार में उपस्थित हैं डायरेक्टर महुआ आदरणीय अनीता मैम, अनीता मीना मैम। मैं उनका भी आप सबकी जोरदार तालियों के बीच बहुत बहुत स्वागत और अभिनंदन करती हूँ। देखिए भाई, आप लोग तो ताली बजाने में बहुत कमज़ोर हैं। इतने लोग और ऐसी तालियां कि बस बजा दो भाई, नहीं मैडम फिर मन से कुछ बोल देंगी। अच्छी तालियां बजाइए, आपकी तालियां इस कार्यक्रम को गति देंगी। और हमारे बीच आदरणीय श्री अजय शुक्ला जी, सचिव नगर विकास मंत्रालय उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार उपस्थित है। मैं सर आपका भी बहुत बहुत स्वागत और अभिनंदन करती हूँ। किसी शायर ने कहा है, तालियों पर याद आया मुझे कि तालियों के लिए मैं आपसे बार बार क्यों कह रही हूँ। उन्होंने लिखा है कि पूरी धरा भी साथ दे तो और बात है, पर तू ज़रा भी साथ दे तो और बात है। और यूँ तो एक पैर पर भी चल लेते हैं लोग, मैं बोलती रहूँगी, यहाँ के लोग अपना काम करते रहेंगे, कार्यक्रम हो जाएगा। यूँ तो एक पैर पर भी चल लेते हैं लोग, मगर दूसरा भी साथ दे तो और बात है। तो वो और बात आपकी ये खूबसूरत तालियाँ हैं, अपने लिए बजा लीजिए, बहुत ज़ोरदार तालियां। और एक बार ज़ोर से बोलेंगे, भारत माता की। ये मैं इसलिए बोल रही हूँ, देखे कहाँ तक निकल रही है। जय जय जय, भारत माता की। नहीं, और अच्छी जय बोलिए, भारत माता की। चलिए, धन्यवाद आप लोग की इतनी अच्छी कोशिश के लिए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। प्लीज़ वीडियो आप प्ले कर दें।
ये साल था 2014 जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने स्वच्छ भारत मिशन शुरू कर महात्मा गांधी के स्वच्छ भारत के सपने को अपनी आंखों से देखा
कि मेरे 125 करोड़ देशवासी भारत माँ के संतान हमारी इस भारत माँ को अब गंदा नहीं रहने देंगे। पूज्य बापू को सपनों को पूरा करने में हम कोताही नहीं बरतेंगे। और ये जिम्मेवारी हम सबकी है।
फिर क्या, देश ने आजादी के बाद पहली बार स्वच्छता के उस आंदोलन को देखा जिसमें बच्चे, बूढ़े, जवान और महिलाएं सभी शामिल थे। सड़क का कूड़ा अब उन्हें बोझ सा लगने लगा था। स्वच्छता के स्लोगन सिर्फ दीवारों पर नहीं लिखे गए, बल्कि लोगों के दिलों में उतर गए। इस ऐतिहासिक बदलाव को देश के हर शहर तक पहुंचाया वर्ष 2016 में शुरू हुए स्वच्छ सर्वेक्षण ने। इस सर्वेक्षण ने देश के हजारों शहरों के लोगों को 52 से अधिक मापदंडों के आधार पर प्राप्त अंकों के द्वारा मौका दिया अपने शहर को स्वच्छता में सबसे अव्वल बनाकर पुरस्कार पाने का। सिर्फ 73 शहरों, 1 लाख सिटीजन फीडबैक और मेजरिंग फिजिकल प्रोग्रेस पर फोकस के साथ इस सफर की सफल शुरुआत हुई। स्वच्छता के प्रति लोगों की बदली सोच, सकारात्मक प्रतिस्पर्धा और साल दर साल नए एवोल्यूशन के साथ ये सफर वर्ष 2022 में 4,355 शहर और पीपल फर्स्ट पर जा पहुंचा है। वर्ष 2023 में इस सफर का फोकस वेस्ट टू वेल्थ होगा। साथ ही वर्ष 2023 में कुल अंकों की संख्या वर्ष 2022 के 7,500 से बढ़कर 9,500 होगी। इस वर्ष पहली बार असेसमेंट प्रोग्रेस 4 तिमाहियों में 4 चरणों में किया जाएगा। फेज 1 और फेज 2 का मूल्यांकन SS 2022 के लिए डिजाइन किए गए सर्विस लेवल प्रोग्रेस इंडिकेटर के आधार पर होगा। तीसरे फेज में फील्ड असेसमेंट और सिटीजन वॉइस इंट्रोड्यूस किए गए हैं। ULB द्वारा किए गए दावे लोगों की प्रतिक्रिया के लिए सार्वजनिक डोमेन पर उपलब्ध होंगे। हालांकि इनका वैलिडेशन नागरिकों के द्वारा ही होगा। साथ ही असेसर्स प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट्स का फील्ड पर जाकर मूल्यांकन करेंगे। चौथे फेज में शहरों के स्थानीय निकायों द्वारा काम की दी गई जानकारी का ऑन फील्ड वैलिडेशन किया जाएगा। साल 2023 के लिए अंकों के साथ साथ इवैल्यूएशन पैरामीटर्स में बदलाव भी किए गए हैं। अलग अलग डोर टू डोर कलेक्शन के लिए अंक 10% से बढ़ाकर 13%। बैक लेन्स की सफाई के लिए विशेष ध्यान दिया गया है और इसे 1% से बढ़ाकर 3%। प्लास्टिक वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के लिए 2% से बढ़ाकर 9% और दिव्यांगों के अनुकूल शौचालयों के लिए अंकों का प्रतिशत 3 से बढ़ाकर 9% किया गया है। इसके अलावा एनसीसी कैडेट्स, NYKS, NSS को भी क्लेanलीनेस और मॉन्यूमेंट्स के मेंटेनेंस और फ्रीडम फाइटर्स से जुड़े पार्कों की सफाई और रखरखाव से जोड़ा गया है। भारत का हर शहर अब बदल रहा है और स्वच्छता के तमाम मापदंडों का पालन कर न्यू इंडिया के निर्माण में निभा रहा है महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका।
घर साफ है और बाहर भी है, स्वच्छता के रास्ते पे आगे ही बढ़े, आगे ही बढ़े।
गाँव गली मोहल्ले शहर सभी में स्वच्छता का त्योहार करे।
स्वच्छ में बजाते, 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 स्वच्छ अलग अलग स्वच्छता के नियमों को अपनाए, ये जन जन को सिखलाए। और आने वाली पीढ़ी पे इस बात की जिम्मेदारी है,
और इस जिम्मेदारी में हम सबकी भागीदारी है, इसे पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी निभाना है।
स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते। ये ज्ञान भी है, अभियान भी है, भारत का ये सम्मान भी है। स्वच्छता का ध्वज लहराया, इसे लहराते बस जाना है।
थकना ना रुक जाना है, और बाकी जो है संदेश यही,
इसे धर्म समझ अपनाना है, स्वच्छता स्वभाव अपनाना है,
इसे संस्कार में लाना है।
स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते,
स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते।
विश्व के सबसे बड़े जन आंदोलन से जुड़ने के लिए स्कैन करें या विजिट करें www.swachhtahiseva.gov.in।
मैडम कितना समझाया आपको, आप समझते ही नहीं है।
चाचा कल से पक्का पक्का कल से।
देखो मैडम, आज तो मैं आपको एक बात समझाना ही चाहता हूँ। देखो ये है हरा डब्बा, इसके अंदर हम गीला कचरा डालते हैं, जैसे कि रसोई का कचरा, अंडे के छिलके, पुरानी भाजी, सड़े हुए फल, ये सब। और ये है नीला डब्बा, इसके अंदर हम सूखा कचरा डालते
चाचा
हैं।
पक्का कल से।
ठीक है, कितनी बार समझाया तुमको।
देखो चाचा, आज गीला कचरा हरे डब्बे में और सूखा कचरा नीले डब्बे में। चाचा हमें गर्व है आप पे।
बेटा, चाचा को भी गर्व है तुम पर।
वक्त ने करवट बदली है, बदली है, बदली है, सिर्फ आंखों पे ठहरी है, ठहरी है, ठहरी है। पौधा था तब पेड़ है जो अब जड़े जा चुकी गहरी है, राह सही थी चुनी, हमें गर्व है, बात बापू की सुनी, हमें गर्व है, स्वच्छता का अपना पर्व है, किया है और करेंगे, हमें गर्व है, हमें गर्व है, हमें गर्व है, हमें गर्व है, हमें गर्व है। है धर्म ये वो जो सबसे परे, जीवन में जिसने जोश भरे, फौजी है खड़े नील हरे, रात दिन वो खूब लड़े, आदतें हैं बदली, हमें गर्व है, तकदीरें चमकी, हमें गर्व है, स्वच्छता का अपना ये पर्व है, किया है और करेंगे, हमें गर्व है। कूड़े से बनेगा खाद की हमको खुद पे नाज है, विज्ञान का आविष्कार हुआ, नव ऊर्जा का संचार, आओ गिराए सारे पहाड़ के जिन पे खड़े हुए शैतान, हमारी आन हमारी शान, हमारे शहर हमारी जान, बने संस्कार शपथ संकल्प, स्वच्छता ही इकलौता विकल्प, गर्व कर तकनीकों ने तकदीरों को सजाया है, बच्चे बच्चे ने खिलकर खुलकर देश का साथ निभाया है, हमें गर्व है,
स्वच्छता की राह में सफर अभी है आधा, आए चाहे कितनी बाधा, भारत सारा स्वच्छ बने यही हमारा वादा।
वादा पूरा करना ये फर्ज है, ये फर्ज है। सारी मुश्किल का ये मर्ज है, ये मर्ज है। स्वच्छता का अपना ये पर्व है, किया है और करेंगे, हमें गर्व है, हमें गर्व है। स्वच्छता का गर्व है, भारत में गर्व है, हमें गर्व है।
स्वच्छ बन जाए सारा भारत, फिर गर्व से कहेंगे, स्वच्छता की राह में अटल थे और अटल हम सब रहेंगे।
अंधेरा चीर के सूरज निकला, एक नया नया सा सवेरा।
मन के दर्पण में स्वच्छ दिखे मेरे नए से भारत का चेहरा। धड़क धड़क कर हर दिल बोले मेरा बदले देश ये चाहत थी। धड़कन धड़कन की ताल मिली तो बदली पुरानी आदत थी। तेरी धड़कन मेरी धड़कन, हर धड़कन है स्वच्छ भारत की, हर धड़कन है स्वच्छ भारत की।
जब से संकल्प लिया, हर कदम कठोर जतन किया, स्वच्छता का सच्चा अर्थ समझे, साकार मुश्किल सपन किया। तेरी धड़कन मेरी धड़कन, हर धड़कन है स्वच्छ भारत की, हर धड़कन है स्वच्छ भारत की।
नई जनरेशन आई, रख सफाई और स्वच्छता फैलाई, हर गली हर जगह लगे सुंदर, गंदगी न हो शहर के अंदर, होने न दे गंदगी, ये जिंदगी में रखिए बंदगी की गंदगी दिखेगी जहाँ भी कुछ उठाएगा तू कदम और करेगा साफ रखेगा सुंदर इस स्वस्थ देश को, इस प्यारे देश को। मैं डगर बुहारूं पलकों से, मेरे द्वार पधारा स्वप्न नया।
डगर डगर हर शहर शहर पर स्वच्छ बन चला देश मेरा।
स्वच्छता से हमको स्वास्थ्य मिले, स्वच्छता ही लाए समृद्धि, ओह स्वच्छता सशक्त करे, बने देश की आत्मनिर्भर भी।
चलो शपथ बनाए हम सारे, हम सारे, हम सारे, गली मोहल्ला सड़क कॉलोनी, हम इसी नगर पर बढ़ना रे, शहर शहर पर हम बढ़ना रे, बढ़ना रे, हम बढ़ना रे। मैं जोश नहीं हिम्मत लेके, हर स्वच्छ शिखर हमें चढ़ना रे, हर मंजिल हमको पाना रे, जोश लिए हमें बढ़ना रे।
सभी से अनुरोध कि अपनी अपनी जगह ले लें। पीछे टी स्टॉल पे जो लोग खड़े, मैं बार बार आपसे अनुरोध कर रही हूँ, होटल मैनेजमेंट को छोड़ के सभी लोग प्लीज आ जाएं। हमारे बीच हमारे आज के अतिथिगण आ चुके हैं। बहुत जोरदार तालियों के बीच उनका स्वागत, अभिनंदन और वंदन। हमारे बीच मैं सादर मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ माननीय मंत्री जी श्री टोकन साहू जी को, माननीय मंत्री जी श्री अरविंद कुमार शर्मा जी को, माननीय मंत्री श्री राकेश राठौड़ जी को, हिज एक्सीलेंसी एरिक गारसेट्टी साहब, मैडम रूपा मिश्रा जी, श्री अजय शुक्ला जी, मिस्टर स्टीव ऑलिव साहब एंड श्री अलकेश वाधवानी जी, सभी को सादर मंच पर उनका स्थान ग्रहण करने का अनुरोध। आप सभी भी अपनी जगह बैठ जाएं। बहुत जोरदार तालियों से मैं सम्मानित मंच पर उपस्थित सभी अतिथिगणों का बहुत बहुत स्वागत और अभिनंदन करती हूं। आज वर्ल्ड टॉयलेट डे यानी विश्व शौचालय दिवस के अवसर पर आयोजित इस कार्यक्रम को इस वर्ष समर्पित किया गया है टॉयलेट फॉर पीस यानी शांति के लिए शौचालय। कितना अच्छा कॉम्बिनेशन, जहां से दिन की शुरुआत और जिसको देख के हम पूरे कलेवर की स्वच्छता का अंदाजा लगाते हैं, आज का दिन उसी शौचालयों को समर्पित किया गया है। स्वच्छता का अर्थ तन से, मन से और भारत माँ को स्वच्छ रखने का प्रयास। आज इस अवसर पर सम्मानित मंच पर उपस्थित हमारे अतिथिगणों का मैं एक बार पुनः स्वागत और अभिनंदन करते हुए अनुरोध करती हूँ कि दीप प्रज्वलन करके सर आज के इस कार्यक्रम के लिए अग्निदेव से इसकी सफलता की शुभकामनाएं मांगे, कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ करें। माननीय मंत्रीगण, हमारे अतिथिगण, सर प्लीज। कटेंगे ये घने अंधेरे तभी जब मनुज स्वयं दीप का रूप धराए। जलाओ दिए पर रहे ध्यान इतना, अंधेरा धरा पर कहीं रह न जाए, अंधेरा धरा पर कहीं रह न जाए। पूरा भारत आज इस सभागार में सबके मन में संकल्प कि हर राह बुहारेंगे, हर डगर को स्वच्छ करेंगे, शौचालयों की दशा बदलेंगे और दिशा बदलेंगे। एक एक करते इस दीपदान की लौ हमसे कह रही है कि कटेंगे ये घने अंधेरे तभी जब मनुज स्वयं दीप का रूप धराए। अपने अंदर का प्रकाश हम सबके अंदर दीप्त हो, इसी कामना के साथ सादर आभार सहित सभी को आपका स्थान ग्रहण करने का अनुरोध। मैं अनुरोध करती हूं बड़े ही सम्मान के साथ डायरेक्टर वॉश इंस्टीट्यूट के श्री शशांका वेली दंडला जी से कि वो मंच पर उपस्थित हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी श्री टोकन साहू जी को ये हरियाली का प्रतीक पौधा भेंट करके एक बार पुनः हम सबकी जोरदार तालियों के बीच उनका स्वागत करें, अभिनंदन करें। पुनः इसी क्रम में शशांक जी से अनुरोध कि माननीय मंत्री श्री अरविंद कुमार शर्मा जी को भी पौधा भेंट करके हम सबकी जोरदार तालियों के बीच एक बार पुनः उनका स्वागत करें, अभिनंदन करें। बहुत जोरदार तालियां। इसी क्रम में पुनः अनुरोध कि श्री राकेश राठौड़ जी को, माननीय मंत्री जी को पुष्प ये पौधा भेंट करके उनका स्वागत करें, अभिनंदन करें। हिज एक्सेलेंसी एरिक गारसेट्टी साहब को भी ये पौधा भेंट करके भारत की इस पावन भूमि पर उनका स्वागत, अभिनंदन। वेलकम सर। श्री अजय शुक्ला जी, सचिव नगर विकास मंत्रालय उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार को ये पौधा हम सबकी तरफ से मैडम रूपा मिश्रा जी को, ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी एंड नेशनल मिशन डायरेक्टर Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Mr. Steve Olive sir, मिशन डायरेक्टर और हमारे लीड पार्टनर, बहुत जोरदार तालियों से। हमारे यहाँ कहा भी गया कि मेहमान जो हमारा होता है वो जान से प्यारा होता है। और मिस्टर अलकेश वाधवानी जी, डायरेक्टर बिल एंड मेलिंडा गेट्स फाउंडेशन के। सर, आपका भी हम सबके बीच में बहुत बहुत स्वागत और अभिनंदन है। इसी के साथ इस सभागार में उपस्थित प्रत्येक जनमानस का बहुत बहुत स्वागत और अभिनंदन करते हुए स्वागत उद्बोधन के लिए मैं बड़े ही आदर और सम्मान के साथ एसएमडी यूपी श्री अनुज कुमार झा सर से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि सर आए, मंच पर उपस्थित हमारे अतिथिगणों का, इस सभागार में उपस्थित सभी का स्वागत करें।
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is my privilege to welcome you all to this significant gathering here in Lucknow for the National Knowledge Workshop on advancing safely managed sanitation in urban areas. On behalf of the State Mission Directorate, Uttar Pradesh, I extend a warm welcome to our esteemed dignitaries, including the Honorable Minister of State, Housing and Urban Affairs, Sri Tokhan Sahuji, Honorable Minister of Urban Development, Government of UP, Sri Arvind Kumar Sharma ji, Honorable Minister of State for Urban Development, Government of UP, Sri Rakesh Rathore Guruji, and Mr. Eric Garcetti, US Ambassador to India, His Excellency. I also extend my warm welcome to Secretary Urban Development, Government of UP, Sri Ajay Shukla ji, Srimati Rupa Mishra, Joint Secretary and National Mission Director, Swachh Bharat Mission Urban, Mahua, and senior officials from across the country, Mission Director of USAID and Director BMGF, distinguished development partners, urban planners, WAS sector experts, and other stakeholders who have joined us today. As we celebrate today, World Toilet Day 2024, this occasion marks more than just a milestone for us. It is a call to action, a moment of reflection on our journey under the Swachh Bharat Mission Urban, and an opportunity to recommit to achieving inclusive and safely managed sanitation for all. I am confident that this workshop will inspire innovation, foster collaboration, and drive transformative change in urban sanitation. Together, let us work towards building resilient, inclusive, and sustainable urban communities. Thank you all for being here. Let's make these 2 days count for the future of urban sanitation in India. Welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your welcome speech. And now, अब हम देखते हैं माननीय मंत्री श्री मनोहर लाल जी का ये संदेश। माननीय मंत्री,
विश्व शौचालय दिवस के अवसर पर आवासन एवं शहरी कार्य मंत्रालय द्वारा आयोजित विशेष कार्यक्रम में भागीदारी के लिए आप सभी को धन्यवाद कहना चाहता हूं। मैं प्रशंसा करना चाहता हूं उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार, आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री, शहरी विकास मंत्री और विभागीय अधिकारियों का, जिनके सहयोग से ये आयोजन संभव हुआ। मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि यूएस एम्बेसडर एरिक गारसेटी का, जो खुद इस अवसर पर हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। कार्यक्रम में हमारे सहयोगी संगठन USAID, BMGF और वाश इंस्टीट्यूट बधाई के पात्र हैं। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन के 10 वर्ष पूर्ण होने पर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के ने शौचालयों के प्रभाव पर जोर देकर शिशु मृत्यु दर में कमी, स्वास्थ्य बीमारियों पर खर्च में बचत, रोजगार के अवसर, स्कूली बच्चियों की उपस्थिति, महिलाओं के प्रति अपराधों की कमी का जिक्र किया है। भारत सरकार का यह अभियान सफल बनाने में राज्य सरकारों, शहरों, डेवलपमेंट पार्टनर्स, औद्योगिक क्षेत्रों, विभिन्न संगठनों और नागरिकों की सक्रिय भागीदारी का अहम योगदान रहा है, जिसे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों, अनुसंधान संस्थानों, आर्थिक सहायता प्रदान करने वाले संगठनों ने भी सराहा है। मिशन के सामने अभी भी निरंतर बढ़ते शहरीकरण और बढ़ती आबादी के साथ संतुलन बनाकर आमजन और प्रवासियों तक सुरक्षित स्वच्छता सेवाएं पहुंचाने की चुनौती है। व्यक्तिगत शौचालयों से सामुदायिक शौचालयों तक विभिन्न मॉडल्स पर काम होना जरूरी है। मुझे खुशी है कि देश भर में सामुदायिक शौचालयों के विभिन्न मॉडल देखने को मिल रहे हैं जो औद्योगिक क्षेत्रों, स्वयं सहायता समूहों और एनजीओ आदि से साझेदारी में बने हैं। क्या आपके शहर में मौजूद सार्वजनिक शौचालय साल भर साफ रहते हैं? अगर नहीं तो हमें क्या करना चाहिए? माननीय प्रधानमंत्री हमेशा कहते हैं, स्वच्छता एक सप्ताह या पखवाड़े का काम नहीं है, ये निरंतर चलने वाली प्रक्रिया है। इसी तरह शौचालयों में भी हर दिन हर समय साफ सफाई होना जरूरी है। इस बार विश्व शौचालय दिवस का थीम है टॉयलेट्स ए प्लेस ऑफ पीस, जो अस्वच्छता के दुष्प्रभावों को उजागर कर स्थायी समाधान निकालने पर जोर देती है। हमें अब स्वच्छता के लिए प्रतिबद्धता का स्तर बेहतर बनाना होगा। यह तभी संभव है जब सार्वजनिक और सामुदायिक शौचालय सुचारू हों, स्वच्छ हों, पर्यावरण हितकारी हों, सुरक्षित हों और लोगों की शौचालयों तक आसान पहुंच हो। इसके लिए हम 5 सप्ताह के क्लीन टॉयलेट कैंपेन का शुभारंभ कर रहे हैं। लखनऊ में एडवांसिंग सेफली मैनेज्ड सैनिटेशन इन अर्बन एरियाज विषय पर 2 दिवसीय नेशनल नॉलेज वर्कशॉप आयोजित हो रही है। उद्देश्य स्वच्छ भारत मिशन 2.0 के लिए क्रॉस स्टेट लर्निंग और स्ट्रेटेजिक प्लानिंग को बढ़ावा देना है, जिसके अंतर्गत मॉडल टॉयलेट्स 2.0, मैन होल टू मशीन होल M2M और यूज्ड वाटर मैनेजमेंट के क्षेत्र में इनोवेशन पर ध्यान केंद्रित किया जाएगा। मेरा सभी से आग्रह है कि इन 5 सप्ताहों में जहां भी शौचालय खराब हैं उन्हें ठीक करें। पिछली बार क्लीन टॉयलेट कैंपेन में 2000 से ज़्यादा टॉयलेट्स अच्छी स्थिति में मिले, जिसके केयर टेकर को प्रोत्साहित भी किया गया। 2000 शौचालय ही क्यों, हमें सभी शौचालयों को स्वच्छता के मानकों के अनुसार बेहतर बनाने का चैलेंज लेना होगा। आज SBMU 2.0 के तहत 30% शहरी स्थानीय निकायों को ODF++ यानी सुरक्षित तरल अपशिष्ट प्रबंधन से प्रमाणित किया जा चुका है। अक्टूबर 2026 तक 100% तक ले जाने का लक्ष्य है। भारत के सभी शहरों में सीवरेज नेटवर्क पहुंचाने के लिए काफ़ी समय और बजट की ज़रूरत है। काम चुनौतीपूर्ण है, लेकिन हर चुनौती एक अवसर लेके आती है जिससे नए इनोवेशन, टेक्नोलॉजी और आइडिया निकलते हैं। हमें ऐसे क्षेत्रों में भी काम करना है जहां सीवर नेटवर्क की पहुंच नहीं है। विभिन्न तकनीकों का इस्तेमाल कर सुनिश्चित करना होगा कि कहीं भी बिना ट्रीट किया पानी जल स्रोतों में न गिरे। हमें उम्मीद है कि इन कार्यशालाओं से कई नए सुझाव, आइडियाज़ और इनोवेशन निकलेंगे, जिन्हें अपने विकास कार्यों में लागू कर हम स्वच्छता के लक्ष्यों को एकजुट होकर प्राप्त करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर को। Now I request Mr. Steve Olive, Mission Director, USAID, Mission for India and Bhutan, sir, request to address the gathering.
Good morning, and what a great pleasure it is to be with all of you this morning, recognizing our esteemed government officials, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. It truly is an honor to, on behalf of the United States Agency for International Development and the U.S. government, as we mark World Toilet Day, a day that reaffirms our commitment to safe sanitation and healthier futures for communities across India, including right here in Uttar Pradesh. For the U.S. government, water security and safe sanitation are essential priorities, not only here in India, but more than 40 countries where USAID works to ensure that everyone has access to these vital services. At USAID, we know that access to toilets and sanitation services is essential for healthy and prosperous communities. Safe sanitation is about more than health. It's about human dignity, economic opportunity, and environmental resilience. Today, as we reflect on progress made, we also recognize the journey ahead. And you are all in store for an amazing 2 days of learning about new technologies, innovations, plans that government agencies have for sanitation across India. And you'll be not only are these innovations homegrown here in India, but in partnership with USAID, we're taking these innovations around the world. So you truly are seeing some historic new technologies and innovations being deployed in India today and will help to reach goal of 100% healthy sanitation across the country. So USAID's partnership with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs began with Swachh Bharat Mission in 2015, a groundbreaking initiative that already has transformed millions of lives. Through our combined efforts, our work has gone beyond just access. We are building resilient infrastructure, strengthening local capacities, and engaging the private sector to ensure long-term impact. One example is our mobile septage treatment units in Kerala, developed with our partners from the WASH Institute. And a shout out to Sasanka and Rajesh for the work that WASH is doing in Kerala. These innovative units enable efficient treatment of septic waste, particularly in areas where conventional systems are difficult to install. These units save time, reduce cost, and minimize environmental impact. In the mountainous regions of Kerala, these units have proven invaluable. In Wayanad, situated in the Western Ghats, Anoop, a program officer for the district's Sachitwa mission, shared, and I quote, "The mobile treatment units became a cornerstone of our emergency response when Wayanad landslide crisis," end quote. He noted that the units allowed the district to safely treat and dispose waste from local relief camps, preventing contamination of water sources and potential outbreak of disease. Anoop's story, Anoop emphasized that the innovation has truly set a benchmark for crisis management in Wayanad, which is ever more important as the climate crisis increases the frequency and intensity of disasters around the world. Anoop's story underscores the life-saving potential of mobile sanitation solutions in times of crisis, especially in disaster-prone regions. As global and climate risk intensify, mobile solutions like these could be scaled up more broadly, including densely populated rural areas in states like Uttar Pradesh, where building conventional infrastructure can be a challenge. I encourage you to explore the innovation at exhibitions today, as well as to consider how similar approaches could contribute to sanitation solutions in your communities, while USAID is looking to see what's homegrown in India can be applied to other countries worldwide. In 2014, Smita was struck by the sight of dirty water coming out of her faucet. Determined to address the issue, and despite her background in fashion and advertising, Smita launched a company called Absolute Water to provide green, sustainable wastewater treatment solutions. Through support of USAID and our partner, the Toilet Board Coalition, Smita's company has grown from a single wastewater treatment system to a mobile solution that can reach rural and underserved communities. Today, Absolute Water's nature-based wastewater treatment systems are helping villages treat wastewater locally, turning sewage into safe, reusable water. This technology not only conserves resources, but also addresses the urgent need, and sorry, my technology just failed me, but also addresses the urgent need for safe water in regions where infrastructure is limited. So a shout out to Absolute Water, please. By addressing sanitation at its source, Smita's work is transforming wastewater in reusable water and creating sustainable solutions that uplift communities. Smita's journey exemplifies what USAID seeks to accomplish through partnerships and initiatives like the Toilet Board Coalition Accelerator Program. This program offers entrepreneurs like Smita the mentorship, tools, and investment opportunities to scale their impact. With over 58 small and medium-sized enterprises having graduated from the program, collectively leveraging $22 million in investments, we are building an ecosystem of leaders who are creating positive change in India and beyond. This is strength of our partnership. It goes beyond funding projects. It builds a culture of innovation, resilience, and community-led solutions. Our work in sanitation is successful because it draws on the vision of leaders like Smita and the collaborative spirit of government, private sector, and community partners. Of course, no community would be clean without the important work of sanitation workers, who serve at the very foundation of our sanitation systems and are often from marginalized communities. In fact, USAID is currently supporting governments of Uttar Pradesh and Assam in formulating state-level strategies for the safety, dignity, and social inclusion of sanitation workers using a highly participatory approach. As we design and implement WASH programs, we ensure that the voices of the most vulnerable and disproportionately affected are central to our efforts. Their lives, experiences must guide us in formulating the most effective and equitable solutions. To that end, USAID is proud to partner with communities to mobilize support for women's participation in local decision-making processes that plan, design, construct women-friendly toilets and women-only toilets, also known as pink toilets, which are not only safe spaces, but women-led enterprises. So today, as we gather on World Toilet Day, let us remember that our work is about much more than infrastructure. It's about creating the foundations for healthier, more dignified lives and stronger, more resilient communities. I want to thank our partner, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, represented by Alkesh Wadhwani here today. I also want to acknowledge and give a shout out to Joint Secretary Mishra, who is responsible for getting us all here today and organizing this event. And I also want to thank our U.S. Ambassador Garcetti for joining us today and being with all of you. Thank you for your partnership. Thank you for your participation. And get ready to learn about some incredible innovations that all of us can implement in our own communities and share with the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. और अब मैं अनुरोध करती हूँ डायरेक्टर बिल एंड मेलिंडा गेट्स फाउंडेशन के मिस्टर अलकेश वाधवानी जी से उनके उद्बोधन के लिए कि वो आए और आपको संबोधित करें.
Dignitaries on the stage, friends, it's a pleasure for me to be here, and I would like to start by congratulating the Government of India and Mahua for 10 glorious years of Swachh Bharat mission. The mission, as Steve said, and I re-emphasize that, is more than just a large-scale sanitation initiative. It has transformed how India approaches public health, women's dignity, and community engagement. Our foundation, Gates Foundation, has been supporting Mahua for over a decade since the launch of the program. And we are grateful for this partnership and are committed to the support to SBM, not only over the last 10 years, but till the end of this current phase of SBM in 26-27. I was reflecting on the progress that Swachh Bharat mission has made since we started, and it's really pretty amazing. I just want to recap some of the progress and achievements of Swachh Bharat mission. Many of you know about SBM 1 and the increase in toilet use, so I really won't talk about that. But it's really SBM 2 that we are in now, and the two main areas there are used water management and fecal sludge. Our foundation has been specifically supporting these two areas, used water management and fecal sludge management. When we started in 2015, within 2 years, India came up with the policy of FSSM, fecal sludge and septage management, and it was one of the first countries in 2017 to come up with this policy. The reason this policy is critical is that, as Honorable Minister Khattarji said, to be inclusive, we have to go beyond sewer sanitation, because there are many communities that don't have sewers. Until we can get these sewers, which might take, as he himself said, quite long, we have to work on non-sewers as well. And that's the area which Government of India came up as a policy in 2017. Since starting there, in 2017 there were maybe a few fecal sludge treatment plants, and now India has more than 1,500 fecal sludge management plants, which shows the pace at which India is moving and how literally in 6-7 years we can scale up solutions across the country. In UP too, and I'd like to congratulate the government of UP on this, there are more than 50 fecal sludge management plants already in operation, beyond many other areas where UP has made great progress in sanitation. Over 20 states have adopted the fecal sludge FSSM policy, and again I'd like to congratulate each state on the progress made here. Another big milestone has been the Swachh Sarvekshan survey, which is again a humongous survey serving each urban local body in India. And this has captured the imagination of all states and cities. And this incentivization, without needing any subsidies, has been able to get the ULBs to prioritize and accelerate the work on safely managed sanitation. We often think of innovations as some product, but the scale of the Swachh Sarvekshan survey is itself an innovation and is able to drive ULBs to take sanitation seriously. This program is about innovation, and I'd like to highlight two innovations. One which is already you might be able to see it today in the halls, called Omni Processor. We have a lot of fecal sludge treatment plants. What they do is they are able to treat water and then to some extent treat the solid, but even after treating the solid there are some germs or pathogens left. So the Omni Processor is able to take the output of the fecal sludge treatment plants and treat all the pathogens and germs and make it fully germ-free or fully pathogen-free. Some states are already working on this, and this is an area where perhaps the whole country can benefit again with these new technologies to make even the solids germ-free. One other innovation I'd like to highlight, which we are working on ourselves, and this innovation is about reinvented toilets. It's still not ready for prime time, but the reason I'm talking about it is because it's Bill Gates' dream. He tells us that when he was young, when he was a teenager, he had a dream to put, that time there were no laptop, a desktop on every desk, a computer should be there on every desk. And he says that broadly this dream has been accomplished. He now has another dream, and this dream is to have a reinvented toilet in every household. This dream can, like laptops or desktops, can take 20 to 30 years, but he's committed to this dream. And the dream is that today, if you look at a sewage treatment plant, an STP, it's in acres and acres of land. That whole system requires a whole sewer line. We know building sewer lines and the last mile connectivity is tough. It needs the sewer treatment plant to be maintained properly. But the question is, why can't the same thing be there in the house? Can we make a STP, a sewage treatment plant, so small that it fits at the back of your toilet? The same things happened for washing machine, dryers, fridges, etc. The only reason why fecal sludge or our toilets cannot be treated in the house is because of two reasons. One is there's smell, and the second is there's germs. Otherwise, there's no reason, just like you throw any waste into your waste paper basket or even solid waste management into the kitchen, why can't you do the same for sludge, fecal sludge? And this is his dream, to have a reinvented toilet in every household. This toilet, we have been funding and doing the research on it for quite a few years, and now we are quite confident that prototypes work, and we are trying to get the cost down. You can imagine a whole STP, how much it costs, and therefore to get it, this engineering, very small in a household is costly, and the question is how do we bring the cost down? And that's what we are trying to do. And we hope that this innovation over time can really help not only UP, not only India, but all developing countries in the world. We've been grateful to partner with USAID on this journey. We've been partnering to support Mahua for the last effectively a decade, nearly a decade, both the SBM1 and SBM2. And again, I'd like to thank our colleagues for all their thought, partnership, and co-funding for this project. Last but not least, we are very proud to have played a role in bringing 30 organizations in sanitation together for the National Alliance on FSSM. This alliance strongly believes in the mission of Swachh Bharat and continues to support and contribute through technical expertise, thought, partnership, and knowledge to ensure that this vision is maintained and realized. I would also like to reinforce our commitment to Mahua for the next stage, for the current stage till the end of SBM2. This support is anchored around 3-4 areas. One is used water and fecal sludge management, toilet 2.0, and sanitation technologies and innovation. This support is provided through technical assistance, strategic communication, and evidence-based learning and monitoring. This is the 3rd year we are celebrating World Toilet Day with all of you. On behalf of our foundation, I congratulate all of you for the dedicated efforts towards the Swachh Bharat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. और अब मैं अनुरोध करती हूँ मैडम रूपा मिश्रा जी से, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी एंड नेशनल मिशन डायरेक्टर SBMU, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हाउसिंग अर्बन अफेयर्स, एक्सेस टू सेफ सैनिटेशन और नेशनल पर्सपेक्टिव, इस विषय पर उनके विचार आइए सुनते हैं।
Namaskar. Honorable Minister of State, Shri Tokan Sahuji, from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. Honorable Minister, Shri Arvind Kumar Sharma ji, Honorable Minister of Urban Development, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Honorable Minister of State, Shri Rakesh Rathod ji, from the Urban Development Department of the Government of Uttar Pradesh. His Excellency, US Ambassador to the Republic of India, Mr. Eric Garcetti, the dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries of the dais. When partners speak about Swachh Sarvekshan, ODF certification, Clean Toilet Challenge, ODF++, the National Fecal Sludge and Septage Management Policy, so on and so forth, I think we are on track. India is a case where the Honorable Prime Minister led the country by a bold vision which started from 2014. And just a few days back, when this mission reached 10 years of action on ground, the world joined in congratulating the Prime Minister and India for his vision and the actual work that has been done in the ground of sanitation. This only increases the amount of work that we need to do in the near future. And SBM 2.0 is all set to do just that. So from the first phase of the mission, where the focus was on access to safe sanitation, our journey has now moved towards multiple dimensions. First, we need to sustain the ODF journey. Second, we need to strengthen this journey given the increasing migration into urban areas. Third, we need to have scientific waste management, both for solid and liquid waste. And most importantly, for the most populous country in the world, it has to be a people-led movement. And when we say it's a people-led movement, we also need to back it up with technology, tried and tested. Given this journey just becomes a little more exciting than what it was possibly a few years ago. Given the background, a small initiative that possibly would strengthen the hands of the cities as part of this journey is the Clean Toilet campaign, which is about to be launched today. For years, cities have tried various kinds of innovations vis-a-vis access to sanitation, be it community toilets managed by SHGs, private sector, cafe models, own municipality staff. The results have been mixed, some great, some not so great, but we need to keep trying. And to do just that, Clean Toilet Challenge 2024 comes out with parameters of functionality, accessibility, safety, environment friendliness, and usability. Given this, we are hopeful that cities are going to take this opportunity, and in the next 5 days, each and every community and public toilet in the urban areas of India will be assessed on grounds of phases. Wherever there is a requirement of upgradation, retrofitting, etc., the necessary will be done. And we also expect that urban local bodies will come forth to profile, recognize, and incentivize the caretakers and the models of these toilets that are working. The second aspect, sir, with increasing urbanization, we need more models as far as accessibility is concerned. And I'm extremely proud and privileged that today we are about to unroll and announce 2 such initiatives with partners. One is an initiative with HUL, where we are about to embark on a public-private partnership model of community toilet in the most challenging slums of the country. HUL, as the private partner, has come forward with this entire knowledge setup, and we look forward to the industry partnership to roll it out to various cities of India. The second partner brings forth a solution for high footfall cities, and that's Sulabh International. We look forward that these 2 MOUs are going to strengthen the efforts of the urban local bodies in the days to come. I will be personally very happy if the state of Uttar Pradesh immediately comes forth with some cities to take up the projects of both HUL as well as those offered by Sulabh. Toilet designs in urban areas is extremely important. Problems of space, lot of high footfall, water issues, etc. Given that, design and technology is very important. Last year, we rolled out a Clean Toilet Challenge, a crowdsourcing of designs. We have got some very interesting designs which we have shared with everyone. Today, we are going to add on few more designs and share it with all the cities, and we hope that cities will find it useful in various kind of ground conditions that exist across the country. With that, multi-storied sewage treatment plants and various other technical guidelines which will go towards strengthening both your off-site and on-site sanitation interventions. In the course of a human life, from birth till death, we have various rituals, we observe various things, and we have certain beliefs. Sir, today as we stand here in the state of Uttar Pradesh, I do not have any doubt that possibly almost every family of India during the course of their life, be it for the birth or be it to celebrate the last rites, would have visited your state. And this is also the state where the Mahakumbh is going to be held in the next few months. We are extremely happy that the government of Uttar Pradesh, taking great strides, not just in sanitation and waste management, but various aspects of urban development, is co-hosting this event with Mahua. And I'm very hopeful that be it the ODF++ journey, be it the clean toilet campaign, be it the circular economy that we are talking of, or women-led sanitation, UP is possibly going to take forth all these initiatives, and we will see some excellent work in the coming few days. And also, we just heard Honorable Minister say that we are at a 30% mark when we are talking about ODF++. I always say that when we are in an urban local body, we think very local. When we are at a state, we think of the prospects of the state. And when we are at the national, we just don't have to look at national, but we also have to see where are we as a nation aligning with international goals. And the first international goal is the SDG 2030. The Honorable Prime Minister always sets a target for India, which is ahead of SDG. And here we are, as his team, ready to implement these tasks, though very difficult, to see that our cities reach the SDG not just on time, but before time. Daunting, but possible, given the lessons and learnings of the phase 1 of the ODF journey. Given that the states are at a broad approximation of 30% progress as far as ODF++ or safely managed sanitation is concerned. But I'm also happy to share, sir, each and every state of the country has completed the planning for ODF++. Government of India, under leadership of Honorable Minister, has sanctioned whatever funds that have been required, and more importantly, partners like BMGF, USAID, WASH Institute, the Public Health Engineering Partners, Sulabh, HUL, so many startups that are there in the sector have come forth to see that this implementation is done in speed as well as scale. Given that the next 2 days have been brought together with well-curated sessions that range from technology to advocacy. And I hope that today, with all the participants that have come from every single state, except the 2 states where model code of conduct is in place, Maharashtra and Jharkhand, we have all other state participants sitting here in this room. This itself is a formidable team. And if this team can't do it, I don't think any other team can. So with this, I thank once again our partners, the state government of Uttar Pradesh, all the state governments and city teams for this wonderful program. And let us make the best use of these 2 days and take forth the journey of SBM 2.0 to greater heights, reaching the milestone by 2026. Thank you. Namaskar.
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू सो मच। और मैं एक बार पुनः अनुरोध करूंगी शशांका वेलीदंडला जी से, डायरेक्टर वॉश इंस्टीट्यूट, कि हम सबकी तरफ से मंच पर उपस्थित आदरणीय श्री अमृत अभिजात जी, प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी ऑफ अर्बन डेवलपमेंट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ उत्तर प्रदेश, को ये भेंट देकर ये हरा भरा ये पौधा हम सबकी तरफ से जोरदार तालियों के बीच अद्भुत कार्यशैली के धनी आदरणीय अमृत अभिजात सर, मैं उनसे बड़े आदर और सम्मान के साथ अनुरोध करती हूँ कि सर आए और एक यात्रा जो रही है उत्तर प्रदेश में स्वच्छता की, उस विषय पर आपसे बात करें। बहुत जोरदार तालियों के बीच एक बार पुनः सर आपका अभिनंदन।
Good morning, everybody. Honorable Minister of State, Government of India, Sri Sahu ji, Honorable Minister, Government of UP, Sri K. Sharma ji, Honorable Minister of State, Rakesh Rathore ji, His Excellency Eric Garcetti, Mission Director, USAID, Stephen Olive, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Akhilkesh Advani ji, Rupa, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Mahua, Government of India, esteemed audience and guests who've come to Lucknow, the changing city, a beautiful city, mission directors from other states, and experts who are here to listen and celebrate and be a part of this World Toilet Day. The issue that I have to discuss is something which was perhaps an idea which was not only refined but an idea which needed an actionable agenda, a man with an approach which could become a mission, and that man was the Honorable Prime Minister of India, who started this unique campaign which changed the face of this country, Shri Narendra Modi ji. World Toilet Day, as we celebrate today, is perhaps one of the very important marking events where the issue at hand was discussed in the manner in which we treat this issue with such seriousness, was perhaps never seen earlier in at least my career. That this could become a mission and this could become something so central to our lives is something that was never there. It was not within the cultural landscape of the country, and particularly in the state of UP. We used to treat this as business as usual. Toilets will be dirty. They perhaps may not be few who will ever get a toilet. It's okay to openly defecate. These were facts of life, and we never thought that this will ever become possible. But 2014, up till 2019, we made 9 lakh plus toilets. That's about 9 lakh individual toilets. I'll have to translate into millions. We always get confused that way. And about few lakh of community toilets. That's the number is around 70,000 odd toilets. This year we're going to make 50,000. And what is more important, this is not target based. We can make any number of toilets that we want to do as the need arises or as the plans come around. So toilet became not only a major construction activity, but it changed the behavior of people. We, in the initial phases of the mission, we of course looked at the behavioral change issue in a much bigger way, making it a mass awareness campaign, and the role of people, the role of academia, the role of public representatives was examined through the prism of a program, but also through the prism of politics. Politics perhaps never revolved around issues like Swachhata. It was laid bare in its own finesse as it is. But issues of toilet, issues of house, issues of development got the kind of primacy we never thought would be real, and the success is for us to see. But it is not only in the making of toilets that the mission has achieved its fulfillment. We do not really now see people doing it in the manner in which it was done earlier. Also, that there is an element of pride in being a part of this mission, being a part of the society which now looks at this as an issue which has been addressed entirely. Just to highlight a few things that I think we adopted to do something which UP really did, because we are the most populous state. We have the largest number of urban local bodies in the country as a state. And of course, a burgeoning population. So we have to cater to, we had to cater to the vast number of people, a cultural landscape which never really thought that this was a problem, and perhaps the logistics in the infrastructural issues and the finances that was required to do it. We, of course, took a massive approach towards the mass involvement of people through the civil societies, through public representatives, through panchayats, through the assistance from Government of India, which made it possible for us to conceive, plan, and then implement things on ground, from ODF to ODF++ to Water Plus, and Rupa must be coming with something new for this year as better, and they always keep shifting the goalposts, so we become better every year. One of the very important things that we also did during this campaign, and how we evolved, is that we use digital technology in a big way. Just to a case in the point, Honorable Minister started a system of governance through a mechanism by the DCCC, in which we speak to the urban local body officials and people through a network system every day, early morning 5 o'clock onwards, and we are able to video tape the entire recording. We are able to see the, the exact site where the toilet is or where the location where the cleanliness is being done. And we are able to take up grievances of people who have not been addressed. So this simple role of technology in order to ensure that Swachhata is achieved has perhaps been a game changer in one of the many ways. Second thing is that we use mechanization in a big way, which was perhaps not there in the state of UP earlier. And I believe that USAID and other governments are also planning to bring in technology more and more, because it is a given fact that with the kind of problem that we have, it's always not possible to do things manually. The extent of it, it's this thing. And more importantly, technology must be taken in the spirit of improving things and efficiency, and therefore we did introduce that in a big way. Another thing was that we used a large number of manpower through the outsourcing mechanism, which became a very critical factor for its role in making cities clean, ensuring that ODF++ is achieved, and also in the role of the public representatives being involved in its entire process. A case in the point is that with regard to festivals and cultural landscape, what changed was that with regard to ghats, with regard to festivals that we celebrate, the Honorable Chief Minister did introduce this concept of having a review system before every festival. And it was ensured that not only clean toilets are provided, they are cleaned, they are graded, they are referred back, and budget never was a constraint with regard to how we are going to do it. The kind of the numbers that we get in Ayodhya on an everyday basis is anywhere between 70,000 to a lakh people a day. I'm yet to receive a complaint that the toilet was not found clean. The number of people visiting Banaras every day is humongous, but we are able to take care. But I'm not satisfied yet, in the sense that we have a long way to go. We have challenges that we meet. These are ancient cities. They have their own sewer system, they have their own issues, which we are trying to address in a big way. A case in the point is that we also allied with many organizations like the civil societies, particularly the role of CSE and organizations which are motivated like Sulabh International, so on and so forth, because we believe that it cannot be a government thing. Therefore, a big involvement of people was there. We made plans which was vetted by Government of India through the central team, and they have been monitoring us regularly. This monitoring system was a big help. Lastly, I'd say that the proof of the pudding is in the fact of a case study in Gorakhpur, which had the problem of encephalitis and JEE for many years, and it was a very normal news to see X number of people, 150, dying every year because of JEE. And I believe that the root cause of the success of the campaign against JEE was that sanitation was attached with hygiene, was attached with healthcare. Roads were not only clean, but sewer systems were set right, nalas were set right, toilets were made available. And sir, today as I stand here, as I speak today, there is no case of JEE this year, and it is a history, and we regard it as one of the outstanding successes that we have achieved in this state. So much for not only the World Toilet Day or what we are doing, but also for the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. But I believe that we have a long way to go, and before we are able to achieve what we really want to, and this is very central to our policy and practice both. And I thank once again that you people have made out time to come here in the city of Lucknow. As a representative of the government of UP, I of course would invite you to visit the city of Lucknow. A couple of very good parks we have. We have a Waste to Wonder park made under the scheme, and of course the food delicacy is absolutely amazing here. So that's all I had to say. Thank you all once again. Good Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And now I request His Excellency Eric Garcetti, sir, Ambassador of the United States of America to the Republic of India. Kindly address the gathering, sir. Please.
Namaskar, doston, and good morning, friends. It's so wonderful to be here यूपी में आकर बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. It is great to finally be in UP, to finally make it to Lucknow. Thank you, all of you, for such a warm welcome to one of not just India's most beautiful cities, but one of the most beautiful cities in the world. A place that is rich with culture and tradition. And I'm so honored to be here today as the representative of a great friend of India, the United States of America. Let me give my regards, of course, to Minister Shri Manohar Lal for his great message. Thank Minister of State Sahu for your leadership and your work. You could see from Joint Secretary Mishra why she's such a superstar, really bringing us together. Let's give her another round of applause and thank her for the great work she has done. And of course, our UP hosts that are here, Minister Sharma, Minister Rathore, aka Guru, Principal Secretary Abhijat, our Chief Secretary Singh, and the State Mission Director Jha, and the entire team in this room. Because this is an army for justice, an army for health, an army for progress, and together we know we are stronger. You know, UP is an amazing example of India's rise, whether it's in infrastructure or economy, public safety, and so much more. I've witnessed in my lifetime, I first came to UP when I went to Varanasi as a 14-year-old, to come now back as a slightly older man, and to see how UP has progressed. But it also reflects a nation, Bharat, that has come into its own again. And I'm very glad that we heard from the previous speaker, from our principal secretary here, what it was to see a world leader after he became the leader of this country with Prime Minister Modi ji. He didn't give a speech about things in distant lands. He didn't even talk about economics or policies. He spoke to the people about their health and gave a speech about toilets. I think for those of us around the world, that was a very significant moment where we not only felt the heart of a leader, but the hopes of a nation. And to be on this stage today is to follow in the footsteps of great leaders like Prime Minister Modi, like the leaders you see here on stage, like my own president, President Biden, who asked me to come here as an envoy, who said that India was the most important country in the world to him. The first time a US president has ever said that. And he said, go make the world a better place through the work we can do together. We know that water is life. Jal hi jivan hai. Water is at the essence of all that we do. My Hindi isn't as good as it was when I studied as a 19-year-old at university. But I remember some of the kahavat, the sayings that I learned. One of them was alag desh, alag rivaj, another country, another custom. But what I've witnessed is a little different over the last 2 years. You see, the United States and India, our hearts are aligned. We feel the same way about each other, but also about improving the world. It's do desh, but it's ek dil. One heart, even as we have two nations. And the US and India together are 1 out of every 4.5 people on the face of the earth. 1 out of every $4 and rupees in the world economy. Sometimes we face challenges together. We emit 1 out of 3 of every tons of carbon on Earth right now. And we have 1 out of almost every 2 PhDs in the world just between our two countries. So we face challenges together, we see opportunities and bring resources together. And I know for USAID, which is a project of the American people that has been here since the independence of this country, helping together with the brilliant Indians launch a green revolution and a white revolution to be able to bring farmers to feed a nation and now be one of the great food exporters of the world, and a dairy revolution that made India the top dairy producer in the world, to work on women's equity, to look at the way we can confront climate change. This partnership has been bigger than India plus the US. When we get together, it's like multiplication. It's India times the US. In health, in economic security, in women's empowerment, and yes, indeed, with toilets as well. Globally, we know that 3.5 billion of our fellow brothers and sisters, nearly half of every human being on the face of this planet, lack access to safely managed sanitation. And these statistics are not just numbers, they're narratives. They're not just policies, they're people who suffer. They suffer with their health. They suffer with educational outcomes. They suffer with economic development that doesn't occur. We know that it can disrupt lives and it can also stop dreams of the future. But we know when we get it right, when girls, for instance, have access to proper sanitation facilities at school, they're far more likely to attend school, to graduate from school, and to join the workforce, and to participate in the world economy. Before I was ambassador to India, I was what you'd call chief minister of the city of Los Angeles, Hollywood, that place that you probably watched a couple movies and television shows from. So the work of the men and women up in here is something personal. I had to take care of the sanitation of nearly 10 million people in a great metropolitan area, 4 million of them directly in the city of Los Angeles. We had to look at their water. We had to look at the sewage systems. We managed to launch a program to recycle 100% of all of our wastewater by 2035. And we live in a drought in Los Angeles where we don't have enough water, like we see in some states here sometimes, like in Punjab, or recently in Karnataka. But by recycling the water, we will add 60% more clean water to our city's use. It's funny, 20 years ago, we tried to do that, but somebody in a newspaper wrote, "From toilet to tap." And everybody got disgusted. They said, "I don't want to drink toilet water." We educated people that all water is recycled by God and by nature. That's what rain is. That's what comes. And so we also rebranded it. Instead of toilet to tap, we said from showers to flowers. And now, by 2035 in my city, we will have fully recycled wastewater. Recognizing the importance of hygiene access for vulnerable populations also in my city, we saw people who were homeless, living on our streets. Yes, in America, just like here, there are some people who sometimes don't have a roof over their head. But we looked at what we could do on the streets, bringing mobile refresh spots where people could take showers and have a toilet that was clean and safe, where they were protected and women who might be living on the street didn't have to fear for their safety. What I learned was, Jahancha Wahan Raha, where there's a will, there's a way. We can find the solutions wherever we live, wherever we are, if we include the people who we represent. And now as ambassador, I see sanitation from a new perspective. I've watched India's strides coming here for nearly 40 years of my life. And the organizations like USAID and India's incredible Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, the state government of UP, are doing together. And this progress, together of course with Swachh Bharat, that mission is a mission not just for Indians, but you've inspired this to be a mission from India for the world. So today on World Toilet Day, we come here to underscore this fundamental truth, that access to safe sanitation is not just critical, it should be the right of every human being. Safe water and sanitation don't just improve health outcomes, they unlock our human potential, they unleash our dignity, and they lay a foundations for communities to thrive. So my message here today is clear. Let's ensure together that communities in India, in the United States, in every community around the world have water and sanitation infrastructure to build the future they deserve. And India, if I've learned one thing, you always find a way to get there. You can jugaad anything in the world. Take Ashwani Agarwal, who's an innovator in Delhi, who witnessed firsthand the impact of inadequate sanitation on urban neighborhoods and motivated to make a difference, to provide sanitation and to do something about all the plastic waste he saw. He crafted the first affordable urinal from recycled plastic bottles, a simple, beautiful, elegant, and affordable solution. And today, with support from USAID and the Toilet Board Coalition, Ashwani's organization produces odorless, eco-friendly toilets and urinals made from recycled plastic. His team's humble toilet provides an easy-to-install solution that doesn't require a sewage connection and addresses multiple challenges for communities. Each humble toilet saves up to 31,000 liters of water a year and also provides enough for a family of 4 to have drinking water for that entire year. It diverts 200 kilograms of plastic from landfills or from burning. That plastic waste generated in a single day in Delhi alone could produce 5,000 of these toilets, to put that in perspective. And by transforming 2 problems into a solution, the humble toilet exemplifies a powerful solution to pressing sanitation needs and a solution that is practical, sustainable, and forward-thinking. We know that this is the strength of our collaboration. Jal mein rekar magar se ber. Even the crocodile has enemies in the water. We know that this is not easy work to do together, but this is the strength of our innovation, to include everybody in a universal goal, to see the leadership of India that America is ready to follow, and a partnership where we are ready to join arms together. So as we gather today on World Toilet Day, let us remember that sanitation isn't just about infrastructure, it is about our fundamental humanness. It is about whether we recognize our brothers and our sisters, no matter where they live, no matter how much money they have in their pocket, that they should have access to safe and dignified sanitation. Jal mein rekar pani ko na pool. Let us not forget the water while we are living in it here. And let us find a pathway forward where we know that there is a future in which not only everybody has a safe access to a toilet, but that is the beginning of them realizing their dreams for their life. Dhanyavad, and thank you.
थैंक यू सो मच सर। कहते हैं कि जो भारत आता है वो यहीं का होके रह जाता है। बहुत जोरदार तालियां सम्मानित मंच के लिए, सर के लिए। और अब मैं माननीय मंत्रीगण त्रय, जो हमारे तीनों मंत्रीगण उपस्थित हैं मंच पे, आपसे सादर अनुरोध करती हूँ कि सर बटन दबा के इस साल के जो टॉयलेट क्लीनिंग है उसकी जो कैंपेन है उसका शुभारंभ करने की कृपा करें। हमारे माननीय मंत्रीगण आदरणीय श्री टोकन साहू सर, श्री अरविंद कुमार शर्मा सर और श्री माननीय मंत्री श्री राकेश राठौर जी।
60% से ज्यादा आबादी खुले में शौच के लिए मजबूर थी। हमने इसे एक राष्ट्रीय और मानवीय चुनौती समझकर इसके समाधान का अभियान चलाया। यहीं से स्वच्छ भारत मिशन का बीज पड़ा।
स्वच्छ भारत मिशन आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के अंतर्मन से निकले राष्ट्रव्यापी महायज्ञ का आरंभ है।
जय हिंद।
10 साल पहले शुरुआत हुई भारत को ओपन डेफेकेशन फ्री बनाने की और आज ये संकल्प साकार हो रहा है। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन अर्बन के तहत शहरों में 6 लाख से भी अधिक कम्युनिटी टॉयलेट्स, स्मार्ट टॉयलेट्स, पिंक टॉयलेट्स, एस्पिरेशनल टॉयलेट्स, सेपरेट टॉयलेट्स फॉर ट्रांसजेंडर्स और ऑल वेदर पब्लिक टॉयलेट्स आदि स्वच्छता का प्रतीक बनकर खड़े हैं। 19 नवंबर से 25 दिसंबर तक ये अभियान सुनिश्चित करेगा कि हमारे कम्युनिटी और पब्लिक टॉयलेट्स और ज्यादा फंक्शनल, एक्सेसिबल, क्लीन, इको फ्रेंडली और सेफ बन सकें। और आज वर्ल्ड टॉयलेट डे के इस खास मौके पर फिर से स्वच्छ भारत मिशन अर्बन 5 वीक लंबी क्लीन टॉयलेट्स कैंपेन 2024 की शुरुआत करने जा रहा है, जिसके लिए 6 आयामों पर काम होगा। फेसेस पैरामीटर के तहत सभी शौचालयों का होगा ट्रांसपेरेंट इवैल्यूएशन। करेक्टिव एक्शन में सभी स्थानीय निकाय क्लीनलीनेस ड्राइव्स आयोजित करेंगे। शहरों को शौचालय के लिए एक ऑपरेशंस एंड मेंटेनेंस मॉडल अपनाना होगा। अकाउंटेबिलिटी फॉर टॉयलेट्स के तहत नियमित सफाई और देखभाल के लिए एक जिम्मेदार टीम नियुक्त होगी। सफाई और सुविधा पर पब्लिक फीडबैक देने के लिए इजी टू एक्सेस ग्रीवांस रेड्रेसल मेथड्स जैसे माई टॉयलेट ऐप, लोकल ग्रीवांस रेड्रेसल मोबाइल एप्लीकेशंस, QR कोड्स और विशेष हेल्पलाइन का उपयोग करें। फुटफॉल मैपिंग यानी शौचालयों में आने वाले नागरिकों की संख्या का रिकॉर्ड दर्शाएगा कि हमारे शौचालय सुरक्षित, सुलभ और स्वच्छ बन रहे हैं। तो आइए इस अभियान में सहभागी बने। आपका फीडबैक और समर्थन ही क्लीन टॉयलेट्स कैंपेन 2024 की सफलता है। क्योंकि अगर हम फेसेस के इन मानकों को अपना स्वभाव बनाएंगे, तभी स्वच्छ और स्वस्थ भारत हमारा संस्कार बन सकेगा।
5 हफ्तों का ये कैंपेन जो आज 19 नवंबर से प्रारंभ होकर 25 दिसंबर यानी गुड गवर्नेंस डे तक चलेगा। आइए हम सब संकल्प लें कि इस कैंपेन को सफल बनाएं, क्योंकि कहा गया है कि ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ नाव ही खतरे में है, दौर ऐसा है कि पूरी जिंदगी ही खतरे में है। और बच गए मंजर सुहाने तो फर्क क्या पड़ जाएगा जब आंख की रोशनी ही खतरे में है। वो रोशनी हमारे देश की स्वच्छता। आइए इस सुसंकल्प के हम सब भागीदार बने। और अब मैं मंच पर सादर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मैडम श्रीमती अनीता मीना जी को, डायरेक्टर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हाउसिंग एंड अर्बन अफेयर्स, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया। और इसी के साथ HUL से हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर एक MOU साइन करने के लिए मैं मंच सादर मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूं। ये MOU है HUL के साथ PP मॉडल इन कम्युनिटी टॉयलेट्स का पहला, जिसे और दूसरा MOU विद सुलभ इंटरनेशनल फॉर टॉयलेट्स इन हाई फुटबॉल एरिया। And second MOU with Sulabh International for toilets in high football areas. कृत संकल्प ये दोनों MOU आवास व शहरी कार्य मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार तथा हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर के बीच हुए हैं, जो मिलकर देश को स्वच्छ बनाने का, टॉयलेट्स को क्लीन करने का कार्य करेंगे। बहुत जोरदार तालियां। सर, इस स्वच्छता संबंधित कुछ हमारे पब्लिकेशंस हैं जिनके रिलीज के लिए मैं अनुरोध करती हूं माननीय मंत्री जी श्री टोकन साहू जी से, माननीय मंत्री श्री अरविंद कुमार शर्मा जी से और माननीय मंत्री श्री राकेश राठौर जी से कि इन पब्लिकेशंस को सर रिलीज करें। सर, रिमोट का बटन दबाकर एक बार पुनः सबसे पहले टाइप डिजाइन ऑफ स्टेपीज फॉर स्मॉल एंड मीडियम टाउन्स, ये पहली रिलीज। दूसरी fecal, sludge and steppies management in small and medium towns. And third, multi-story steppies feasibility analysis. बहुत जोरदार तालियां बजाइए। और हिज एक्सीलेंसी भी हमारे इस फोर्थ जो रिलीज है उसको ज्वाइन करेंगे। सर, काइंडली ज्वाइन आर्किटेक्चर डिजाइन फॉर पब्लिक टॉयलेट्स। थैंक यू सो मच सर। सभी को आपका स्थान ग्रहण करने का अनुरोध। और इसी के साथ हिज एक्सलेंसी आदरणीय एरिक गासेटी सर हमारे बीच से प्रस्थान करेंगे। सर, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइन अस थैंक यू सो मच सर। बहुत जोरदार तालियों से एक बार पुनः। बहुमूल्य क्षण ये। थैंक यू सो मच सर। आपकी अपनी व्यस्तताएं हैं। इससे पहले कि मैं माननीय मंत्री जी श्री अरविंद कुमार शर्मा जी को उनके उद्बोधन के लिए बुलाऊं, बस एक लाइन की बात और करूंगी आप सबसे कि एक बार एक जंगल में बहुत भयानक आग लगती है। सारे पशु पक्षी सब अपनी जान बचाने के लिए भागने लगते हैं। एक छोटी सी गौरैया, उसे एक छोटे से गड्ढे में पानी दिखता है। वो बार बार जाती उस गड्ढे में अपनी चोंच डुबोती है, भर कर लाती है और उस आग को बुझाने की कोशिश करती है। सारे पशु पक्षी उससे कहते हैं, अरे गौरैया तू पागल हो गई है क्या? इस तेरी एक चोंच भर पानी से इस भीषण आग का क्या होगा? तो जो उस गौरैया ने जवाब दिया, वो भागीरथ प्रयास हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी हम सब मिलकर करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। उस गौरैया ने कहा, मैं रहूं या ना रहूं, मेरा जीवन रहे या ना रहे, लेकिन जब भी इस जंगल का इतिहास लिखा जाएगा, मेरा नाम आग बुझाने वालों में लिखा जाएगा। इसी भागीरथ प्रयास के कर्णधार हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी, मैं बड़े ही आदर और सम्मान के साथ माननीय मंत्री श्री अरविंद कुमार शर्मा जी से अनुरोध करती हूं, सर आज इस अवसर पर हम सबको अपना आशीर्वाद प्रदान करें।
आज के इस महत्वपूर्ण दिन पर यहाँ उपस्थित सभी महानुभाव, सज्जनों और सन्नारियों, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, मंच पर हमारे साथ रहे हमारे देश के माननीय शहरी विकास मंत्री जी, जिनका संदेश हम लोगों ने शुरुआत में ही सुना, और अभी कुछ ही दिन पहले लखनऊ आकर के हम सबका उत्साह वर्धन करके गए हैं माननीय मनोहर लाल खट्टर जी, भारत सरकार के मंत्री, और कल से ही लखनऊ आकर के हम सबका मार्गदर्शन और उत्साह वर्धन कर रहे हैं। और लखनऊ की कई चीज़ें वो देखने के लिए भी गए। मैं माननीय साहू जी का, माननीय मंत्री जी का बहुत ही धन्यवाद भी करता हूँ, स्वागत भी करता हूँ। और एक और चीज़ इन्होंने बताई, मैंने कल पूछा कि लखनऊ आपका पहले भी आना हुआ है या नहीं हुआ है, तो जो रूपा बता रही थी, जो जवाब दिया माननीय मंत्री जी ने, हम लोग फिर कुंभ की भी बातें करने लगे थे उसी में, तो उन्होंने कहा कि हमारे यहाँ तो अंतिम क्रिया जो है बिना त्रिवेणी संगम प्रयाग आए हुए पूरी ही नहीं होती है। तो ऐसी जगह से माननीय मंत्री जी छत्तीसगढ़ से आते हैं। अभी बता रहे थे कि लगभग हर व्यक्ति का प्रयास होता है कि प्रयाग में डुबकी लगावें, तो मैं उनका इस धरती पे एक बार फिर से स्वागत करता हूं, जो धरती उनके लिए बहुत ही पूर्व परिचित है। वी हैड द ऑनर ऑफ वेलकमिंग US Ambassador here, and he just left for some urgent work, so I welcome him also, Eric Garcetti ji. We also have the honor of welcoming Mr. Steve Olive, who is representing the US aid, which has been a partner in India's progress and growth. Welcome you, Mr. Steve. हमारे बीच में हमारे साथी सहयोगी माननीय राकेश राठौड़ गुरुजी, माननीय राज्य कक्षा के मंत्री जी उपस्थित हैं। भारत सरकार की बहुत ही एनर्जेटिक रूपा मिश्रा जी वहाँ जो ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी हैं, जो भारत सरकार ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी चलाते हैं, मैं तो खुद देखा हूँ, ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी हैं, और इस पूरे मिशन की और पूरे काम की वो करता धरता है। उनका भी मैं लखनऊ में और उत्तर प्रदेश में स्वागत करता हूँ। हमारे सभी साथी अधिकारीगण और वाधवानी जी, बिल एंड मिलिंडा गेट्स फाउंडेशन। मुझे याद है मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ, मेरा सौभाग्य रहा कि बिल गेट्स साहब का और मिलिंडा जी का सानिध्य पाने का 1-2 बार मुझे अवसर मिला है। और उनका जो बता रहे थे कि उनका जो कमिटमेंट है, ईश्वर ने उनको इतनी शक्ति दिया है, इतना उनका कमिटमेंट है कि क्या बताया जाए। और दुनिया की मानव जाति की प्रगति के लिए, उनके खुशहाली के लिए वो अपनी पूरी धन संपत्ति और ऊर्जा को लगाते रहते हैं। ऐसे आई वेलकम मिस्टर वाधवानी फ्रॉम बिल एंड मिलिंडा गेट्स फाउंडेशन। और आप सभी तमाम राज्यों से आए हुए हमारे सभी भाई बहन, हमारे साथी जो कर्मचारी हैं, जो इसी मिशन में, इसी काम में लगे हुए हैं, स्वच्छता को स्थापित करने में, टॉयलेट्स को सुचारू रूप से चलाने में और जनता को, लोगों को एक अच्छा जीवन देने की कोशिश में जो लोग लगे हुए हैं, उन सभी का मैं लखनऊ में, उत्तर प्रदेश में यहाँ स्वागत करता हूँ। फ्रेंड्स, एज यू नो, इंडिया has been a very traditional and very old civilization. In our scriptures, Excellency, in our scriptures, there are writings and there are mentions of how to clean our body and spirit clean, not only from outside, not only the surroundings, but also the inner side of the body. Whenever we sit for prayers in India, a very important mantra is said. It says, "Apavitra pavitro va sarvavasthangato piva ya asmave pundarikansha swahya nantara suchi." Matlab, andar se, it from inside as well as from outside, we should be pure and we should be clean. So this is what cleanliness stands for in India. I also remember that when we were children, I come from a village, a small village, and in our childhood, we were students of 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. That time, the primary duty, the first task of the males was to clean the outside of the house, and the first responsibility of the females was to clean the inside of the house. So we used to take care of the house surroundings, and we used to dispose of that waste in a manner that it doesn't affect the neighbor. So this is what is India's message, India's sanitation and sustainability traditions. We have been told, we have been living, and we have come a long way in maintaining that tradition. You will also be surprised to perhaps know that India was one civilization which established its cities and with all standards of cleanliness, whether it's drainage, whether it's our Indus Valley civilization, or Harappan civilization, or all those oldest civilizations on the earth which belong to India. I have seen with my own eyes in Gujarat. I have visited Dholera, I have visited Dholavira, and one can see the systems for water purification, the systems for drainage, etc. in those olden days, thousands and thousands of years back. So we have a very healthy tradition of cleanliness, and unfortunately we lost track of that in the intervening centuries. One more tradition was that we used to treat our cleanliness workers, the people who used to do this task. आप सभी को मालूम होगा, and I would like to remind Mr. Steve about this, that the cleanliness workers, for whose dignity, for whose safety, for whose security, today this is one of the agenda, one of the topics of discussion, how to ensure their security and safety and dignity. In India, there used to be a sage named Balmiki, and supposedly he came from this community of cleanliness community. हमारे यहाँ कहा गया है, I will later on I will translate it for the outsiders, लेकिन मजा हिंदी में ही कहने में है। हमारे रामचरितमानस में और अन्य ग्रंथों में वाल्मीकि का जो स्थान है, आप सभी को मालूम है, कहा गया है उल्टा नाम जपत जग जाना, वाल्मीकि भय ब्रह्म समाना। So we not only used to give importance to cleanliness, we also used to give importance to those who are involved in the process of cleanliness, who clean, and there used to be a sage who has been equated with not only the sages, but also he has been given the pedestal, given the place of God himself. So this is what India stood for, and this is what we also stand for. Unfortunately, with progress of time, with increase in population, of course, these pressures have increased and we are trying to cope up. Of the world's population, India, as you know, we are almost 1/6, or at least 1/5 of the 5th or 6th of the global population, and similarly, UP is around the same proportion, 1/5 or 1/6 of India's population. So if India changes in sanitation, if India does well in terms of sanitation, 1/5 or 1/6 of the world does well in terms of those parameters. Similarly, if we in UP do it well, India of course makes a paradigm shift, makes a leap in these parameters. So obviously there is huge responsibility on our shoulders. We also very proudly say that had UP been a country, it would have perhaps been the 5th or 6th largest country in terms of population on the earth. So this is what UP means, led by our Honorable Prime Minister, as has been said many times, that after Mahatma Gandhi used to give a lot of emphasis on cleanliness, as we all know. After that, unfortunately, we forgot these important things, and our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, in his first address from the Red Fort on becoming Prime Minister, he emphasized on cleanliness. He emphasized, and that is how the Swachh Bharat campaign, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan came into being, and it has had very good results in the entire country. We all, as was said earlier, cleanliness or maintaining the toilets, maintaining the water connections, ODF plus or whatever terminology we use, it is basically not an issue of infrastructure, but basically an issue of behavior of human beings, behavior of all of us, and that is where Narendra Modi made a huge difference after launching the campaign of Swachh Bharat, and all these efforts, why we have gathered here, why we have made so much effort that Government of India, US Ambassador and US Aid and Bill Melinda Gates Foundation, Swachh Sulabh International, and all these agencies and all these important people have gathered here because we have paid attention, we have paid emphasis, we have brought emphasis on this important aspect. In UP, we are trying our best to, in terms of building, maintaining toilets as well. I am happy to say that in last 2-3 years, we have been able to achieve ODF situation for all our towns and all our cities. We have of course, we have to work hard to make them better. We have to make them ODF plus, all of them, water connection. But I can see a good ray of hope in the sense that our households, including rural and urban, they were not connected with tap water. Now, with the initiative of our Honorable Prime Minister, Jal Jeevan Mission is trying to bring tap water in all the households, including the rural households. So, from there comes a ray of hope that our toilets also will get permanent supply of water, because that is a challenge. I belong to a rural area, and that is where the challenge lies, that maintaining the building building the toilets is almost achieved. I can say I travel in the rural areas, and along with houses, you will definitely see a toilet attached to that. And while traveling from the road, you can see the toilets which have been made, lakhs and lakhs of them. So the next challenge of supplying water, keeping them clean, also I think what India decides we are able to do. So I am very hopeful, very sure that this objective, this aim also we will be able to achieve. Another thing which comes to my mind in terms of maintenance of toilets, another challenge in fact I would say, is to maintain, Rupa was just mentioning, maintenance of community toilets, public toilets. Since I have become minister, I have been talking about this. I've been motivating my team to do well on these fronts, and they have done exceptionally well also. I'm happy that US Ambassador mentioned Lucknow as the most beautiful city of not only India, but he said of perhaps the world also. So the credit goes to all our sanitation workers, all our cleanliness friends, Safai Mitras. On the issue of public toilets, I have always been emphasizing that we have to pay attention. Community toilets, we have to pay attention, and we have to find perhaps public-private partnerships. We have to find support from the community to maintain the community toilets which belongs to their locality or to their area. Unless we involve the community, local community, the maintenance of community toilets cannot be done only by the municipal workers or the municipal cleanliness workers. So this is my first thing, first say task to this August gathering. In the course of your 2 days discussion, kindly bring out the issue of community participation in maintenance of toilets. Unfortunately, what is happening, that people feel that going to the toilets is their job and cleaning the toilet is our job. So this fundamental shift in the mindset of people has to be brought, and that is where the leadership of all of you will matter. Similarly, public toilets in the towns, the maintenance of public toilets. There I have been also saying that perhaps we can use technology to see and to monitor whether they are being cleaned properly, cleaned regularly or not. Internet of Things, Internet itself, and GIS technologies, they are all available to track the cleanliness process of the not only toilets but all sanitation sites or whatever target units. This time we call them target CTUs and garbage points. So all we have started using them, GIS technology, Internet of Things, or monitoring systems, or control and command centers. I am very happy that our Honorable Minister, Mr. Khattar, also visited our dedicated control and command center. So we are using all these technological interventions for maintenance of cleanliness, maintaining toilets. On the issue of waste management, we have to get support, technological support, not so much financial support, but technology, yes. While Bill and Melinda Gates, Wadhwani ji was talking that new technologies or new types of toilets. I remember I was part of the team of Honorable Prime Minister in PM office. So there he started talking of bio toilets in the railways, and perhaps if I am not wrong, some of the trains have been also now equipped and enabled with bio toilets without any smell, without any danger of. So technologies are changing. We have to change with the time. I would encourage that, see, UP, since we are sitting in UP, and I am Minister for UP, so I am giving a task to this August gathering again. See, we have 2-3 challenges in UP. One, many of our cities, they are very old civilizations, old cities, and it's very difficult to put a sewage sewage line or a septic tank or to take through the narrow lanes a sewage line. It's not possible, like say Varanasi, even Lucknow, Ayodhya, you just can't help it. You can't cut across the houses, you can't cut across the lanes and put sewage lines. So you have to find, as Mr. Wadhwani was saying, you have to find a solution for this within the locality, within the house perhaps, and that's a challenge for us. Second challenge is that in UP again, in terms of spiritual strength, I would say, UP houses, not only represents, UP houses most of those spiritual strengths of India for which India is known for. Whether it is Krishna, whether it is Ram, whether it is Lord Shiva, you will find locations, oldest locations, memories of civilization of India in UP. Maybe it is Varanasi, maybe it is Ayodhya, maybe it is Mathura and Vrindavan. And the challenge which they present is that more than our overall urban population, we have an equally big floating population in those towns and in those religious places. So every day, millions and millions of people visit those. So that again poses a huge challenge in terms of cleanliness, infrastructure, shortcomings and all that. So these are the challenges in a place like UP, and I am sure with your deliberations, with your guidance, UP will also benefit immensely. One worry which Joint Secretary Rupa was mentioning to me, but there is a good news for you, Rupa. And the good news is, you were mentioning about Kumbh Mela, I will come to that. Good news is that last 2-3 years, we have been celebrating many of our festivals as Swachh festivals. Swachh. For example, the very recent was Chhath. We celebrated a festival, we call it Chhath after Diwali celebrations, 6th day of Diwali, and I can say with lot of pride that we observed Chhath as a clean and Swachh Chhath. And not only this year, last 2-3 years, I have been seeing that Gomti river was as clean as it was before the festival. The river bank of Gomti and many other rivers, hundreds of rivers in the state, were as clean as they were before the festival. So I am very hopeful, and I am very not only hopeful but confident that the biggest gathering, human gathering on the earth, which is going to take place in the name of Kumbh this year, next year, is again going to be a very clean gathering, a very clean festival, a very clean Kumbh. And there also, I would encourage all of you to give us suggestions. We have of course planned for that. We have of course been making lot of planning, lot of deliberations have gone into that, and we are equipped to have the millions and millions of people on the banks of Ganga, Jamuna and Saraswati in Triveni, and to observe Kumbh as a clean Kumbh. But your guidance, your inputs would be very valuable. One thing which I can say about Kumbh, that this has been recognized by UNESCO as the biggest human gathering also which takes place on the earth, and I would first of all invite all of you to visit. Of course, the minister has committed, Honorable Sahu sir, he has already committed to visit Kumbh, and he says that most of the Kumbh he has visited already. I would also encourage that you can give your suggestions if in the course of 2 days, that's good. Otherwise also, you can send us in writing also, in our email. We want to see, and we are committed to see, that India's pride, India's stature in the global community, India's stature in the Committee of Nations goes up just by one event, and that is Kumbh, which is coming in the early next year. So, with these words, I again welcome you all to UP. One more thing, as I said, that we regard our cleanliness workers, we give lot of regards we have very high regard for them. And with that spirit, last 2-3 years, we have been doing whatever best we can do. First thing was to bring in machine in addition to the manpower. Man and machine, since I have become minister, it has been a very regular phrase with me that please combine machine along with the human potential, human strength. मैन मशीन कॉम्बिनेशन, मैन मशीन, मनुष्य और मशीन का कॉम्बिनेशन, ये मैं बार बार बोलता रहता हूँ, बिकॉज आई फील दैट वन द मशीन कैन मैग्नीफाई और can multiply the efforts which is made by the human hands. The second is, wherever there is danger to human life in doing that task, for example, manhole, entering the manhole it is of course a dangerous exercise. Can we do it with machine? And Honorable Prime Minister has already made provisions for huge provision in the Union budget has been made for this purpose, and we are very hopeful that in the years to come, in the days to come, we would find a solution that no manpower, no human being has to enter a manhole for cleaning or declogging it. Second thing, we have been trying that no cleanliness worker should be without proper equipments. I have myself been insisting on this. We have, with the help of Government of India in the SBM, the mission which we are very thankful to, we have been trying to give equipment, but again there also it's a question of habit also. The cleanliness workers, in spite of having, I have myself made mistakes on that, and my family, my friends, my colleagues have told me also, why do you go as minister and do the cleaning to showcase, to show your work, and with naked hands? You should wear gloves, you should wear safety, this thing. My wife also sometimes says, you should not do this, what message you are giving? So it's a question of habit also. In spite of having equipments, in spite of having all those safety kits, or sanitation workers, perhaps they don't pay attention, they don't care about them. All of us have to make effort that no sanitation worker gets into the job, gets into the work without proper kits, without proper safety equipments. Another thing which I have told my team to work very seriously, and that is, see, most of these sanitation workers, they belong to the lowest strata of the society. They are poor people. Their parents have been poor, the children have been poor, second, third generation has been in this work. So I have been insisting to all my friends in the municipal administration that please, and this can be done by all of us sitting here in all the states also. I have been saying that most of them, they deserve to get benefits of most of the government schemes, because they are poor people. They can be given Pradhan Mantri Awas, they can be given a toilet, they can be given kitchen gas, they can be given Ayushman Bharat card, but unfortunately, very few of them, very few of them would be having this. So I have been saying that in all our municipal offices, whether it is corporation, whether it is municipal area office, or whether it is municipal panchayat office, we should open a cell which can assist them in getting the government, the benefits of the government schemes. सरकारी योजनाओं का लाभ वो सबसे पहले उसके लाभार्थी होने चाहिए. हमारा म्युनिसिपल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, फॉर एग्जांपल, वी इम्प्लीमेंट, I as minister, I am in charge of implementing the SUDA and the DUDA schemes, but unfortunately we have no focus on पहले अपने घर को मदद करना चाहिए, हमारे जो डिजर्विंग लोग हैं, जो उसके पात्र लोग हैं. So this is a polite message to all of us coming from all states to open a small cell in all our municipal offices to first of all take care of all these well-being measures, welfare schemes, and give the benefit to starting with the sanitation workers. उससे क्या होगा कि जब वो अपने घर में सुखी होगा, अपने घर में वो निश्चिंत होगा, तो शायद he will do a better job in terms of performance of his regular duties as well. So this is another thing which we are doing, and I have made it a point that we will involve also the community in helping them. For example, the winters are coming. Winters are coming, sanitation workers, I have myself insisted that our cleanliness process, Lucknow is not clean just like this. We have made effort for this. Our sanitation workers, our Safai Mitras have made humongous effort for this. Right from 5 o'clock, maybe it is a female worker or a male worker, they are on the street to do the cleanliness process, cleanliness work. And we have a dedicated command and control center to monitor whether all of them are on the job or not, whether cleanliness work is being done on time or not. Now, winters are coming. If they have to get into their work on the streets and the lanes, obviously the cold season also affects them. So here is the involvement of community, which can be perhaps requested, which can be perhaps advocated. Community is ready to help people in distress. Community is ready to, I have seen with my own, this is my own experience, that we have to just say this, ask this from the community, and community is ready to respond. Whether it is a help for the destitute persons, whether it is a help for the poor persons, or it is a help for our cleanliness workers. किसी को बोलिए कि थोड़ा 1000 कंबल दे दीजिए, हमारे नगर को साफ रखने वाले जो हमारे सफाई कर्मी हैं, उनको ठंडे में राहत हो जाएगी. उनको एक सदरी दे दीजिए, उनको एक स्वेटर दे दीजिए, उनको एक कोट दे दीजिए. There are people, believe me friends, there are people, there are organizations who are ready to help us in getting this delivered. But unfortunately, we are not able to tap those strengths of the community. For these workers, we can also tap this strength of large-heartedness of the community. So from all these angles, whether it is maintenance of building and maintaining the toilets, whether it is a question of doing the cleanliness work properly. Another weakness which I would admit openly, that we have not been able to reach to a stage of processing of our solid waste which comes out from the urban areas. Only 30 to 40% of our solid waste is being processed right now. We would urge institutions like USAID to help us in reaching a better percentage in that. In fact, technology and maintenance of those technological equipments, technological this thing. Of course, we have been making good efforts on that direction, and slowly and steadily we are on the path of doing better. But still, waste processing remains a challenge. Waste collection from the houses, door-to-door collection remains a challenge, and there we are making efforts, but perhaps technological intervention and financial help would help us in doing it better. At the end, I would again extend a warm welcome to all of you to UP and Lucknow. I would also join my Principal Secretary in inviting you to see a bit of Lucknow. As he said, there are very good food streets, there are very good dresses which Lucknow produces, and go around, enjoy your stay in Lucknow. Wish you all the best, and thank you all for joining us on this very important occasion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. आपने अपने उद्बोधन में कुंभ मेले की बात की सर, तो आप सब कुंभ मेले में आमंत्रित हैं और ज़रूर आइएगा. और अब वक्त है हम सबको सुनने, जिनको सुनना चाहेंगे, माननीय मंत्री श्री टोकन साहू जी, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हाउसिंग एंड अर्बन अफेयर्स. बहुत सम्मान के साथ सर से अनुरोध करती हूँ हम सबको अपना आशीर्वाद प्रदान करें.
विश्व शौचालय दिवस के इस अवसर पर वर्चुअल जुड़ करके हम सबका उत्साहवर्धन करने वाले माननीय आवासन एवं शहरी विकास मंत्री श्री खट्टर साहब जी, मंच पर विराजमान बहुत ही सम्माननीय, बहुत ही अनुभवी हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश के नगरीय विकास मंत्री सम्माननीय श्री अरविंद कुमार शर्मा जी, राज्य मंत्री सम्माननीय राकेश कुमार जी, संयुक्त सचिव मिशन डायरेक्टर और दिल्ली में मेरी सहयोगी श्रीमती रूपा मिश्रा जी, विभाग के प्रमुख सचिव श्री अमृत अभिजात जी, सचिव श्री अजय शुक्ला जी, यूएस के भारत में राजदूत श्रीमान गारसेटी जी, श्री वाधवानी जी, श्री स्टीव आलिव जी, उपस्थित सभी वरिष्ठ अधिकारीगण, प्रेस मीडिया के सभी हमारे साथीगण, उपस्थित अन्य सभी देवियों सज्जनों, सभी आत्मीजन, आप सब लोग यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं, आप सबको नमस्कार, जय जय श्री राम। मैं इस शानदार आयोजन के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार और माननीय मंत्री जी शर्मा जी, माननीय राठौर जी को हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं, आपका अभिनंदन करता हूं। छत्तीसगढ़ और उत्तर प्रदेश का अटूट रिश्ता है। मंत्री जी ने जैसे बताया कि छत्तीसगढ़ के लोग त्रिवेणी संगम आते हैं, स्नान करते हैं और अंतिम पुण्य कर्म का जो कार्य होता है यही संपन्न होता है। इसके अलावा एक और अटूट रिश्ता है, भगवान राम की जन्मभूमि अयोध्या उत्तर प्रदेश है और भगवान राम के माता कौशल्या की जन्मभूमि हमारा छत्तीसगढ़ है। मैं राम के ननिहाल छत्तीसगढ़ से चल करके राम की जन्मभूमि उत्तर प्रदेश में आने का मुझे सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ है। और माननीय मंत्री जी, मैं आपको और आप सबको बताना चाहूँगा कि छत्तीसगढ़ में भगवान राम की संस्कृति रची बसी हुई है। लोग अपने नाम के साथ राम जोड़ते हैं। मेरा नाम तोखन साहू है, मार्कशीट में तोखन राम साहू ही है। शॉर्टकट का जमाना है तो थोड़ा शॉर्टकट चलते हैं। हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ में नाम भी ऐसे है, भरतपुर, रामपुर, सीतापुर और माननीय राठौर साहब जी का उनका भी विधानसभा क्षेत्र सीतापुर है। ऐसा पूरे देश में आप जहां भी जाएंगे सब में राम की संस्कृति रची बसी हुई है। तो एक अटूट रिश्ता है उत्तर प्रदेश और छत्तीसगढ़ का। और हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ में, छत्तीसगढ़ के उस रिश्ते से भगवान राम हमारे भांजे हुए। आज भी छत्तीसगढ़ के हर समाज के लोग अपने भांजों का प्रणाम करते हैं, उनका पग पखारते हैं, चरणामृत लेते हैं। यह रामायणकालीन इतिहास है जो आज भी हमारे संस्कृति में रची बसी हुई है। ऐसा एक अटूट रिश्ता है। इस कार्यक्रम में आप सब लोग विराजमान हैं, बहुत अच्छी चर्चाओं को आप सबने सुना है। आज का यह दिवस, विश्व शौचालय दिवस, हमारे लिए बेहद महत्वपूर्ण है। स्वच्छ जल, स्वच्छ वातावरण, स्वच्छ शौचालय, ये हर व्यक्ति की प्रथम आवश्यकता है, मूलभूत आवश्यकता है। और स्वच्छता के बारे में हमारे ऋषियों ने भी कहा है। कबीर जी ने कहा है, कबीरा जामन निर्मल भया, जैसे गंगा नीर और पीछे पीछे हरी फिरे, कहत कबीर कबीर। यानी ऋषियों ने भी गंगा के निर्मलता को गाया है। हमारे गोस्वामी तुलसीदास जी ने कहा है कि निर्मल मन जन सो मही पावा, अब मोहि कपट छल छिद्र न भावा। यानी निर्मलता को हमारे ऋषियों ने, संतों ने भी गाया है। निर्मलता ये हमारे संस्कारों में है। और माननीय देश के हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इन्हीं आवश्यकताओं को ध्यान में रखते हुए 2014 में स्वच्छ भारत मिशन योजना लॉन्च किए, लागू किए। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन योजना के माध्यम से लाल किले के प्राचीर से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देशवासियों को आह्वान किया कि जब हम महात्मा गांधी जी की 150वीं जयंती मनाएंगे तब हमारा पूरा देश खुले में शौच मुक्त देश बन जाना चाहिए। इसके लिए सबको प्रयास करना है। तब कुछ छोटी मानसिकता के लोग माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का उपहास उड़ाते थे। क्या प्रधानमंत्री जी को टॉयलेट जैसे छोटी विषय पर सोचना चाहिए, ऐसा उपहास उड़ाते थे। तो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि भाई आपके लिए छोटी बात हो सकती है, परंतु स्वच्छता और निर्मलता हमारे लिए छोटी बात नहीं हो सकती। हम इसके लिए काम करेंगे, प्रयास करेंगे। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी आह्वान करते हैं, स्वच्छ भारत मिशन योजना लागू की जाती है, घर घर शौचालय बनाए जाते हैं, और हम आज गर्व के साथ कह सकते हैं कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के आह्वान को एक जन आंदोलन बनाया आप सबने मिलकर के, देशवासियों ने मिलकर के, और पूरा देश खुले में शौच मुक्त देश बन गया है। ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है। 10 वर्ष के पीछे के इतिहास को आप देखें, कितनी भयंकर समस्या का सामना करना पड़ता था। तब गांव में तो शौचालय हुआ ही नहीं करते थे, शहरों बस में हुआ करता था। तब लोटा लेकर के सड़क के किनारे जाना अपने नित्य कर्म के लिए, रेलवे ट्रैक के पीछे लाइन लगा हुआ करता था। हमारी माताएं बहनों को रात के अंधेरे का इंतजार करना पड़ता था। हमारी माताएं बीमार पड़ती थी, तन मन धन पैसे की बर्बादी होती थी। लेकिन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की एक दूरदर्शी सोच के कारण आज स्वच्छ भारत मिशन योजना के माध्यम से घर घर शौचालय बनाए गए, शौचालय का उपयोग किया गया, और आज ये स्वच्छ भारत मिशन के माध्यम से पूरा देश खुले में शौच मुक्त देश बन गया है। मेरे लिए भी तो एक और भी गौरव की बात है, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जब छत्तीसगढ़ गए थे माता बम्बलेश्वरी की धरती पर, तब वहां 104 वर्ष की हमारी माता कुंवरबाई यादव अपनी बकरी बेच करके शौचालय का निर्माण कराई थी, और वो घर घर जाकर के सबको प्रेरित करती थी कि बेटी तुम भी शौचालय बनवाओ, बेटा तुम भी शौचालय बनवाओ, हमारी बेटियों को बहुओं को बाहर नहीं भेजना है। और वो इतना प्रचारित हुआ, इतने लोग उससे जुड़े। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को जब इस बात का पता चला, जब उनका प्रवास हुआ, तो मंच पर बुलाए और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी उनका पैर छू करके आशीर्वाद लिए थे कि मुझे छत्तीसगढ़ से स्वच्छ भारत मिशन योजना के लिए छत्तीसगढ़ से प्रेरणा लेकर के आए हूँ। ये हमारे लिए भी और भी गौरव की बात है। आप सबके प्रयासों से स्वच्छ भारत मिशन योजना 10 साल का हम लोग इतिहास देखेंगे। लोग अपने रोजगार के लिए, शिक्षा के लिए शहरों की तरफ आते हैं। आकर्षण है शहरों का। तेजी से बढ़ते हुए शहरीकरण के कारण हमारी चुनौतियां भी बढ़ी है। इसलिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्वच्छ भारत मिशन, अमृत मिशन, प्रधानमंत्री आवास, स्मार्ट सिटी, शहरी परिवहन जैसे मिशन को शुरू किया, और नमामि गंगे जैसी योजना के द्वारा भारत सरकार का प्रयास है कि ग्रे और ब्लैक वाटर का पूर्ण प्रबंधन हो, अनट्रीटेड वाटर किसी भी जल स्रोत में ना जा सके। इसी दिशा में 2021 में भारत सरकार ने स्वच्छ भारत मिशन 2.0 का दूसरा चरण शुरू किया, जिसमें ODF से आगे बढ़ते हुए ODF++ और वाटर प्लस की ओर तेजी से बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। अमृत योजना के तहत देश भर के 500 शहरों में 1.89 करोड़ जल कनेक्शन और 1.49 करोड़ सीवर कनेक्शन प्रदान किए गए हैं। अमृत 2.0 के माध्यम से यूज्ड वाटर के दोबारा उपयोग की सुविधा बढ़ाने के साथ साथ जल संरक्षण का लक्ष्य प्राप्त किया जा रहा है। वहीं सरकार की नमामि गंगे योजना मां गंगा और उनकी सहायक नदियों की स्वच्छता और पुनर्जीवन के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। उनकी सहायक नदियों की स्वच्छता और पुनर्जीवन के लिए सरकार पूरी दृढ़ता के साथ काम कर रही है। SBM U 2.0 में हमारा उद्देश्य है कि देश का हर एक शहर कचरा मुक्त बने। देश में कचरा प्रसंस्करण का दर 2014 में मात्र 18% था, वे बढ़ करके लगभग 78% हो गई है। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन के द्वारा न सिर्फ जागरूकता बढ़ाई जा रही है, बल्कि देश में 97 वार्डों में डोर टू डोर कचरा, 97% वार्डों में डोर टू डोर कचरा संग्रहण की व्यवस्था लागू हो चुकी है। इसके अतिरिक्त 624 डंप साइट्स की सफाई पूरी की जा चुकी है। 3467 एकड़ भूमि का उद्धार किया गया है। SBM U 2.0 के आंकड़ों की बात करूं तो हमारी उपलब्धियों में आज करीब 4000 शहर ODA+ प्रमाणित हो चुके हैं और 1500 से अधिक शहरों ने ODA++ का दर्जा प्राप्त किया जा चुका है। इस साल 65 शहरों ने वाटर प्लस का प्रमाण पत्र भी प्राप्त किया है। राज्यों की कुल 28,000 करोड़ से अधिक राशि का परियोजनाओं के लिए लगभग 13,340 करोड़ के सरेंडर श्रेय का अनुमोदन किया जा चुका है। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन ने महिलाओं और लड़कियों और स्वच्छता कार्यकर्ताओं के जीवन में सकारात्मक प्रभाव और बदलाव लाया है। इस मिशन ने महिलाओं के अनुकूल शौचालयों को बढ़ावा दिया है। आज के इस आयोजन में क्लीन टॉयलेट चैलेंज के तहत 5 सप्ताह के स्वच्छ शौचालय हमारी जिम्मेदारी अभियान का शुभारंभ किया जा रहा है। मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि स्वच्छता के इस अभियान में सभी राज्य पूरे समर्पण से शामिल होंगे और शौचालयों को जन जन के लिए स्वच्छ, सुरक्षित और सुलभ बनाने का लक्ष्य तय करेंगे। विश्व शौचालय दिवस पर भारत सभी के लिए शौचालय के अपने संकल्प को मजबूत करता है। एसपीएम के अंतर्गत शौचालयों का कायाकल्प केंद्र में है और यह शहरी स्वच्छता का अभिन्न अंग बन गया है। यही वजह है कि आज शौचालय हर समुदाय के लिए गौरव और गरिमा का प्रतीक हो गया है। हमारे लिए बड़े सौभाग्य की बात है कि उत्तर प्रदेश की धरती में त्रिवेणी संगम में अभी कुंभ मेले का आयोजन होना है। उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार और माननीय हमारे नगरीय विकास मंत्री जी और उनका पूरा टीम, आप सब लोग उसी की तैयारी में लगे हुए हैं। कुंभ हम सबको लिए आस्था, श्रद्धा के प्रतीक है। ये सनातन संस्कृति है जो जब से यह धरती है तब से कुंभ स्नान हो रहा है। उसी परंपरा का हम सबको दर्शन करने का, स्नान करने का हम सबको सौभाग्य प्राप्त होगा। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी व्यक्तिगत रुचि लेकर के भी इन कार्यक्रमों के सफल निष्पादन के लिए रात दिन प्रयास करते हैं। आप सब लोग इस कार्यक्रम में विराजमान हैं। हम सब लोगों ने देखा है पिछले 3 कुंभ स्नान में अपने परिवार सहित आकर के स्नान करने का मुझे सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ है, पर सबका अनुभव अलग अलग है। पिछले कुंभ में हमने देखा कि करोड़ों लोग आकर के प्रतिदिन स्नान करते हैं, परंतु कहीं भी एक कचरा भी दिखाई नहीं देता। ऐसी स्वच्छता हम सबने देखा है और भी अच्छे प्रयास आपके द्वारा किए जा रहे हैं। इसके लिए मैं हृदय से आपका माननीय मंत्री जी, आपके सहयोगी राठौर जी और पूरे सहयोगियों का आप सबका हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। हम सब लोग आए, कुंभ में स्नान करें, अपने जीवन को धन्य बनाएं और सरकार आप सबके साथ मिलकर के स्वच्छता के लिए पूरा प्रतिबद्ध है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मंशा के अनुरूप कि स्वच्छ भारत के कंपोनेंट को हम सब लोग आत्मसात करेंगे। स्वभाव स्वच्छता, संस्कार स्वच्छता, ये सबके अंदर होनी चाहिए और देश के कोने कोने तक इस बात को हम सबको ले जाना है। आप सब लोग इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित हैं। मंच पर विराजमान सभी अतिथियों का और सभी अधिकारी कर्मचारी, सभी डायरेक्टर्स यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं। आप सबका एक बार पुनः आपकी ही धरती में आप सबका अभिनंदन करते हुए अपनी बात यही समाप्त करता हूँ। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय उत्तर प्रदेश, जय छत्तीसगढ़।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, आपके इस आत्मिक उद्बोधन के लिए। जिस तरह से आपने रिश्तों का ताना बाना जुड़ा, मुझे बताते बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। जिस कुंभ नगरी की बात कर रहे हैं सर, मेरी वहीं की पैदाइश है। मैं प्रयागराज से ही आज आप सबके बीच में आई हूँ और आभारी हूँ आप सबकी कि जो कुंभ को सफल बनाने में आप लोग दिन रात एक कर रहे हैं। ईश्वर की इच्छा, आप सबकी शुभकामनाएं। निश्चित रूप से एक अद्भुत आयोजन होगा और हमारी संगम नगरी है ही ऐसी जो पूरे विश्व को जोड़ती है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, बहुत बहुत आभार आप सभी का। और अब वक्त है धन्यवाद ज्ञापन के पुनीत कर्तव्य के निर्वहन का, जिसके लिए मैं बड़े सम्मान के साथ आदरणीय डायरेक्टर मैडम अनीता मीना जी, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हाउसिंग अर्बन अफेयर्स, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से अनुरोध करती हूँ सम्मानित मंच के प्रति आप सबके प्रति आभार व्यक्त करें।
धन्यवाद। Thank you very much. Honorable Union Minister of State, Urban and Housing Affairs, Government of India, Shri Tokan Sahu ji. Honorable Urban Development Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Arvind Kumar Sharma ji. Honorable Minister of State, Government of UP, Shri Rakesh Rathore ji. Principal Secretary Urban Development, Shri Amrit Abhijat ji. Madam Rupa Mishra, Joint Secretary and National Mission Director, Swachh Bharat Mission, Government of India. Mr. Steve Olive, Mission Director, USAID. Mr. Alkesh Wadhwani, Director, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And all the very distinguished guests on the dais and present here today, all the distinguished guests from sector partners, from various states and union territories present here today. On behalf of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, it is my proud privilege to extend my heartfelt thanks to each and everyone who has gathered today and have joined online to inaugurate with us the two-day workshop on advancing safely managed sanitation in urban areas on the occasion of World Toilet Day. Thank you for taking the time out to join us. I extend my sincere gratitude to those also who are not here in person, but who have supported the success of the Swachh Bharat mission behind the scenes in different ways. My appreciation and regards to all of you. At first, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Union Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Manohar Lal ji, for his vision and valuable insights. Although he is unable to attend in person, sir, your valuable message through a video is truly appreciated. Your personal attention to the subject of Swachhta serves as a source of motivation for us all. Thank you, sir, for your unwavering support and direction to the mission. I would like to thank the Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Tokan Sahu ji. Though we can see he has to leave for some very next assignment of the day, still he took time, his valuable time out of his very busy schedule to join us today. Sir, your presence here is motivating for us all. Your insightful remarks on the journey of sanitation, urban sanitation and challenges and the way forward are both informative and inspiring. Your guidance will be a source of motivation for all of us in building more efficient and sustainable sanitation system. Under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister, Uttar Pradesh has always driven the Swachh Bharat mission forward by embracing innovative and unique strategies. Be it the Swachh Mahakumbh or 155 hours of cleanliness drive during the Swachhta Hi Seva campaign. Uttar Pradesh has always taken the lead in Swachhta initiatives. My sincere thank you to the government of Uttar Pradesh for helping us organize World Toilet Day 2024 in the capital city of Lucknow. Your warm hospitality and endless support to Ministry of Housing and our partner organizations has helped us make this workshop possible. Thank you to the Honorable Urban Development Minister, Shri Arvind Kumar Sharma ji. Sir, your speech, your address to the audience and to all of us gave us very inspiring insights of UP's Swachhta journey. Thank you, sir. I thank Mr. Rakesh Kumar Rathore, sir, for taking his time out today here to join us. Amrit Abhijat, sir, Chief Secretary, UP, SMD Anuj Kumar Jha ji, and all the officials, department officials of UP government for the cooperation extended and for the successful organization of this program. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to His High Excellency Eric Garcetti, Ambassador of the United States of America to the Republic of India, for his valuable presence here today and for sharing India's and USA's aspirations of building a future that provides access to safe sanitation to each and every citizen of the country and of the world. Thank you for your support in the Swachhta journey. I also take this opportunity to express my gratitude to our partners, the WASH Institute, the USAID, and KPMG India for their support in organizing this event. A special thanks to Mr. Steve Olive and Mr. Alkesh Wadhwani from US Embassy and BMGF for the technical insights that they provide in their address today and the new innovations and new technologies you made everyone familiar out here. Thank you. I'm also thankful to HUL and Sulabh International on the MOU signed today. Thank you to all the sector partners. Your contributions are instrumental in driving progress and awareness on this priority issue. I would like to thank the National Mission Director and Joint Secretary Swachh Bharat Mission, Ms. Rupa Mishra ji, for her proactive leadership and in envisioning this two-day workshop on an important topic of priority. Through the Clean Toilets campaign, we hope to reach every single community toilet, public toilet, and urinals across the country to clean and upgrade them so that better services are available to the general public. Thank you, madam. And finally, I would like to thank the participants who are here to be part of this workshop. Thank you for joining us here in Lucknow. My heartfelt thanks to all our state and UT's urban development teams, our sanitation workers, partner organizations, Swachhata knowledge partners, NGOs, private sector organizations, media partners, and everyone involved in the Swachh Bharat mission. I'm certain this workshop will prove to be a wonderful platform for cross-state learning and experience sharing to advance the sanitation facilities in the country. Thank you everyone for joining us here today. Once again, thank you very much. Namaskar.
और थैंक यू सो मच मैम, इतनी खूबसूरती से हर सिरे को अपने में समेटते हुए इस धन्यवाद ज्ञापन के लिए। मंच पर हमारे सभी अतिथिगण एग्जीबिशन के लिए जाएंगे, उसको देखने के लिए आप सभी अपने स्थान पे बैठे रहें। एक बार पुनः सम्मानित मंच का धन्यवाद, आप सबका धन्यवाद। आप सभी अपने स्थान पर बैठे रहें। नेक्स्ट सेशन जो आपके इस वर्कशॉप का है तुरंत स्टार्ट होगा यहीं से। बहुत जोरदार तालियां आज के इस इनॉग्रल कार्यक्रम के लिए। आप सबसे अनुरोध करते हैं एक जोरदार तालियां हो जाए। और इसी के साथ हमारे अतिथिगण एग्जीबिशन को विजिट करने के लिए जा रहे हैं। आप सभी अपने स्थान पर बैठे रहें। और इसके बाद मंच में वॉश इंस्टीट्यूशन से देविका जी को सौंपती हूँ और आप सबसे फिर मुलाकात होगी दोबारा। और जब दोबारा मुलाकात होगी तब तक के लिए जय हिंद, जय भारत, वंदे मातरम। आप सबको धन्यवाद कि आप लोगों ने इतनी खामोशी से मेरी बातों को सुना। निश्चित रूप से मुझे आप सबका भी आशीर्वाद प्राप्त होगा। इसी के साथ मंच पर देविका जी वो आगे के सेशन को होस्ट करेंगी आपके सामने। एक बार पुनः आप सभी के प्रति आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, ma'am. In the interests of time, we will be continuing with our panel sessions. While a running tea is being served in the adjacent hall, we will not be pausing our sessions. We therefore request all session 1 panel members to kindly stay back in the hall and occupy the front row of seats.
जो लोग बीच में खड़े हो गए मैं उनसे अनुरोध करूंगी प्लीज आप सभी अपनी अपनी जगह पे बैठ जाएं। सभी से अनुरोध कि वो बैठ जाएं नेक्स्ट सेशन के लिए। और देविका जी को मैं एक उनके लिए भी जोरदार तालियां हो जाए देविका मैडम के लिए। भाई आप तालियां बड़ी खराब बजाते हैं आप लोग, कुछ लोग तो बजाते ही नहीं। बाईं तरफ का मोहल्ला तो एकदम पूरी लाइन पता नहीं किस काम में जुटी है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Before we begin, for all our moderators, panelists, and participants, let me just briefly explain the format of our session. We will have 7 talks of 7 minutes each, followed by a question and answer session guided by our moderator. Our first session is on toilets for all. It promises to showcase innovative systems, designs, and discuss about toilets for the last unserved mile, that is migrants, pilgrims, and tourists. I request Shri Akshay Roth, former Director General, SBM Grameen, to lead and moderate the session. Welcome, sir.
is it? I thought. So after I do a presentation, so I'll go down.
No, sir, you can call the remaining parts.
Then where I'll sit?
Sir, यहाँ से side. We'll put a chair for you. Is it okay? आप बताइए what you will be talking about.
That doesn't look great. I mean, I'm not the anchor. I will be moderator. So then I'll go down. Okay. Then we'll again come up for a discussion or something.
Yes. At the end, we'll do a Q&A and a panel.
Okay, fine. Fine. Where is the? Should we start? Should we start? Should we start or should we wait?
No, sir, you can start. There will be a timer flashed on the screen when you're nearing your end time. There will be a timer flash there.
It's fine. Cool.
Yeah.
That's okay.
All right.
Good morning, and my heartiest greetings on World Toilet Day. In fact, most of the people who are in this room and a lot of people who are in the country and the world, we have some emotional attachment to Swachh Bharat mission and the world of toilets. In some sense, we all are toilet people. And I feel, with my association with Swachh Bharat mission, my modest part in this journey, I feel quite involved. I am sure, in this room at least, all the people who are here, some are still having tea. I hope they come. So we are all united by one cause. That is not only Swachhata, that is also more specifically the toilets. And I am happy and proud to be a part of it. And I am happy and proud that we are together on World Toilet Day. We have been given an SOS by the managers. We are running 1 hour 15 minutes late. So, as the chair of this session, I have exercised this discretion that all of us, I do not know who are the other five, I think other 5 ladies and gentlemen are here. We will sacrifice 3 minutes of ours each, and we will make our presentations 7 minutes each. So that, now that we are skipping tea, at least we don't skip lunch. We'll make sure that you have some lunch. So with that, I'll lead by example. I'll make sure that I do it in 7 minutes. And we are taking a sacred oath that all of us will finish in 6.5 minutes, 30 seconds early, not 30 seconds late. So, is it a promise? Are we all good on this? Thank you very much. So with this, I'll start my little thing. Actually, I don't have much to do because the mission director, Rupa, has already done a good job. She has given you a clear picture of what CTC is for 2024. And we saw a wonderful movie, actually, which told us what exactly it is as a campaign. So I don't have much to do, but still, these few slides. And I would concentrate on only this thing. This represents the soul of Clean Toilet Campaign 24. Our responsibility, hamari zimmewari. It's not in my front yard or my backyard. It's a public and community toilet. I don't have any involvement. Why do I be concerned about it? That's the spirit of this campaign. No, it's collective. It's not in no man's land. It is not mine, so it is not my responsibility. That's not the story. It's everyone's story. Not only the manager, the sanitation worker, the municipal commissioner, everyone, but also mine, the users. So it is a collective responsibility with which we'll move this campaign. That's the soul of the Toilet Campaign 24. And in fact, the man who is in this picture, the Prime Minister of India, who started all this in terms of bringing toilet to the sense of the whole world, he has also talked about the maintenance of community and public toilets recently. He started the toilet revolution, but he has started talking about the public and community toilet maintenance as well. Because he has his eye on the details and he thinks that something which doesn't belong to me doesn't belong to anyone. So I must have the ownership and the responsibility. That is the spirit of this campaign. This journey has not been bad in terms of the urban space. The journey has not been bad. It has been quite good. The figures will tell you. There have been IHHLs of this number. There has been community toilets of more than 6 lakhs. And there have been 25,000 outstanding, separately upgraded type of designs about which we'll talk a lot during this course of the session. But this has been the achievement, so the journey has not been too bad in safe sanitation in space. When we talked about Swachh Bharat mission, very interestingly, we got focused on toilets. It was an asset and a liability. I'm talking about the initial period in which I had the privilege to work with this. Why asset? Because we got focused on at least one aspect, the toilets, the safe sanitation. Why liability? Because perhaps the things which are now coming, the more complex case of waste management, perhaps that could not be focused at that stage. That is more complex, more complicated, it's happening now. But we cannot forget the toilets, because toilets are basically Swachh Bharat heritage, and they are the things with which we started. And we must remember that it was not, when we said Swachh Bharat meant that in the first phase, it meant access and usage. It was not access and usage to sanitation. It was access to safe sanitation. Safe is the important word here. And safe is defined in phases so far as Swachh Bharat Mission Urban is concerned. I think it's a wonderful definition that the mission has coined, which is functional, accessible, clean, eco-friendly, and safe. So together, they make the face of the community and public toilet. And in the campaign that we have for 5 weeks, starting from today and ending with Good Governance Day, December 25th, we'll make sure, the people will make sure, the managers will make sure, users will make sure, and everyone who goes around it and is involved will make sure that the faces are compliant. These are compliant. So I don't have to explain to this technically well-equipped organization what functionality is, accessibility is, clean is. I think they all together make it a safe sanitation practice, because we are not talking about access to sanitation, we are talking about access to safe sanitation, the goal of Swachh Bharat Mission, the goal of SDG 6.2 as well. So we had this, which began in 23, last year, which had the theme of accelerating change for safe sanitation. There was a challenge element in that. This time it's not that the challenge is not there, the challenge is still there. Only part is that it has been decentralized appropriately. The states will recognize, the municipalities will recognize, the ULBs will recognize which are the best toilets in terms of phase compliance, and they will be recognized. But last time there was solid achievement on the ground. Besides the mass awareness, the movement, the overall feel of the campaign, there was also these specific achievements which have been given there, and they're also available on the website. There are some new toilets, upgraded toilets, and women led the evaluation. That's the most important thing. About 1.5 lakh women who belong to 1,500 SHGs, they led the evaluation process. This time's the toilet campaign, Clean Toilet campaign, has toilet our responsibility. As I have already said, it is ownership, it is our own accountability. And 5 weeks, there are 3 components: cleanliness, maintenance, and beautification. These 3 must be seen. And at the end of the campaign, we must know that our toilets are distinctly better than what they were. They have been transformed, and they were better than what we started them as, distinctively better condition. And that we can hopefully use the word translation, transformation for that. So there are 5 components of this. These components are transparent evaluation. We must have the right questions to be asked. What questions we should ask about the state of a toilet today? And then we must have remedial action. The action must be in process. I think the ministers and the secretaries who are talking about the quick response system by which repairs and upgradations can be done. We cannot have something leaking, something where light is not there. There are a lot of questions. I was looking at the Swachh Kumbh questionnaire for their toilet and safety and waste management systems. Wonderful questions. We'll bring in some questions into the corrective action. Then operation and maintenance, a structured operation and maintenance system in which everything is in place. The inflow and outflow in terms of management, who is doing, what is being done, who is accountability, because the whole campaign is based on an accountability check. Accountability check, it's not anything, anyone. Someone is doing something about a public toilet or a community toilet. Whom should I ask the question? Who will respond? Who is picking up the phone? Who is seeing if it is clean or not? Who is then taking some action by evening or morning? So these are the ways we will work, making it completely accountability for toilet. And the ownership must not only be an abstract one, it must be written down. People must, even at the senior most level, people must go, see it, visit it periodically, whether it is a supervisor or an officer or a minister. They must go and must make it a point to see and examine, and it must all be recorded system in which we know who has taken the responsibility. Public feedback is something which is important. Actually, satisfaction is of none, not of the municipality, not of the SBM mission director, or not of a Johnny like me or you sitting here. It has to be of the user. If the user is satisfied and the feedback, so we must have a robust feedback system in which not only online, we have floated an app, but is someone using the app? Do we have a friendly system that someone reports and gives a complaint? So we are saying your complaint is a favor to me. It's not a burden. It's not a nuisance. I don't take it as an attack on me. I take it as a favor because I can improve my public and community toilet if your complaint has come. But complaint, if it is not responded, then there will be credibility issue. So complaints must be responded in terms of corrective action, which is backed by operation and maintenance. So we must have a good public feedback system. This time, another new thing has been introduced, that we must have a footfall check. If my public and my community toilets are so good, so functional, so attractive, so friendly, and so usable, are people coming there? How many people are coming? Is it on the rise? Which are the ULB areas where the toilets are more popular, public toilets are used more? We must have a footfall check. So this is basically the whole idea of the Clean Toilet Campaign 24, and there is a seriousness of the mission about it, people who are working on it, and I would suggest all the states and the urban local bodies to take this campaign extraordinarily seriously with a sense of accountability and responsibility, which we have been talking about. This is for the first time in letter and spirit, the ownership, the accountability, the responsibility part has been brought in, and we wish ourselves and the Clean Toilet Campaign Godspeed. Thank you very much. Did I stick to time? Thank you very, very much. So I will now, because I am a moderator who will not be here, who will be there in the front. So there is no chair planned for the moderator here. I'll be moderating from there. So 6 minutes and 30 seconds, not 30 seconds more. So will you call the names? Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for so explicitly enumerating the 6-stage process of Clean Toilet Campaign. We now move on to our next speaker for the day, Ms. Divya Verma, co-founder, Work Fair and Free. She will be speaking about urban migration and access to toilets. We welcome you, ma'am.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Divya Verma. A big thank you to Mahua and to the Bosch Institute for inviting me here and giving me an opportunity to talk about the insights that we have from working with seasonal migrant workers, both in sending regions as well as in receiving regions over the past 20 years. So I represent Work Fair and Free Foundation, which is a knowledge organization working on issues of labor migration and informal work. In the interest of time, I'll really, be very brief about the overall context of, internal migration in India. So broadly, I think a lot of us are familiar with the issue and the scale of the issue itself, which was really thrown open to us during COVID when we saw a large number of migrant workers and their families going back to villages on foot. So broadly, this is the map of India that shows migration flows. The flows are largely from the north and the east to west and the south. Of course, the key destination states are the ones where industrial activity happens on a very large scale, like Gujarat, Maharashtra, Delhi. Kerala is a very important destination these days for migrant workers as well. They engage in, a lot of them engage in precarious work like construction, agriculture, manufacturing, hotels, and mines. Of course, we are familiar with the major drivers, and climate change is one of the major factors that's really exacerbating migration to the cities today. And it's, of course, but the last thing to remember is that despite all the exploitation and the unfair conditions that go on, it's still a major way to escape poverty for many millions of Indians in the country today. The estimates, of course, are not very clear. It's been a challenge in estimating actual numbers of migrant workers. Even the census and the National Sample Survey have not been able to capture seasonal and circular migration in a very big way. So there is a big range in the numbers. It's 100 to 180 million that we see in the country. And the category of migrants that I want to focus on in my presentation today is the most vulnerable of them all, which is the short-term circular migrants, who are not really looking to settle down in the cities. It's not their aspiration to come and stake a claim to citizenship in the cities, but they are just looking at the cities as a way to earn dignified livelihoods. So, these are people who come to the cities, but then spend a few months there, go back to their rural homes where they're actually taking back the remittances to improve their conditions at the source. Of course, in this category of vulnerable migrants, it's overrepresented by Adivasis, Dalits, and Muslims, who are much lower on social hierarchies. Coming to the main issue of the day, which is the impact of migration on urban infrastructure, it's very important to understand the different housing typologies that migrant workers actually occupy in the cities, because sanitation is so closely linked to the form of housing. So, for example, dwelling spaces, largely in the urban peripheries, which are, major sites where you see construction sector booming. So they live in open spaces, on the side of pavements, on the side of railway tracks, under flyovers, and these are mostly family migrants who come with women and children who do not have the means to really take up on rent a room in the urban slums, or they are single male migrants who live in congested, unregulated slum areas. Or a very important, again, invisible category of migrants are those who live in the confines of the work sites. So they live inside construction sites, inside factories, inside hotels and restaurants, and this is a very invisible category that's not really taken into account while urban planning processes are underway. And of course, they experience very inconsistent access to public provisioning, which are again mediated through other urban poor networks in the city itself. So these are some of the typologies that we mapped in a report in 2020, which includes shared toilets, especially practiced among single male migrants in the city. Pay and use toilets unfortunately end up being expensive, especially in a scenario where work is not guaranteed and daily wages are not guaranteed. Open defecation is also unfortunately widely practiced among migrant families who live in open spaces. Very recently, mobile toilets have been introduced as a way of, a sustainable sort of a solution for especially families who live in open spaces. I just also want to highlight the gendered burdens here, which is the women workers who face a lot of issues in accessing toilets. We've seen that women workers have to wake up as early as 3:30 a.m. in the morning and walk for many number of kilometers just to access or just to relieve themselves in the open before the city actually wakes up. And they're often stressed about not finding a toilet on time, or they reduce water intake and food intake because there's no probability of finding a toilet in the next 12 hours. So I think the problems faced by women workers also need to be really highlighted in this scenario. Of course, if we zoom out and look at some of the institutional gaps or the systemic issues that really drive, some of these access issues for migrant workers in cities, one major issue is that migrant settlements are not enumerated or recognized during urban planning. So they do not feature into the whole process of, budgeting and fiscal allocation, especially when it comes to laying water lines, sanitation lines, and sewage lines. we see in industrial peripheries that there is a dichotomy between urban governance and labor governance systems, which means that in industrial peripheries, the municipal corporations do not really have a mandate to provide public provisioning. So who's really accountable for these lakhs and lakhs of migrant workers who are working and who are powering the engines of the industry, especially in urban peripheries? So that is an ambiguity in the policy imagination that I think needs to be addressed when it comes to public provisioning for migrant workers. And one last point I want to highlight is that a lot of the migration that comes to the cities is dynamic in nature. These are dynamic migration flows, while the city planning processes are relatively static. So it's not possible to take into consideration or the dynamic flows that happen into cities, and there needs to be a feedback loop and more autonomy for municipal authorities to take this dynamic kind of flows into consideration. Of course, the Swachh Bharat mission document of 2014 sets forth many progressive kind of policies like extending coverage to denotified slums, emphasizing on public and community toilets, but there's greater need to be cognizant of the needs and logics of migrant communities in the city while urban planning is in process. The last part of my presentation is about some innovative solutions for sanitation, and this is an actual case study from that our organization, from our work in Ahmedabad with tribal migrant workers. There was a large migrant settlement in an open space. It was a long-standing settlement for about 20 years, and this tribal families did not have access to toilets or regular supply of drinking water. They undertook a survey with our support to map out the levels of access that families were experiencing, and they submitted a memorandum to the Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation demanding drinking water, sanitation, and public health facilities for migrant families in open spaces, because none of the last mile workers were actually reaching out to these families. Soon after, the AMC actually took cognizance of this request, and 4 mobile toilets were installed in Vasna, which is a central part of the city that houses many tribal settlements. So now this model has been successfully functioning for the past 4 years. It's been replicated across different parts of the city, and it's actually reaching out to several migrant families who otherwise did not have any access to facilities for drinking water and sanitation. Of course, there's a role for different stakeholders. Employers are legally mandated under the BOCW Act, under the Interstate Migrant Workmen Act, to provide separate spaces for bathing, sanitation, and cooking for migrants. And it's also an opportunity for entrepreneurs to set up mobile sanitation units with a special focus on women workers. But just to conclude, some recommendations for policy approaches that can be adopted in reaching out to this last mile population of migrant workers. It's very imperative to undertake identification, enumeration, and recognition of migrant settlements across different typologies, across open spaces, across those living in the work sites. And one useful way of doing this is that because estimation itself is very challenging, it's very useful to identify migrant hotspots in the cities. An organization like ours, who are working on the ground, we are all familiar with which are the migrant hotspots in the cities. For example, urban peripheries, industrial clusters, blue tent settlements across cities. We've seen this at least in Ahmedabad and Bangalore. So these are areas where migrants are concentrated in large numbers, and it's important to focus, public-facing infrastructures, toilet infrastructure in such areas, and revise ratios. The current ratios have been designed keeping in mind sedentary population. So I think the crux is to anticipate dynamic inflow of migrant workers to cities and provide for disproportionate number of public toilets in these migration hotspots. So that's a good approach, a useful approach, I think, that can work well. And there should be greater autonomy for urban local bodies to really account for these inflows and provide context-specific approaches depending upon whether there's a metro construction happening, or there's a sudden spurt in industrial activity, or there's a loss in the agricultural season, and that 1 year many more people are migrating to cities. So these are dynamic flows that are hard to estimate. So it's important to anticipate numbers in advance and provide disproportionate number of public-facing toilet infrastructure. Of course, this can be in the nature of temporary light touch mobile infrastructure that is delinked from tenure security or domicile status in cities. So just to conclude, I think, broadly, I just want to focus that migrant workers are also an important part of the urban citizenry today, whose needs and logics for survival in the city need to be really taken into consideration while doing urban planning, and especially while providing for such basic amenities such as sanitation. And inclusive gender-sensitive approaches are especially important. And because migrant workers do not have a voting right in the city, do not have a mechanism to express political leverage. I think, urban policy must also build in mechanisms where their voices and concerns can be expressed and their agency can also be exercised. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Here's to hoping that the technology that we are including under the Toilets for All campaign helps us overcome the sedentary data bias that you have highlighted in your session. I now call upon Shri Prashant Venkatesh, Marketing and Sustainability Director, Hindustan Unilever Limited. He will be talking about the Suvidha Toilets model.
Okay, respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, and all my dear friends, very privileged to be here to represent Hindustan Unilever on this occasion of World Toilet Day, and also to be a part of what is the largest behavior change program in human history, which is the Swachh Bharat mission. I have been very strongly advised not to take more than 7 minutes, so I'm going to time my speech and skip through a lot of these slides. Firstly, I just want to, I want to start with one message. The American ambassador spoke about build in India for the world. Over the next 50 years, the world is rapidly urbanizing. It is not just a challenge in India, it's a challenge in many other parts of the world. And again, what we have noticed across the world, that, governments always struggle with, maintenance of public toilets particularly. So capex is never the issue, but there is a vicious cycle in public toilets, which if they are not maintained properly, end up, being a challenge. The second thing which we have noticed is that the world is urbanizing, so more and more public sanitation is becoming a challenge. The challenge is most difficult, and my previous speaker spoke about migrants. It is the most pronounced, particularly in big cities like Mumbai, like Jakarta, like Karachi, like Dubai, where more and more people are coming into the city, but there is a challenge for good facilities. So what have we done? We started the Suvidha project in 2016 when the Honorable Prime Minister asked HUL to do something for urban sanitation. There was obviously a lot of focus on sanitation as part of Swachh Bharat program. This is a public-private partnership between Hindustan Unilever, between the government of Mumbai, between other corporate partners, and today we are very happy that we are also partnering with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and thanks to the entire team over here. What is the Suvidha project all about? It is not just about sanitation. It's a very holistic model. There is toilets, there is drinking water, there is showers, there is also a laundromat. We have all of these facilities under one roof. Also, we have set it up to run on solar panels so that power consumption is lower. We've also set it up that it has water saving, so all grey water treatment happens at the facility. So centers have been designed in a manner in which it has multiple services. Today we have 18 centers, all in Mumbai in slums. There are 4 in Dharavi. And nearly 5 lakh people are using our facilities every single month. Biggest thing I can tell you about these facilities is they are all operationally break-even. So it takes about 6 months for it to break even, but after the 7th month, the centers are very self-sustaining. And it started off with 1 center, but today we have 18 all across Mumbai. I just want to speak a little bit about the impact of the project. Very importantly, 95% of users of Suvidha, they believe that we have very, very hygienic facilities. We have more than 100 people who are working at our facilities right now, most of whom are women who are paid fair wages on time. But let me just take 1 minute to speak about the impact. We speak a lot about sanitation, and particularly in the private sector, everybody only says sanitation, but sanitation actually has an impact on health, it has an impact on mental well-being, it has an impact on livelihoods. And this has been the kind of impact which providing good sanitation has on people. So 98% of people believe it is very safe for them to use. We have seen a remarkable reduction in diarrhea or UTI cases, particularly for women. We have seen very, very positive impact on self-esteem and mental well-being. And we are seeing this consistently, not in one center, but across all 18 centers. Equally, if you think about it, we had a study done by, RTI last year. Actually, there is a savings of nearly 33,000 rupees for a family over a year. This is for Bombay. It won't be the same amount in other places. Because if you think about it, in a place like a Bombay or a Delhi, time is equal to money. For many, many people, that half an hour they save in the morning because of good access to a toilet enables them to go and work somewhere, or then access to good quality laundry gives them the time to go and work somewhere. We have also seen that climate change is becoming a reality, particularly in India, that having safe access to water through the year also has impact on positive health. We have been recognized everywhere. I'm not going to spend time on this. I'm just going to spend the last 3 to 4 minutes in talking about our big learnings from this project. We have been running this project for the last 8 years. We have written these learnings only this year, so please don't think that we knew these lessons much earlier. Rupa Mishra ma'am spoke about this. I think the most important thing about Suvidha has really been the design. And this is what I will really encourage all of you to visit the Suvidha stall as well. It has been designed in such a manner that whoever you are, you could be a young man, you could be an old person, a child, a lady, a person with disability, you will find it easy to use and easy to access. And all of them are paying customers. We don't give services to free for anyone. They come and use it, they find and value in it, they come and reuse it over again. 2 things I just want to leave with you. Many people struggle to use public toilets in the night because it is dingy. There is a lot of illegal activities which go on there. So if you visit a center at the night, it will be as well lit as where we are today. So very important that safety for everyone is in consideration. Secondly, accessibility. So whether you are a child or an old person, you should be able to easily access it. And therefore, design is a very, very important part of any Suvidha that we construct. Second is, construction is one part. Changing behavior is very difficult. And as a marketeer, I can tell you it's the hardest thing to do. So we have community champions who go and knock on doors and tell people about the importance of public sanitation and encouraging the community to keep it safe and keep it clean. And more than 300 women go around the slums of Mumbai educating people. It has been a very, very big part of our success. Any sanitation requires good partnerships. So we have been very fortunate to have good partners, whether it's the government of Mumbai, now it's Mahua, but also other corporate partners. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. We made a lot of mistakes. Our second center, we really struggled a lot, but all the mistakes we made, we learned from it. Biggest mistake we made was not to involve the community from day one. Today, whenever we set up a Suvidha center, the first project which we do is doing a proper community assessment and building trust with the community. Sanitation requires a lot of patience. It is a subject which, it's the 10th year of Swachh Bharat. I'm sure that if we want to scale it up even more, we need patience and perseverance, and that's where we have learned over the last 7-8 years. Very importantly, value for money pricing. India may please don't be under the impression that Indians won't pay for good sanitation. We have learnt it that if you provide a good service and you keep it well, people will pay for it. 95% of all the families who have a monthly pass, they come and renew every month, and they renew it through UPI payment. They don't, we don't have to ask them for cash. There is a message on the beginning of the month which goes to them on WhatsApp, and they automatically renew it. We have invested in strong processes. So the toolkit which we released along with Mahua last year, all of our learnings are documented. If you visit the stall today, you will have a QR code. You can download the PDF for yourself. We have digitized all our operations. Again, all our centers now UPI payment. All our centers have a WhatsApp bot. And I think the younger people particularly are adopting it very, very quickly. And last message I want to leave with you is sanitation is complete. I don't have to tell you all this. It's been a big lesson for me that sanitation is completely about people. We have a 100+ women-led team who run the centers along with us, people who are very passionate about community. Very importantly, I can tell you that once they have a very strong purpose, people want to work on sanitation because everybody realizes that good quality sanitation means impact on health, impact on livelihoods. So I wish all of you the very best. Any lessons or any learnings you want from us or for us, please do feel free to reach out. My colleague Sandeep is here. We have a stall today, but happy to meet all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sanitation does require a lot of patience. We now move on to our next speaker, Sri Sudhakar Eskini, Chief Architect, Sulabh International, to speak about public toilets at pilgrim sites.
Namaskar. It gives me immense pleasure to share my experience and especially in the public toilet in Pilgrim and Heritage. Ma'am, we start with the presentation straight away with the architecture design and actual execution of the projects. The first model we want to display here, is really eye-opener for me as an architect, and even we realize the many things which we want to involve at the planning stage. When we handle the site of the size where in 1990, this project was designed. That time, footfall of the Shirdi, the weekdays and weekends, and especially in the yatras. In the span of last 23, 24 years, the footfalls are 200 times more. So we need to design for the public toilets in especially high footfall areas. We must consider this factor while designing the building. Now, this toilet is designed for that time 25 to 30,000 people in a day, per day during yatra. So how many seats were required? What is the present structure in the Shirdi Sai Baba Sansthan? It was very big challenging for us. But fortunately, the piece of land available in the car parking plot, and they have given us a carve-out portion which we can accommodate the requirement for the 25,000 people users in 24 hours. The second important issue is on all these pilgrim places, there are no disposal systems. So Sulabh has proven the technology which is the biogas digesters. And with this biogas digester, madam, this is on-site disposal of entire sludge which we generate from the toilet. Now what happens in designing the toilet block, I will take this 2 minutes on this plan, because when we invite people, devotees into the toilet block, first of all, it has to be properly visible and at the location which is convenient to them. Because if a project is designed for 10, 15, 20,000 people to use in 24 hours, so the location has to be very appropriate. Number two, once they enter in the toilet block, separate generation for the ladies gender sections. And 25, 30 years before, we realized that devotees, they're carrying bags. So always they're worried about baggage and with the family members. So this integrated plan shows that the centrally located, this is a locker room. That time we designed for 3,500 lockers we can accommodate there, and Godrej has given an excellent design with the racks into this. Now, second important question is whether there's a sewer line or there's no sewer line. But for such bulk toilet users, we need to design separate bathroom sections, which is a grey water. We need not add into the sewage connection at the biogas plant. So this is the first success story of the planning of public toilets for the major footfalls. The bathrooms are separate, and we use this water recycled, and for our 27,000 square feet area, we have 32 coconut plants and almost 8,500 lawn, which is, we use this water, and the sludge which is digested into the biogas digesters. We have generator sets which converts biogas into the electricity. We have a 210 kVA and 120 kVA. 20 kVA we need when the 20,000 people use the biogas digesters. Now these are the facilities, and in 1992 the cost was 1 crore 53 lakhs. Now basis on Shirdi, immediately government of Maharashtra has realized that the Shirdi is the only pilot or best model solution available for the case of Pandharpur. Wherein Ashadi Ekadashi, 10 lakh, 10 lakh लोग आते हैं तो क्या करना उसके लिए? So they spend much time on the project preparing a DPR from the inviting consultants. But when Divisional Commissioner saw our Shirdi Sai Baba toilet, and immediately he has asked us and invited in the Pandharpur, we have taken this survey. And I don't want to waste time because we have complete survey data, which is the existing toilet blocks available, existing toilet seats available in these, there are dharmashalas. So their requirement was around 3,500 units in the Pandharpur. So to cover these 3,500 units, we need how much land? So then we adopted the Shirdi model. Government has adopted the Shirdi model and requested us to design the toilet block based on your Shirdi experience. So we have got complete development plan with the Pandharpur, Dehu and Alandi. So Pandharpur we have already completed 2,858 units, madam, by this last Ashadi Ekadashi. Because of COVID, there was a setback for 2.5 years. Now this is the, in terms, the footfalls of the Pandharpur during 3 Maghi Yatras, Maghi, Chaitanya, Ashadi and Kartiki. So these, based on this, immediately we have 23 locations, and all these 23 locations are of different size. So how to accommodate 3,000 units, it was a very big challenging, but some of the places where we have a constraint of land, but keeping the same concept, but as an architect, madam, what I had lost to one issue in the Shirdi designing, there was no scope of vertical expansion. Then we realized, no, because now Pandharpur, in 30 years before it was a Gram Panchayat, is now municipal council. And that day is not far, by 2025, this will be a municipal corporation. So then we can have a double FSI, so we must have a ground plus 2, so toilet has been designed for ground plus 4 storage, and you can see the provision for lifts in the staircases. So now at present, we have also kept the provision for the vertical expansion. So once the corporation is formed, completely structured, designed for the ground plus 4 storage. So in next 2 years, government is planning that in spite of 2,858 units, in next 2 years we can add 3,000 units within the existing premises. See, this is what we learn, and we learn from the people and learn from our service providers or the owners of the property. Now, all these toilet blocks, all these pilgrim places, my all request to everyone, are either facing the riverfront or auto bodies. So particularly Chandrabhaga, government is facing huge problem for the open defecation during Yatra and after Yatra. So we have focused on basically phase 1 on the riverfront. And riverfront, Sulabh has 6 old toilets, or 20-seater, those days, 30-seaters. So all these toilets converted into 200 plus units. And considering the red line and blue line, what is more important, along with the waterfront, we have to search for their high flood lines are already marked. These are on the records. लेकिन लोग क्या कहते हैं इतना क्यों कर रहे हो भाई वहाँ पानी तो 20-10 साल बारिश ही नहीं है नदी में पानी नहीं है. No, but we need to undertake this consideration. So all these toilet blocks facing the rivers waterfront, we have a stilt. And now these stilts are already occupied by the ownership of the people. The Warkaris जो आते हैं, somebody they come from the Latur, from the Solapur, from the other places. So there are 200, 500, 600 people. So now this place is already bring the ownership into the Hamara hai. So every year Solapur, this Palki, they will stay in the toilet number 1. Now sir, see the difference, the same toilet block before Ashadi Ekadashi and now during Ashadi Ekadashi Yatra. In these 8 places, madam, we have added health centers. Those days, the people say that why you are designing health centers here? Because health centers are required not only for Ashadi. Because we have surveyed the complete Pandharpur town, madam, there were 8 OPDs run by the Jilla Parishad, Gram Panchayat. They have a very poor structure. So we say that we can shift all these health centers here permanently, and this will be also useful during the Yatra and 365 days. And some of the donors, Lions and Rotary, they have given us 6 ambulances for the 1 toilet block. So see, people are there. Once they see the result, you can get even financial aid and other help also. Now these are the ramps, and these are the standard design. This is the replica of Shirdi. Now during Yatra. Now these are 2 models we want to project as aspirational toilets, especially in the Uttar Pradesh. This one is on the Jhansi, and this one in Ayodhya. These are all our aspirational toilets, covers as per the guidelines or requirements completely we covered under this. Now immediately, this is my last thing. Madam, when we discuss about the pilgrim, now we go for heritage. Now Sulabh has we handled the MOU with the archaeological ASI department, and we have designed excellent toilet blocks for Taj, Qutub Minar, and Ajanta in Bombay. And this, in last year, government of Maharashtra and the archaeological department decided and they have selected 75 protected monuments. It's a coincidence, 75 monuments and 75th Amrit Mahotsav. So it's a beautiful concept we have designed quickly. Then as a study about 75 these monuments, madam, categorically there were 3 types of architectural patterns. So we transformed those patterns into contemporary designs. This is one where the Shivaji Maharaj God Killas are there. And one additional facility in this, what you used to call Loo Cafe, so we added toilet into Loo. So beautiful toilet with the cafeterias was a new concept, but now there's no time. But it's very interesting. This Loo Cafe will be run by our women voluntary organizations, especially from the Konkan and the Nagpur. There's a Noga. So we are coordinating with the help of Maharashtra Tourism Development. This is second option. This is a Konkan area with the heavy rainfall areas. And there are few monuments in the city areas also. So this we have a combination of contemporary architecture, modern architecture for the concept. And fourth one is the pilgrim. Now these are the few takeaways from this presentation. It's very important that all effluent disposal is as per the pollution control norms and protection of the natural environment. Most important, second para, 30 years assured service. Now gentlemen standing here in front of you, I'm associated with Sulabh for 40 plus years. Sulabh is 53 years old. And on record, really sometimes I feel privileged that I'm with the Sulabh. Madam, our toilet blocks which are 30-year-old, the first toilet blocks Dr. Pathak built in the Jharkhand, Bihar, in the Jamshedpur, in 2002, they requested us to transform into ultra-modern toilets and they have given us 15 years extension, means 45 years. And 2020, the same toilet block, again we renovated and they have given us extension for 10 years. So 30 plus 15 plus 10, 55 years of assured service. This is what my today's last submission and request. And we are with you, any our architectural services, especially for the footfall, maximum footfalls, will definitely come forward and help you. Thank you for it.
Thank you, sir. I now call upon Sri Shashanka Velidandla, Director, Government Advisory Wash Institute, to speak about models in sustainable operation and maintenance of CTs and PTs.
Good afternoon. My name is Shashank. I am from the Wash Institute. It's my honor and a distinct pleasure to invite you all to this workshop as a co-host of the workshop. In the interest of time, I will jump right in to my presentation. We've been doing this for 2 years. This is the third year that this workshop is happening. And for those of you who have been with us for 3 years, there are 5 major themes that we talk about in Toilets 2.0, aspirational toilets. So these themes are access to toilets, so toilets which are accessible for disability friendly, gender friendly, and so on. The second theme is sustainable O&M, which is what I'm going to talk about. The third is technology integrated toilets, toilets with sensors, toilets with different kinds of technologies that are easy to maintain, low cost. The fourth is people's toilets, and that couple of great examples you saw today. So with that toilet, which is a design intensive toilet, all the toilets that our sir from Sulabh Shauchalaya showed, all design intensive toilets, and there are a few which we released today in a book. And the last one is partnerships. Again, Suvidha is a great model for partnerships. Now these 5 themes, keep those in mind as we go along. The ministry very graciously allowed us to do work in 14 towns across the country, 10 small towns and 4 large cities. In these 14 towns, we surveyed about 1,200 toilets, and then the state of Kerala also surveyed in about 94 cities many more toilets. So this survey and the results of that survey helped us to come up with some insights which I wanted to share with you today. So the main insight, 34% of toilets are showing to be closed. All the toilets that are closed and not functioning, 34% of those are due to water related issues. So it's a basic infrastructure issue that there's no water or water is not fully available, right? This is about basic O&M. The majority of the toilets are served by private companies and NGOs. And then the second largest by ULBs directly. Please keep that in mind. As you see some cleanliness related scores, you will understand there's a great correlation between who is actually responsible for the toilet and the nature of cleanliness in the toilet. Now, one of the things to keep in mind is about 30% of those privately operated toilets do not have proper contracts. They are ad hoc systems. The people get paid in an ad hoc manner. There is no expectation of quality or service, no definition of quality or service. One other thing I wanted to point out, at the bottom you see the salary range for caretakers. There is a distinct difference between what women are paid versus what men are paid. Something to keep in mind as we design these systems. For the same type of work, for the same effort of work, there's a great difference in payments. I will get into the O&M models and very quickly run through these because many of you will be familiar with all these models. The simplest model is the Odisha model, where the state has decided it's a public service, we don't need to charge for it. So these toilets are free. And what that does mean is there is a burden on the municipalities to pick up the cost of service. Different municipalities are able to do it to different degrees, so the success of the model is reflected in that. But that's the simplest model. The next simplest model, I call this the champions model, where a single person steps forward and as an entrepreneur, they take care of the toilet and they earn their living from the user fees. These are champions. There are more champions out in the exhibition. Please look for those. They don't earn a lot of money, but they take care of things very well. The third model is where a market committee or a private institution that is running a small institution, they take ownership of their toilet. So this is, in this case, a market committee has taken ownership of their toilet. They have employed a person, so they pool money. The different small shops in the market pool money, pay for this person, and this person takes care of the various things. Now they have also given this person the responsibility of managing the parking and a few other things so that they make enough money. The next one, again a very simple model, a full-time caretaker employed by the ULB. So Chunar and Medchal, small towns where the ULBs are paying salaries to the caretaker and they are taking care of the toilets. Very simple model. The user fee also goes to the caretaker as an incentive. So there is a variable pay component involved and that's the incentive for the caretaker. This we have heard about, completely user fee based, but there is a distinct difference. The towns where we studied, there is a cluster model. So the Sulabh Shauchalaya is an exemplar in many ways. One of the key takeaways is you take 20, 30 toilets and give all of them to one O&M operator so that they break even across those 30 toilets instead of giving them one toilet each. Right? Again, a very simple model, balancing your revenues and costs so that you break even. Yeah, these are different examples of clusters that we have suggested to the towns in which we have worked. This is for Dhenkanal town. Moving on, this is probably the most important model for all of us, whether it is a small town, a big city. This model probably will give us the way forward for sustainable maintenance of O&M, sustainable O&M of public toilets. The model involves having some space in every toilet. This space can either be rented out for revenue or sometimes you give it to small business people like an istriwala or like a steel vessels vendor. In this case, the space is not even in the toilet, it's outside the toilet. But these folks, instead of paying rent, they just take care of the toilet for free. So they don't pay rent, but they provide free service to the toilet. In this case, in Madurai, this steel vessels person, salesperson, he in fact calls the municipality when there is a lot of rush. During pilgrim season, he gets support from the municipality, 2-3 other people come and also help. So again, a fantastic model. If you're familiar with the Lootel, the Loo Cafe models for big cities, it's the same kind of model where there is a retail space. For small towns, you can swap rent for free service, right? And then the last one at the bottom is an example in Noida where advertising revenue is creating a part of the payment, part of the revenue for running the toilet, right? So advertisement again is key. Now in all of these models, you can find different models in different sizes of cities, different kinds of markets and so on. What is common is that the success of the toilet depends a lot on the footfall. More people come, the more successful the toilet is. It's a given, right? However, even in low footfall areas, you need to sustain a toilet. And for that, we say, look, right now the service standards are not so great, but going forward, defining good service level agreements. What is an expectation of quality? What are the timings? Is there a caretaker? How many times are you going to clean it? If those things are made transparent, proper contracting, monitoring. I will come to monitoring as a subject again. Skills training and then funds for operating costs. These are very important. And like I said, designs. We have design intensive presentations that were made, and one next presenter is also going to talk about designs. These are our proposed service level agreements that have come out as a recommendation from the study. I will skip these. Standard costs coming out as a recommendation from the study, again in the interest of time. What I want to talk about is monitoring. Many of the ULBs are struggling to monitor their public toilets. We saw a faces-based campaign, CTC, which is running for a month. Inspired from that campaign, we also created a certain questionnaire, which is very easy to implement. In about less than 10 minutes, you can survey a public toilet or a community toilet and come out with a very simple report. It takes only about 10 minutes and it costs about 50 rupees. If this kind of monitoring is done on a frequent basis and the data is made transparently available, then we are very sure that public toilets in India and community toilets in India will see a much better service. Why are we so confident? Like Akshay sir said, once you do data collection and make it transparent, we saw in the towns of Lucknow and Bundu. Kudos to Commissioner sir here for Lucknow. Immediately they took action. As soon as we gave them monitoring data, they became aware of the issues and they took action, and now we have before and after scenarios in several of these toilets. I want to stop here and remind you that lack of monitoring, probably because of lack of resources, lack of funds, but it is also because of apathy. We need to own these toilets, like Akshay sir said. And if we do proper monitoring and tell everybody that our toilets are bad, we will be able to all collectively fix them. There's a lot more about toilets in the exhibition, including about from 11 different countries. We have looked at different toilets. In the exhibition, you can see more about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I now invite our next speaker, Shri Vignesh Radhakrishnan, Manager, Toilet Board Coalition, to share his experience on business solutions in the sanitation sector. Welcome, sir.
Hi, very good afternoon. First of all, happy World Toilet Day to everyone. I'm very excited to present Toilet Board Coalition here. So we are an accelerator, world's leading accelerator for sanitation businesses. So want to share some experiences and what are our activities and some SME examples we have implemented globally. So according to United Nations, still 3.5 billion people don't have safely managed sanitation. So according to our analysis, 1 billion of that individuals can be reached through customer-centric and market-based approach that we call as sanitation economy. So entrepreneurs around the world are already building the sanitation businesses in the sanitation crisis. So we need to accelerate fast, so to achieve more SDG 6 by sanitation for all by 2030. So that's why we accelerate business solutions in the sanitation crisis. In 2015, Toilet Board Coalition just formed as a membership-based non-profit organization. So we accelerate that founders, those who are working in the sanitation space. So our founding members, Unilever, Kimberly-Clark, and Lixil, found an opportunity for impact. Public finance alone cannot solve that sanitation crisis. So, but businesses together can solve that sanitation crisis. So that's why we'll be accelerating the sanitation businesses. We'll be achieving that goal of 1,000 sanitation businesses acceleration by 2030. That's our mission. With the support of USAID, Aqua for All, and other donors, our accelerator has grown to a powerful and proven tool. So I'll take you to a short video. Check. Thank you. So we run the world's leading accelerator for the sanitation businesses, serving the low-income customers across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. So we support the entrepreneurs in business mentoring from mentors from Unilever, Kimberly-Clark, Lixil, and also corporate mentorship and unlocking investments. And you can pause it. Thank you. So the value chain ranges from access, collection, transportation, treatment, digitized sanitation, and its reuse. Upon graduation, the SMEs are invited for a cohort model. So we support them in connecting communities, governments, corporates, and other value-added persons. Yeah. So this program proven to work. Till now, we have graduated 90 SMEs globally and 38 SMEs from Asia and 33 from India. So those all SMEs are working in sanitation space with innovative solutions, cracking good impact in the market. And we have impacted 3 million customers daily and unlocked around 33 million of US dollars of investment. So these are our Indian SME portfolios. You can see that a lot of, we have around 33 Indian SMEs have graduated from Toilet Board Coalition. So we have IP Toilet, that's a semi and fully automatic toilets that clean that floor and walls after use and before use as well. So we have implemented in Maharashtra and Ahmedabad, around 100 of automatic toilets has been implemented. And you can see that silvery nanos is it's a spray, toilet spray that can spray above the toilet before use, where women can relieve from the vaginal issues while using the toilets. The spray can crack that issue. And going to Cresa and Lutel, you might know about the Lutel. It's a network of chain of toilet places. So where that toilets are listed, and you can easily use that toilet place and use it. There is a cafe nearby to that toilet as well. While you're paying in that toilet, you can reimburse it from the cafe. That's a model that's successfully working across India, and they have around 18 outlets. They're expanding about. And also Vulu. Vulu is a smart app where all that toilet places have been listed in that. You can use it on that. And there are around 33 SMEs I have already mentioned, right? So we have a program called Reverse Pitch Series where we are inviting corporates, NGOs, and government people. Those who are coming with a good problem statements, we can pitch before the SMEs. If one or more SMEs can jointly solve that solution for the government or NGO or any other corporates. So that's what we are initiating in 2025 quarter 1. So maybe if people with problem statements where our accelerator can play an in-between role between the 1 or 2 more SMEs where that we'll be supporting in solving that sanitation crisis. Yeah. So that's about Toilet Board Coalition. So if anyone want to reach out for any collaborations or partnerships, so I'll be available in the Radhakrishnan Toilet Board Coalition. So thank you. Thanks all.
Thank you, sir. We now go on to see case studies of design public toilets. I invite to the stage architect Rohan Chavan of Rohan Chavan Architects.
Thank you so much. And thank you for all the presentations. They were quite insightful. So more of, I think we saw a lot of functional aspects in the previous presentations. So I'm going to speak from a little different perspective on the toilets. So what I'm trying to say is, why can't a toilet be more than a toilet? So not just a toilet, but it can be more of a philosophy of relief or release. It is more from the perspective of what kind of a space a toilet can be, and obviously the act of releasing inside this space. So this I found very interesting. It is true that we civilize not only by knowing more about our own beauty, but also by knowing more about our ugliness. So this kind of triggers this whole idea of what kind of spaces one can imagine for a toilet. So this leads me to these 2 words. The 2 words are respite and release, and that kind of construct this whole craft of making public toilets. So I'm going to show you now one public toilet that we had designed in 2016. That's the first prototype we built. It was a purely toilet for women. There's a small video here. Yeah. How do I play this video? That video is, I think, a little important. This one. Okay, so traditionally toilets have been spaces defined by necessity, conduits of hygiene, efficiency, and functionality. So yet in contemporary architecture, this paradigm has expanded, embracing the spiritual and metaphysical dimension that underpins our experience with these spaces. So in a place like India, where access to clean, safe public toilets remain limited, the presence of a welcoming, thoughtfully designed public toilet can create an immense sense of physical and mental respite for the act of release. So such spaces address a fundamental need while also providing dignity and comfort, transforming what was once a hidden necessity into a supportive experience for all. So So this is one of the prototypes that we have built on the Bombay-Goa highway. So this was built in 2018. This was for common public as well as the truck drivers who would pass by on that highway. And this was a part of a fuel campus. So the truck drivers would park their vehicles, stay overnight, and the next day they would continue their journey. And as a result of that, the fuel sales was also high. So it was working in the benefit of the fuel station owner. So in tandem, the notion of release speaks to an unburdening and a purposeful letting go achieved through this precedent of respite. So toilets, when thoughtfully designed, offer more than an exit of the body's burden. They become spaces that dignify this essential act. Light that filters warmly into the space, vistas of green connecting users to nature, and fresh air flowing. What is that? Is someone controlling the presentation? Okay, fine. Okay, so now based on what Mr. Sasanka showed, those towns, different towns where they surveyed and identified where the public toilets can be. So out of that, we had designed like 12 prototypes with the Wash Institute. And these toilets are constructed using brick, cement, and other locally available materials. Basically, from the point of view of durability and reducing the construction cost. And additionally, the design incorporates revenue generating elements such as advertising spaces for retail opportunities to support long-term sustainability. So this is the community toilet in Bundu, which you can clearly see has 2 access points, and in the center we have the revenue generating component, which can either be a tea stall or a pawn shop or whatever that context might require. And inside we have these spaces, like it's a space inside the women's toilet, which is sort of a courtyard, which kind of activates through the day and helps to keep toilet lit and ventilated. It also helps in drying the toilets quite quickly. This is the freestanding model in Bundu. This is a 10 by 10 prototype, which could be situated anywhere within the city. So this does not have like a very fixed context. Then this is a twin court toilet in Lucknow in Indiranagar. So this again has this idea of a shared courtyard between the men's and the women's toilet, which again filters light. There is plants and, you know. So it's more like creating a little more respectful infrastructure for toilet and not creating only functional entities that, you know, people go use and they just get out of it. So it's like an experience in itself. So this is an umbrella roof toilet in Lucknow near HAL. So the roof kind of takes all the rainwater and harvests it into the ground. And also this courtyard kind of separates the toilet on the left-hand side and the revenue generating component on the right-hand side. And this becomes like a nice waiting area for people who visit the toilet as well as the revenue generating facilities. This is a toilet in Ranchi, in Satranji Bazaar. So the green color, obviously. So what we're trying to do here is trying to give certain entity identity to these toilets, because Ranchi has a historically it was a bamboo forest. So from there we have derived this idea of, you know, trying to have like a little bamboo grove inside the toilet that separates the revenue generating component as well as the toilet. And the same happens in this prototype, where one enters into a bamboo courtyard and then goes into the toilets and, you know, accesses the revenue generating facilities. And then inside the toilet, there are these bamboo courts which kind of filters light into the toilet blocks. Then this is a toilet near the High Court in Ranchi. So this is a thoroughfare toilet. So one side is the road and other side is the parking area of the High Court. So one can just walk through this space and go on the other side, or vice versa. But if you see inside, we have these kind of spaces. So one walks through and enters. On the other side, there is a little cafeteria which serves the High Court as well as the people who come to visit the toilets. And it kind of creates a little more respectful infrastructure for the toilet as a typology. Then this is the community toilet in Palani. Again, we have like a wide open front which gives you indication of several access points, like where is the male, female, and again there is a revenue generating component on the right hand side. And again inside you see these kind of spaces where one kind of feels a little more respected inside a toilet and not neglected. This prototype is in Madurai. This is along a bus stop, in a place, not along a bus stop, in a transit area, sorry. So this is called as the pavilion toilet. So the central space is imagined like a bus stop and a cafeteria. And there are toilets, male, female toilets on either sides. So this prototype is for a specific location in transit area. This is again in Madurai near the MGR bus stand. So again in a transit location, you get a view of several access points. And once you enter inside, so there's a little courtyard which gives a place to dine and rest between the transit hours. Also, there are bathing facilities behind that wall. So all the pilgrims who come to Madurai to visit the temples, they can take a bath if they reach early morning or if they are, leaving at late night. And this is a community toilet near at New Ramnan Road in Madurai. So this has access from both the sides of the road. So from one side you enter the toilet, and there's a nice big courtyard inside, which is a community space which can be used by the people or the city, or even animals can coexist. You see like a dog sleeping there. So we have spaces for all of them. And yeah, so this is the last prototype. This is in Kerala. So to give a character of the local architecture, we have used like a sloping roof and a laterite wall. But again, if you see this idea of the plants and designed access points for male, female, and physically challenged, kind of makes a lot of sense for people to move freely in their own domains. So that's how we have conceptualized these 12 models out of the 26. And so the idea is, instead of looking at toilet only as a physical, functional entity, one can really go beyond that and create spaces that are more respectful. I mean, our airports are so beautiful, so why can't toilets be like that, So, oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. In deference to our agenda and our speakers today, we'll conclude the afternoon session with a small 10-minute question and answer session. I request Shri Akshay Roth, former Director General, SBM Grameen, to lead and moderate the session. I request all speakers to join him on the dais.
So thank you very much. It has been extraordinary level of presentation from each one of you. Congratulations, each one. We always believe the Swachh Bharat mission has believed that the Clean India mission, the Swachh Bharat mission, and the toilet story are everyone's business. And the private sector, increasingly in the coming days, will have the skills, resources, energy, and imagining it differently to solve all the problems, including what is sustaining the toilet journey in a very befitting manner, and particularly on community and public toilets, which we are discussing today. And we saw a lot of designs, we saw a lot of ideas, and from youngsters and all the private sectors present here. So I'm feeling extremely benefited by this, because government has its own way of working, but private sector brings so much energy. So I think we are halting before lunch. So I'll first give a chance to anyone who is in the audience who wants to ask one or two questions. Who will wind it up in 7 minutes. So because the audience has been sitting in with discipline, anyone who wants to question, I think, and please also name the person on the panel whom you want to ask the question. You can stand up, ask the question straight away, even if the mic is not with you, for saving the time. And the question has to be for 15 seconds, and the reply has to be for 30 seconds. That's what we have time for. Yeah.
सुविधा से प्रशांत जी आपसे मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि जो आपका मॉडल है, जो आप फाइनेंशियल मॉडल क्या है, उसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट कौन करता है? क्या कॉर्पोरेशन से करते हो या लैंड ले लेते हैं आप लोग? और बाकी तो आपने दिखाया कि उसका यूजर चार्ज ले रहे हैं, तो कितना लैंड मिनिमम चाहिए होता है इसको करने के लिए? तो दिस इज बेसिक थिंग्स आई वांट टू आस्क.
Thank you. So it's a public-private partnership. Land is, of course, from the government, and it's so HUL and then other corporates put in CSR money for the capex, and 9 months of operation ka we to get it up and running. Even the operational fees for 9 months we put it from CSR. After the 9th month, usually the project breaks even. The main design we have worked for, see, everything has been made keeping Mumbai in mind, where density of population is much higher. We have toilets from 25 seats to 110 seats. 110 seats is many people from here have visited also. So that's the way we are building it, and it's G+1 or G+2. I think that's the way we have designed it.
After 9 months उसका ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस कौन करता है?
There's an NGO who is running it.
अच्छा, वही करेंगे.
वही चला रहे हैं, and most of the staff who are at the center are from the community itself. Except for the sanitation, the cleaners, they come from other places, but the staff जो चलाते हैं are from women in the community. One last thing I just want to tell you is that it is the viability is also because the laundromat is supporting it. And अगर आप सोचेंगे in a big city, everybody is working, so there, the time saved from a laundromat is then used for other purposes. So 3 sources of revenue: laundromat, pay-per use, and also these monthly passes.
That's it. Thank you, Prashant. We'll take a maximum of 3 questions from the audience. Another question? Quick, 15-second question, 30-second reply.
Hello. Sir, I am Sirohi from Chandigarh Administration. Yeah. My question is to Mr. Keeney. Sir, you have shown the layout and drawings of the shady biogas plant which you have located on the public toilet over there. We in Chandigarh have very scattered type of toilets over there. Some are community center, community toilets, some are public toilets. How we can go for such type of plants dedicatedly for a single city or PT, sir? Can you elaborate, please?
You mean it's a single unit household toilets?
Yes, sir.
So household toilets, Sulabh has given a wonderful concept that is on-site disposal. We call 2 composters. These 2 composters we can accommodate within the veranda if there is a shortage of land, and these composters are designed based on the geological and the soil condition of that specific location, and also groundwater table. And since it is a household, definitely the users are defined. 5 to 7, 7 to 12, 12 to 15. So according to family size, the composters are designed. And this one composter takes, as per the soil condition and the number of users, it takes minimum 3.5, 4 years, 5 years to fill up one composter. Once that composter is filled up, कैसे पता चलता है? Naturally the soil which is connected to the soil is not flowing. So you just remove one lock and open another drain. Another composter will be in use for next 3 to 4.5 years. What happens after 18 months of this composter? The owner of the property, or owner myself in my farm, we just remove this cover. Is odorless, one of the best, I cannot say organic manure, but it's one of the best soil conditioner. So everything is recycled at the site. And second more important aspect of this design is, of course this is approved by the UNDP, we are going through all these researches. The best part of this toilet is where there is no drinking water, only these toilets were designed for 1.5 liter flushing. So this 1.5 liter flushing saves the water, because in that area, even there's no water supply, you can have a bucket of 2 liter water for the user. So that defines the quantity of water. So these are the multiple dimensional technology proven, and we have built more than 50 million toilets in this country and abroad.
Sir, my supplementary question is regarding a normal public toilet which is situated in the commercial place or a market. How can we make a biogas plant more viable economically over there?
See, the answer to your question is sometimes biogas may not be economically viable, but this gives you an alternate solution to make a on-site disposal treatment. And now, answer to your question, there are specific designs for 50 users, 100 users, 250 users, 500 users. Like that, a series of biogas digester designs are available with us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. One last question from this is the last question, yeah, because everyone has been halted for lunch, and I have one or two observations as the chair of the session, yeah. Need a mic?
Thank you, sir, for giving opportunity. I am Raghu Prasad, Additional Commissioner, Hyderabad Municipal Corporation. So, in my experience, only pay and use toilet is only the success model. Other than all the so many incidents I have seen, urban law and advertisement income, getting income through advertisement or through shops like that, all the things are failed. Can you suggest any success model without pay and use? Models are there, but practically they are not being implemented.
Sir, it is, I guess the answer is that it's not one revenue stream. You need at least 3 or 4 revenue streams to come together to recover the cost completely. So pay and use is one part of the whole puzzle. Without pay and use, I think a significant part of revenue will not be there. So I think pay and use is important. In addition to that, you need to create other revenue streams, either it is advertising, but my personal favorite is the retail space. So some space within the toilet which can be rented out or other ways of doing, that I think is the way forward. Without multiple revenue streams, recovering cost becomes very difficult. If you don't recover cost, you start cutting corners, O&M goes down, then users go down. It's a vicious circle. So that's from the experience of those surveys, that is what I can say.
Yeah, free toilet is a failure story, sir. That is my opinion. And practically that is going on.
I think the data is agreeing with you. Yeah. So, yes.
Thank you, Director Washai. You want to ask one question?
They are earning even 2 crore per annum and no pay and no charges there because of advertisement only. Similarly, at some places where well-off people are there and some states having good income, they can use in those cities pay and use. But if you go in some other states where paying capacity is low, if you do this pay and use, people will go out and they won't pay 3 and 5 rupees. So it is space specific, site specific, and according to that, success story is written, not only pay and use everywhere. This is what I want.
Thank you, Mr. Chaurasya. You want to say something?
Yeah. I just want to add one point. I think Indians like value for money. First of all, I agree with you. Nowhere in the world have we seen free toilets working for a long time because of what operation costs going up. But in India, value for money is something which everybody appreciates. So if there is a good service which is giving people value, people will pay for it, for sure.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, the panel. I have 3 observations to make for everyone here. One is that each one of you have areas of influence so far as this provisioning of self-sanitation is concerned. You are already working, seniors, professionals, technologically efficient, entrepreneurial on this. I just have one request. Kindly use your spheres of influence in this next 5 weeks to make sure that this clean toilet campaign is a success. And let's know what exactly you can do in your areas of your jurisdictions of work. That's one. Second, we have been suggested many designs. There are a lot of talks about designs, internal design, external design as well. I would suggest all of you to get into discussions with the ULBs. And like in the rural toilet scene, there was some type of consensus over what was the best. Simple, minimum, but it was widely applicable across the mission. So similarly, I would suggest all of you to have a conversation and see that what is generally accepted at our 4,500 ULBs and get a sense of that. Maybe I'll request the mission director to organize something else where we can arrive at some type of broad acceptance on something. That's one. And third is, considering the places of faith like the Mahakumbh is coming where everyone has invited everyone else, I just heard. So, and there are many festivals and many tourist centers, not only places of pilgrimage, tourist centers. So, can we take up the themes of those places? I think I'll particularly request you. And then make sure that our culture and faith and our the toilet architecture and the way we build our things, some examples were given by you, and can merge, and we can really create a society that heritage matching, culture matching toilet architecture, and proceed on that very strongly. I think that we have seen in other countries as well. Okay, thank you very much. It has been a great panel, and thanks and all the best.
So that was a 7x7 panel with 7 speakers being given 7 minutes. So let's have at least 7 claps for all of them. Thank you so much.
We request the panelists to remain on the dais for a group photo. Thank you, panelists. I request Sri Akshay Raut, former Director General, SBM Grameen, to kindly hand over the mementos to our speakers. We'll be bringing them onto stage.
I think the directors can please hand over mementos to the chair first. And Dr. Chaurasia, if you could hand over mementos to all the panelists. So that's some last minute jugaad going on. I think you heard the US ambassador say that Indians can make arrangements for everything, right? They can make anything happen. So they can be superstars.
Sorry, we apologize for the confusion. We will do the memento distribution after the lunch break. Sorry. Before we break for lunch, there are a couple of announcements. The first, there is a digital exhibition planned towards the rear of this hall. It is currently live, and it will be showcasing aspects of used water management, toilet 2.0, and manhole to machine hole. It's a very interesting digital exhibition, and we invite you all to visit it. We have Wash Institute staff on standby there to explain what the different components of the exhibition mean. Second, there are several selfie points dispersed across the venue. We hope that you take the opportunity to take a selfie and post yourself up on social media. Third, we've also noticed that several participants are yet to register for the field visit plan for today between 6 and 8:30. For those who are yet to register, we are planning a field visit to UP Darshan Park and Ambedkar Memorial. We request you to kindly proceed to the registration desk and complete your registration process. Lunch is now open towards the rear of this hall. You may use the exit on the left. Thank you. We will return for the next session by 3 o'clock.
घर साफ है और बाहर भी है, स्वच्छता
का ये सम्मान भी है। स्वच्छता का ध्वज लहराया, इसे लहरा के बस जाना है।
थकना ना रुक जाना है, और बाकी जो है संदेश यही,
इसे धर्म समझ अपनाना है, स्वच्छता स्वभाव अपनाना है,
इसे संस्कार भी लाना है। स्वच्छमेव जयते, 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 स्वच्छमेव जयते,
स्वच्छमेव जयते।
विश्व के सबसे बड़े जन आंदोलन से जुड़ने के लिए स्कैन करें या विजिट करें www.swachhtahiseva.gov.in।
मैडम कितना समझाया आपको, आप समझते ही नहीं है।
राजा कल से पक्का पक्का कल से।
देखो मैडम, आज तो मैं आपको एक बात समझाना ही चाहता हूँ। देखो ये है हरा डब्बा, इसके अंदर हम गीला कचरा डालते हैं, जैसे कि रसोई का कचरा, अंडे के छिलके, पुरानी भाजी, सड़े हुए फल, ये सब। और ये है नीला डब्बा, इसके अंदर हम सूखा कचरा डालते
चाचा
हैं।
पक्का कल से।
ठीक है, कितनी बार समझाया तुमको।
देखो चाचा, आज गीला कचरा हरे डब्बे में और सूखा कचरा नीले डब्बे में। चाचा हमें गर्व है आप पे।
बेटा चाचा को भी गर्व है तुम पर।
वक्त ने करवट बदली है, बदली है, बदली है। जिद आंखों पे ठहरी है, ठहरी है, ठहरी है। पौधा था तब पेड़ है जो अब जड़े जा चुकी गहरी है। राह सही थी चुनी, हमें गर्व है। बात बापू की सुनी, हमें गर्व है। स्वच्छता का अपना ये पर्व है, किया है और करेंगे। हमें गर्व है, हमें गर्व है, हमें गर्व है, हमें गर्व है, हमें गर्व है। है धर्म ये वो जो सबसे परे, जीवन में जिसने जोश भरे। फौजी है खड़े नील हरे, रात दिन वो खूब लड़े। आदतें हैं बदली, हमें गर्व है। तकदीरें चमकी, हमें गर्व है। स्वच्छता का अपना ये पर्व है, किया है और करेंगे। हमें गर्व है। कूड़े से बनेगा खाद की, हमको खुद पे नाज है। विज्ञान का आविष्कार हुआ, नव ऊर्जा का संचार। आओ गिराए सारे पहाड़ के जिन पे खड़े हुए शैतान। हमारी आन, हमारी शान, हमारे शहर हमारी जान। बने संस्कार, शपथ, संकल्प, स्वच्छता ही इकलौता विकल्प। गर्व कर तकनीकों ने तकदीरों को सजाया है। बच्चे बच्चे ने खिलकर खुलकर देश का साथ निभाया है। हमें गर्व है, हमें गर्व है।
स्वच्छता की राह में सफर अभी है आधा, आए चाहे कितनी बाधा। भारत सारा स्वच्छ बने, यही हमारा वादा।
वादा पूरा करना ये फर्ज है, ये फर्ज है। सारी मुश्किल का ये मर्ज है, ये मर्ज है। स्वच्छता का अपना ये पर्व है, किया है और करेंगे। हमें गर्व है, हमें गर्व है। स्वच्छता का गर्व है,
स्वच्छ बन जाए सारा भारत, फिर गर्व से कहेंगे स्वच्छता की राह में अटल थे और अटल हम सब रहेंगे।
अंधेरा चीर के सूरज निकला, एक नया नया सा सवेरा।
मन के दर्पण में स्वच्छ दिखे मेरे नए से भारत का चेहरा। धड़क धड़क कर हर दिल बोले मेरा बदले देश ये चाहत थी। धड़कन धड़कन की ताल मिली तो बदली पुरानी आदत थी। तेरी धड़कन मेरी धड़कन, हर धड़कन है स्वच्छ भारत की, हर धड़कन है स्वच्छ भारत की।
हमने जब से संकल्प लिया, हर कदम कठोर जतन किया, स्वच्छता का सच्चा अर्थ समझे, साकार मुश्किल सपन किया। तेरी धड़कन मेरी धड़कन, हर धड़कन है स्वच्छ भारत की, हर धड़कन है स्वच्छ भारत की।
सफाई और स्वच्छता फैलाई, हर गली हर जगह लगे सुंदर, गंदगी न हो शहर के अंदर, होने न दे गंदगी, जिंदगी में रखिए बंदगी की गंदगी दिखेगी जहाँ भी, अब तुझको उठाएगा तू कदम और उठाएगा साफ रखेगा सुंदर इस स्वस्थ देश को, इस प्यारे देश को। मैं डगर बुहारूं पलकों से मेरे द्वार पधारा स्वप्न नया।
डगर डगर हर शहर शहर पर स्वच्छ बन चला देश मेरा।
स्वच्छता से हमको स्वास्थ्य मिले, स्वच्छता ही लाए समृद्धि, ओ स्वच्छता सशक्त करे, बने देश ये आत्मनिर्भर भी। चलो शपथ बनाए हम सारे, हम सारे, हम सारे, गली मोहल्ला सड़क कॉलोनी, हम इसी नगर पर बढ़ना रे, शहर शहर पर हम बढ़ना रे, बढ़ना रे, हम बढ़ना रे। मैं रोशनी हिम्मत लेके हर स्वच्छ शिखर हमें चढ़ना रे, हर मंजिल हमको पाना रे, जोश लिए हमें बढ़ना रे। तो कर बदन, हमार बदन, ऐसे बदन, बदलाना रे। ओ नीला गुड़को, ये नीला गुड़को, ये होल पुरेगी संस्कार की, हर दर्द से संस्कार की, हर दर्द है स्वच्छ भारत की।
जलवायु की रक्षा के लिए, पर्यावरण की रक्षा के लिए हमारे प्रयासों का संगठित होना बहुत जरूरी है। देश का एक एक नागरिक जब जल, वायु और जमीन के संतुलन को साधने के लिए एकजुट होकर के प्रयास करेगा तभी हम अपनी आने वाली पीढ़ियों को एक सुरक्षित पर्यावरण दे पाएंगे।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में स्वतंत्र भारत में पहली बार स्वच्छता अभियान शुरू हुआ। देश का जन जन इससे जुड़ा और इसमें अपनी भागीदारी निभाई। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब पर्यावरण के संरक्षण और संवर्धन के लिए मिशन लाइफ का आह्वान किया, तो आवासन और शहरी कार्य मंत्रालय के मेरी लाइफ मेरा स्वच्छ शहर अभियान से शहर के शहर जुड़ते गए। 21 दिन 25 लाख से ज्यादा देशवासी और मिशन सिर्फ एक, मिशन लाइफ को अपने लाइफस्टाइल का अभिन्न अंग बनाना, ताकि पर्यावरण का संरक्षण भी हो और स्वच्छता की जन क्रांति में भागीदारी भी। 15 मई को मेरी लाइफ मेरा स्वच्छ शहर अभियान की शुरुआत हुई और 21 दिनों तक देश के अलग अलग शहरों में स्वच्छ भारत मिशन अर्बन 2.0 के अंतर्गत रिड्यूस, रीयूज, रिसाइकल को लेकर अवेयरनेस ड्राइव चलाया गया। विभिन्न शहरों में रिकॉर्ड टाइम में 17,000 से ज्यादा रिड्यूस, रीयूज, रिसाइकल सेंटर्स स्थापित किए गए, जहां लोगों ने अपने पुराने कपड़े, प्लास्टिक आइटम, जूते, बर्तन, खिलौने, रद्दी अखबार, पुरानी पेंटिंग्स जैसी इस्तेमाल न होने वाली चीजों को इन सेंटर्स पर जमा किया। इन सारी अनुपयोगी चीजों को शहरों द्वारा विभिन्न एजेंसियों और एनजीओ को रिसाइकल और रीयूज के लिए तैयार करने के लिए दिया जाएगा, जिससे सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी को बढ़ावा मिलेगा। आइए हम सभी स्वच्छ भारत मिशन शहरी के इस प्रयास से जुड़े और पर्यावरण के संरक्षण और संवर्धन के वैश्विक प्रयास में अपना योगदान दें। साथ ही हम अपने शहरों को स्वच्छ और कचरा मुक्त रखने में भागीदारी निभाएंगे और बनाएंगे स्वच्छ, स्वस्थ और सुंदर भारत।
सड़क, गली, दुकान, मकान और सब जगह एक नहीं, दो नहीं, 3-3 कूड़ेदान होंगे, क्योंकि सिर्फ कूड़ा फेंकना ही काफी नहीं। अब से सही कूड़ा सही कूड़ेदान में डालना होगा। जब सही जगह जाएगा सही कूड़ा, तभी तो यूज में आएगा कूड़ा। हर गली, हर सड़क सिर्फ लगेगा एक ही नारा, स्वच्छ होगा भारत देश हमारा। स्वच्छता के प्रति जागरूकता और सफाई मित्रों के प्रति स्नेही बनाता है एक आम नागरिक को स्वच्छता चैंपियन। याद रखिए स्वच्छता के 3 वचन: स्वच्छता, सुरक्षा और सम्मान। और बनिए स्वच्छता चैंपियन।
एक और कदम हम लेके बढ़े, एक और नया प्रण करके चले, कूड़ा मुक्त हर शहर बने, नया इरादा चलो करे। हमें स्वच्छ नया कल करना है, कचरे पर ध्यान तो देना है, सूखा गीला हो अलग अलग जिम्मेदार सभी को रहना है। कूड़ा मुक्त शहर होगा संकल्प चलो करके निकले। एक और कदम हम लेके बढ़े, एक और नया प्रण करके चले, कूड़ा मुक्त हर शहर बने, नया इरादा चलो करे। कचरे का रूप बदलना है, उसे नए रंग में ढलना है, हर शहर साफ आंगन मुझ हम ही से होनी है, आरंभ हम ही से होना है। हम सबको मिलकर साथ साथ एक परिवर्तन को बोना है। एक और कदम हम लेके बढ़े, एक और नया प्रण करके चले, कूड़ा मुक्त हर शहर बने, नया इरादा चलो करें। हर डगर स्वच्छ स्वच्छ, हर पहल स्वच्छ स्वच्छ, हर सफर स्वच्छ स्वच्छ, हर शहर स्वच्छ। चलो संग संग सूरज बन के जले। एक और कदम हम लेके बढ़े, एक और नया प्रण करके चले, कूड़ा मुक्त हर शहर बने, नया इरादा चलो करें। हो, 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 हो।
स्वच्छ भारत मिशन अर्बन 2.0 का लक्ष्य है गार्बेज फ्री शहर।
ये साल था 2014 जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने स्वच्छ भारत मिशन शुरू कर महात्मा गांधी के स्वच्छ भारत के सपने को अपनी आंखों से देखा
कि मेरे 125 करोड़ देशवासी भारत माँ के संतान हमारी भारत माँ को अब गंदा नहीं रहने देंगे। पूज्य बापू को सपनों को पूरा करने में हम कोताही नहीं बरतेंगे और ये जिम्मेवारी हम सबकी है।
फिर क्या देश ने आजादी के बाद पहली बार स्वच्छता के उस आंदोलन को देखा जिसमें बच्चे, बूढ़े, जवान और महिलाएं सभी शामिल थे। सड़क का कूड़ा अब उन्हें बोझ सा लगने लगा था। स्वच्छता के स्लोगन सिर्फ दीवारों पर नहीं लिखे गए बल्कि लोगों के दिलों में उतर गए। इस ऐतिहासिक बदलाव को देश के हर शहर तक पहुंचाया वर्ष 2016 में शुरू हुए स्वच्छ सर्वेक्षण ने। इस सर्वेक्षण ने देश के हजारों शहरों के लोगों को 52 से अधिक मापदंडों के आधार पर प्राप्त अंकों के द्वारा मौका दिया अपने शहर को स्वच्छता में सबसे अव्वल बनाकर पुरस्कार पाने का। सिर्फ 73 शहरों, 1 लाख सिटीजन फीडबैक और मेजरिंग फिजिकल प्रोग्रेस पर फोकस के साथ इस सफर की सफल शुरुआत हुई। स्वच्छता के प्रति लोगों की बदली सोच, सकारात्मक प्रतिस्पर्धा और साल दर साल नए एवोल्यूशन के साथ ये सफर वर्ष 2022 में 4,355 शहर और पीपल फर्स्ट पर जा पहुंचा है। वर्ष 2023 में इस सफर का फोकस वेस्ट टू वेल्थ होगा। साथ ही वर्ष 2023 में कुल अंकों की संख्या वर्ष 2022 के 7,500 से बढ़कर 9,500 होगी। इस वर्ष पहली बार असेसमेंट प्रोग्रेस 4 तिमाहियों में 4 चरणों में किया जाएगा। फेज 1 और फेज 2 का मूल्यांकन SS 2022 के लिए डिजाइन किए गए सर्विस लेवल प्रोग्रेस इंडिकेटर के आधार पर होगा। तीसरे फेज में फील्ड असेसमेंट और सिटीजन वॉइस इंट्रोड्यूस किए गए हैं। ULB द्वारा किए गए दावे लोगों की प्रतिक्रिया के लिए सार्वजनिक डोमेन पर उपलब्ध होंगे। हालांकि इनका वैलिडेशन नागरिकों के द्वारा ही होगा। साथ ही असेसर्स प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट्स का फील्ड पर जाकर मूल्यांकन करेंगे। चौथे फेज में शहरों के स्थानीय निकायों द्वारा काम की दी गई जानकारी का ऑन फील्ड वैलिडेशन किया जाएगा। साल 2023 के लिए अंकों के साथ साथ इवैल्यूएशन पैरामीटर्स में बदलाव भी किए गए हैं। अलग अलग डोर टू डोर कलेक्शन के लिए अंक 10% से बढ़ाकर 13%। बैक लेन्स की सफाई के लिए विशेष ध्यान दिया गया है और इसे 1% से बढ़ाकर 3%। प्लास्टिक वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के लिए 2% से बढ़ाकर 9%। और दिव्यांगों के अनुकूल शौचालयों के लिए अंकों का प्रतिशत 3 से बढ़ाकर 9% किया गया है। इसके अलावा एनसीसी कैडेट्स, एनवाईकेएस, एनएसएस को भी क्लेanलीनेस और मॉन्यूमेंट्स के मेंटेनेंस और फ्रीडम फाइटर्स से जुड़े पार्कों की सफाई और रखरखाव से जोड़ा गया है। भारत का हर शहर अब बदल रहा है और स्वच्छता के तमाम मापदंडों का पालन कर न्यू इंडिया के निर्माण में निभा रहा है महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका।
घर साफ है और बाहर भी है, स्वच्छता के रास्ते पे आगे ही बढ़े, आगे ही बढ़े।
गाँव गली मोहल्ले शहर सभी में स्वच्छता का त्योहार करें।
स्वच्छ में जयते, 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 स्वच्छ में जयते।
इरादे हैं, देश से वादे हैं, हर कर्मी साथी भी सपन ये आधे हैं।
स्वच्छता के महानायक का, स्वच्छता के हर प्रहरी का आभार करे, आभार करे।
स्वच्छ में जयते, स्वच्छ में जयते, स्वच्छ में जयते, स्वच्छ में जयते।
अलग अलग स्वच्छता के नियमों को अपनाए, ये जन जन को सिखलाए। और आने वाली पीढ़ी पे इस बात की जिम्मेदारी है,
और इस जिम्मेदारी में हम सबकी भागीदारी है, इसे पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी निभाना है।
स्वच्छ में जयते, स्वच्छ में जयते, स्वच्छ में जयते, स्वच्छ में जयते।
ये ज्ञान भी है, अभियान भी है, भारत का ये सम्मान भी है। स्वच्छता का ध्वज लहराया, इसे लहराते बस जाना है।
हाथ किनारा रुक जाना है, और बाकी जो है संदेश यही।
इसे धर्म समझ अपनाना है, स्वच्छता स्वभाव अपनाना है।
इसे संस्कार भी लाना है।
स्वच्छमेव जयते, 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 स्वच्छमेव जयते,
स्वच्छमेव जयते।
विश्व के सबसे बड़े जन आंदोलन से जुड़ने के लिए स्कैन करें या विजिट करें www.swachhtahiseva.gov.in।
मैडम कितना समझाया आपको, आप समझती ही नहीं है।
राजा कल से पक्का पक्का कल से।
देखो मैडम, आज तो मैं आपको एक बात समझाना ही चाहता हूँ। देखो ये है हरा डब्बा, इसके अंदर हम गीला कचरा डालते हैं, जैसे कि रसोई का कचरा, अंडे के छिलके, पुरानी भाजी, सड़े हुए फल, ये सब। और ये है नीला डब्बा, इसके अंदर हम सूखा कचरा डालते
चाचा,
हैं।
पक्का कल से।
ठीक है, कितनी बार समझाया तुमको?
देखो चाचा, आज गीला कचरा हरे डब्बे में और सूखा कचरा नीले डब्बे में। चाचा, हमें गर्व है आप पे।
बेटा, चाचा को भी गर्व है तुम पर।
वक्त ने करवट बदली है, बदली है, बदली है। जिद आंखों पे
Be like a bear. Start with a free demo account.
था तब पेड़ है जो अब चढ़े जा चुकी गहरी है, राह सही थी चुनी, हमें गर्व है, बात बापू की सुनी, हमें गर्व है, स्वच्छता का अपना ये पर्व है, किया है और करेंगे, हमें गर्व है, हमें गर्व है, हमें गर्व है, हमें गर्व है, हमें गर्व है। है धर्म ये वो जो सबसे परे, जीवन में जिसने जोश भरे, फौजी है खड़े नील हरे, रात दिन वो खूब लड़े, आदतें हैं बदली, हमें गर्व है, तकदीरें चमकी, हमें गर्व है, स्वच्छता का अपना ये पर्व है, किया है और करेंगे, हमें गर्व है। कूड़े से बनेगा खाद की हमको खुद पे नाज है, विज्ञान का आविष्कार हुआ, नव ऊर्जा का संचार, आओ गिराए सारे पहाड़ के जिन पे खड़े हुए शैतान, हमारी आन हमारी शान, हमारे शहर हमारी जान बने, संस्कार शपथ संकल्प, स्वच्छता ही इकलौता विकल्प, गर्व कर तकनीकों ने तकदीरों को सजाया है, बच्चे बच्चे ने खिल कर देश का साथ निभाया है, हमें गर्व है, हमें गर्व है।
स्वच्छता की राह में सफर अभी है आधा, आए चाहे कितनी बाधा, भारत सारा स्वच्छ बने, यही हमारा वादा।
वादा पूरा करना ये फर्ज है, ये फर्ज है, सारी मुश्किल का ये मर्ज है, ये मर्ज है, स्वच्छता का अपना ये पर्व है, किया है और करेंगे, हमें गर्व है, हमें गर्व है, स्वच्छता का गर्व है, भारत पे गर्व है, हमें गर्व है।
स्वच्छ बन जाए सारा भारत, फिर गर्व से कहेंगे, स्वच्छता की राह में अटल थे और अटल हम सब रहेंगे।
अंधेरा चीर के सूरज निकला, एक नया नया सा सवेरा,
मन के दर्पण में स्वच्छ दिखे मेरे नए से भारत का चेहरा। धड़क धड़क कर हर दिल बोले मेरा बदले देश ये चाहत थी, धड़कन धड़कन की ताल मिली तो बदली पुरानी आदत थी, तेरी धड़कन मेरी धड़कन, हर धड़कन है स्वच्छ भारत की, हर धड़कन है स्वच्छ भारत की।
हमने जब से संकल्प लिया, हर कदम कठोर जतन किया, स्वच्छता का सच्चा अर्थ समझे, साकार मुश्किल सपन किया। तेरी धड़कन मेरी धड़कन, हर धड़कन है स्वच्छ भारत की, हर धड़कन है स्वच्छ भारत की।
हेलो चेक।
सफाई और स्वच्छता फैलाई, हर गली हर जगह लगे सुंदर, गंदगी न हो शहर के अंदर, होने न दे गंदगी ये जिंदगी में, रखिए बंदगी की गंदगी दिखेगी जहाँ भी कुछ उठाएगा तू कदम और करेगा साफ, रखेगा सुंदर इस स्वस्थ देश को, प्यारे देश को।
मैं डगर बुहारूं पलकों से, मेरे द्वार पधारा स्वप्न नया।
डगर डगर हर शहर शहर पर, स्वच्छ बन चला देश मेरा।
स्वच्छता से हमको स्वास्थ्य मिले, स्वच्छता ही आए समृद्धि, स्वच्छता
देविका,
सशक्त करे,
I'm here.
बनी देश की आत्मनिर्भर भी।
Devika, you are expected here.
हम सारे गली मोहल्ला सड़क कॉलोनी, हम इसी नगर पर बढ़ना रे, शहर शहर पर हम बढ़ना रे, बढ़ना रे, हम बढ़ना रे। मैं रुक नहीं हिम्मत लेके, हर स्वच्छ शिखर हमें चढ़ना रे, हर मंजिल हमको पाना रे, जोश लिए हमें बढ़ना रे। तो मैं बदन, मैं बदन, ऐसे बदन, सुधारना रे। ओ नीला तुड़को, ये नीला तुड़को, नी मुल्क की संस्कार की, हर धरती है संस्कार की, हर धरती है स्वच्छ भारत की।
क्या Put right.
जलवायु की रक्षा के लिए, पर्यावरण की रक्षा के लिए हमारे प्रयासों का संगठित होना बहुत जरूरी है। देश का एक एक नागरिक जब जलवायु और जमीन के संतुलन को साधने के लिए एकजुट होकर के प्रयास करेगा, तभी हम अपनी आने वाली पीढ़ियों को एक सुरक्षित पर्यावरण दे पाएंगे।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में स्वतंत्र भारत में पहली बार स्वच्छता अभियान शुरू हुआ। देश का जन जन इससे जुड़ा और इसमें अपनी भागीदारी निभाई। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब पर्यावरण के संरक्षण और संवर्धन के लिए मिशन लाइफ का आह्वान किया, तो आवासन और शहरी कार्य मंत्रालय के मेरी लाइफ मेरा स्वच्छ शहर अभियान से शहर के शहर जुड़ते गए। 21 दिन 25 लाख से ज्यादा देशवासी और मिशन सिर्फ एक, मिशन लाइफ को अपने लाइफस्टाइल का अभिन्न अंग बनाना, ताकि पर्यावरण का संरक्षण भी हो और स्वच्छता की जन क्रांति में भागीदारी भी। 15 मई को मेरी लाइफ मेरा स्वच्छ शहर अभियान की शुरुआत हुई और 21 दिनों तक देश के अलग अलग शहरों में स्वच्छ भारत मिशन अर्बन 2.0 के अंतर्गत रिड्यूस, रीयूज, रिसाइकल को लेकर अवेयरनेस ड्राइव चलाया गया। विभिन्न शहरों में रिकॉर्ड टाइम में 17,000 से ज्यादा रिड्यूस, रीयूज, रिसाइकल सेंटर्स स्थापित किए गए, जहां लोगों ने अपने पुराने कपड़े, प्लास्टिक आइटम, जूते, बर्तन, खिलौने, रद्दी अखबार, पुरानी पेंटिंग्स जैसी इस्तेमाल न होने वाली चीजों को इन सेंटर्स पर जमा किया। इन सारी अनुपयोगी चीजों को शहरों द्वारा विभिन्न एजेंसियों और एनजीओ को रिसाइकल और रीयूज के लिए तैयार करने के लिए दिया जाएगा, जिससे सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी को बढ़ावा मिलेगा। आइए हम सभी स्वच्छ भारत मिशन शहरी के इस प्रयास से जुड़े और पर्यावरण के संरक्षण और संवर्धन के वैश्विक प्रयास में अपना योगदान दें। साथ ही हम अपने शहरों को स्वच्छ और कचरा मुक्त रखने में भागीदारी निभाएंगे और बनाएंगे स्वच्छ, स्वस्थ और सुंदर भारत।
सड़क, गली, दुकान, मकान और सब जगह एक नहीं, दो नहीं, 3-3 कूड़ेदान होंगे, क्योंकि सिर्फ कूड़ा फेंकना ही काफी नहीं। अब से सही कूड़ा सही कूड़ेदान में डालना होगा। जब सही जगह जाएगा सही कूड़ा, तभी तो यूज में आएगा कूड़ा। हर गली, हर सड़क सिर्फ लगेगा एक ही नारा, स्वच्छ होगा भारत देश हमारा। स्वच्छता के प्रति जागरूकता और सफाई मित्रों के प्रति स्नेही बनाता है एक आम नागरिक को स्वच्छता चैंपियन। याद रखिए स्वच्छता के 3 वचन: स्वच्छता, सुरक्षा और सम्मान। और बनिए स्वच्छता चैंपियन।
एक और कदम हम लेके बढ़े, एक और नया प्रण करके चले, कूड़ा मुक्त हर शहर बने, नया इरादा चलो करे। हमें स्वच्छ नया कल करना है, कचरे पर ध्यान तो देना है, सूखा गीला हो अलग अलग जिम्मेदार सभी को रहना है। कूड़ा मुक्त शहर होगा संकल्प चलो करके निकले। एक और कदम हम लेके बढ़े, एक और नया प्रण करके चले, कूड़ा मुक्त हर शहर बने, नया इरादा चलो करे। कचरे का रूप बदलना है, उसे नए रंग में ढलना है, हर शहर साफ आंगन उज्जवल पूरे देश को निर्मल करना है। शुरुआत हम ही से होनी है, आरंभ हम ही से होना है, हम सबको मिलकर साथ साथ एक परिवर्तन को बोना है। एक और कदम हम लेके बढ़े, एक और नया प्रण करके चले, कूड़ा मुक्त हर शहर बने, नया इरादा चलो करे। हर डगर स्वच्छ स्वच्छ, हर पहर स्वच्छ स्वच्छ, हर सफर स्वच्छ स्वच्छ, हर शहर स्वच्छ। चलो संग संग सूरज बन के जले। एक और कदम हम लेके बढ़े, एक और नया प्रण करके चले, कूड़ा मुक्त हर शहर बने, नया इरादा चलो करे।
स्वच्छ भारत मिशन अर्बन 2.0 का लक्ष्य है गार्बेज फ्री शहर।
ये साल था 2014, जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने स्वच्छ भारत मिशन शुरू कर महात्मा गांधी के स्वच्छ भारत के सपने को अपनी आंखों से देखा।
कि मेरे 125 करोड़ देशवासी
We request all participants to kindly gather back in the main conference hall. We will be beginning shortly. Thank you.
नहीं रहने देंगे। पूज्य बापू को सपनों को पूरा करने में हम कोताही नहीं बरतेंगे और ये जिम्मेवारी हम सबकी है।
फिर क्या, देश ने आजादी के बाद पहली बार स्वच्छता के उस आंदोलन को देखा जिसमें बच्चे, बूढ़े, जवान और महिलाएं सभी शामिल थे। सड़क का कूड़ा अब उन्हें बोझ सा लगने लगा था। स्वच्छता के स्लोगन सिर्फ दीवारों पर नहीं लिखे गए, बल्कि लोगों के दिलों में उतर गए। इस ऐतिहासिक बदलाव को देश के हर शहर तक पहुंचाया वर्ष 2016 में शुरू हुए स्वच्छ सर्वेक्षण ने। इस सर्वेक्षण ने देश के हजारों शहरों के लोगों को 52 से अधिक मापदंडों के आधार पर प्राप्त अंकों के द्वारा मौका दिया अपने शहर को स्वच्छता में सबसे अव्वल बनाकर पुरस्कार पाने का। सिर्फ 73 शहरों, 1 लाख सिटीजन फीडबैक और मेजरिंग फिजिकल प्रोग्रेस पर फोकस के साथ इस सफर की सफल शुरुआत हुई। स्वच्छता के प्रति लोगों की बदली सोच, सकारात्मक प्रतिस्पर्धा और साल दर साल नए एवोल्यूशन के साथ ये सफर वर्ष 2022 में 4,355 शहर और पीपल फर्स्ट पर जा पहुंचा है। वर्ष 2023 में इस सफर का फोकस वेस्ट टू वेल्थ होगा। साथ ही वर्ष 2023 में कुल अंकों की संख्या वर्ष 2022 के 7,500 से बढ़कर 9,500 होगी। इस वर्ष पहली बार असेसमेंट प्रोग्रेस 4 तिमाहियों में 4 चरणों में किया जाएगा। फेज 1 और फेज 2 का मूल्यांकन SS 2022 के लिए डिजाइन किए गए सर्विस लेवल प्रोग्रेस इंडिकेटर के आधार पर होगा। तीसरे फेज में फील्ड असेसमेंट और सिटीजन वॉइस इंट्रोड्यूस किए गए हैं। ULB द्वारा किए गए दावे लोगों की प्रतिक्रिया के लिए सार्वजनिक डोमेन पर उपलब्ध होंगे। हालांकि इनका वैलिडेशन नागरिकों के द्वारा ही होगा। साथ ही असेसर्स प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट्स का फील्ड पर जाकर मूल्यांकन करेंगे। चौथे फेज में शहरों के स्थानीय निकायों द्वारा काम की दी गई जानकारी का ऑन फील्ड वैलिडेशन किया जाएगा। साल 2023 के लिए अंकों के साथ साथ इवैल्यूएशन पैरामीटर्स में बदलाव भी किए गए हैं। अलग अलग डोर टू डोर कलेक्शन के लिए अंक 10% से बढ़ाकर 13%। बैक लेन्स की सफाई के लिए विशेष ध्यान दिया गया है और इसे 1% से बढ़ाकर 3%। प्लास्टिक वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के लिए 2% से बढ़ाकर 9% और दिव्यांगों के अनुकूल शौचालयों के लिए अंकों का प्रतिशत 3 से बढ़ाकर 9% किया गया है। इसके अलावा एनसीसी कैडेट्स, NYKS, NSS को भी क्लीनलीनेस और मॉन्यूमेंट्स के मेंटेनेंस और फ्रीडम फाइटर्स से जुड़े पार्कों की सफाई और रखरखाव से जोड़ा गया है। भारत का हर शहर अब बदल रहा है और स्वच्छता के तमाम मापदंडों का पालन कर न्यू इंडिया के निर्माण में निभा रहा है महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका।
All participants kindly settle down. People in the corridor outside kindly come in. Do we have Mr. Deepak Shingal here from Rajasthan? Mr. Deepak Shingal.
गाँव गली मोहल्ले शहर सभी में स्वच्छता का त्योहार करें।
स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते।
स्वच्छता के महानायक का, स्वच्छता के हर प्रहरी का आभार करें।
We request all participants to kindly re-enter the main conference hall. We are beginning now.
अलग अलग स्वच्छता के नियमों को अपनाएं, ये जन जन को सिखला।
Multiple initiatives are underway to initiate a transition from manhole to machine hole. But while we are between the two, it seems imperative to learn about sustainable models of skilling, capacity building, and monitoring of Safai Mitra. Our next panel focuses on Safai Mitra Suraksha. It is moderated by Shri Rohit Kakkar, Deputy Advisor, CPHEO. I invite Sir to the dais so that he may invite the remaining speakers.
Thank you so much. Participants are requested to kindly come inside. Let's fill up the room, please. People in the corridor, kindly come inside. Post-lunch session, this has been the normal problem of getting people together, but we got a esteemed panel just waiting to guide you. So let us just kind of take another couple of minutes maybe. Yes, people are moving in. Yes. Okay. So as we are already running late, let me get the panel on dais, and then I'll again introduce them when we have them speaking. Mr. P.K. Singh. Mr. P.K. Singh from NFKD FDC. Sir, please come on stage. Mr. P.K. Singh is the Managing Director of the National Safai Karamchari Finance and Development Corporation. Then we have with us Shri Siddiq Manyar, son of my good friend Iqbal Manyar. Siddiq, are you here? Okay, Siddiq will be joining us shortly. Ms. Utkasha Kawadi, Senior Executive Director from RCEUS, which is All India Institute of Local Self-Government, Mumbai. We also have Shri Deepak Shingal, Executive Engineer, Government of Rajasthan. Please join. Thank you. I'll request Ms. Meghna, kindly join us. Ms. Malhotra is Director in UMC, Ahmedabad. We also have Shri Praveen Nagaraj. Before I forget, all this organization has been done by Nagaraj today. Please join us. And last but not the least, we have our good friend. Please join hands for Manpreet Singh from NIUA. Ladies and gentlemen, we have assembled before you a very distinguished panel of very experienced experts on this particular subject, which has got a very high significance in managing our sanitation business in our urban areas. In last many years, the ministry has been trying to devise various protocols, initiatives, various frameworks, and these have been our, you could say, guiding lights, the people who have been helping us into developing our modules. And before I call the first speaker, I must say, many of you would have interacted with The NSKFDC, which is a part of the National Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, and many states have gained a lot of value through training and even other facets which NSKFDC provides to us. So I'll request Shri P.K. Singh, Managing Director NSKFDC, to speak about financing and other opportunities which the states can get value from out of the program called Namaste. And I'll also request the speakers to confine their speech to around, say, 7 minutes at maximum. There will be a warning at after 5 minutes, and then I'll have to ask you to kind of conclude at around 7 minutes. Mr. P.K. Singh.
Thank you, Kakkar Saab. Since morning, we have been talking about the excellent things happening in our sanitation ecosystem. Now is the time to talk about also morning. माननीय मंत्री जी उत्तर प्रदेश के उन्होंने भी काफ़ी कुछ हमारे की ड्राइवर्स ऑफ सैनिटेशन इकोसिस्टम दैट इज सफाई मित्रास के बारे में बहुत कुछ बोला है. और ये सफाई मित्रा हमारे ऐसे हैं जो डेली दे इम्पैक्ट आवर लाइफ और दे टच आवर लाइव्स डेली, but they remain underprivileged because they come from the many very marginalized part of our society. And also at times as they work under contract, third-party contract, many of times they are divided over of even minimum wages. So we at the Ministry of Social Justice work about how to touch their lives, how to make positive impact in their lives, and how to improve and how to change their lives. Our corporation is an Section 8 company established by Ministry of Social Justice to work for the welfare of our Safai Mitras. Earlier there used to be the manual scavengers who were working for the cleaning of insanitary toilets. They were working for the cleaning of their insanitary toilets. After the manual scavenging has been eradicated, the next set of toilets, that modern toilet, water flushing toilets, were constructed in its place. Now the second part of the Prohibition of Employment of Manual Scavenger and the Rehabilitation Act 2013, we call it MS Act 2013 in short. Now they focuses on the hazardous cleaning, which focuses on the cleaning of sewer and septic tank workers with proper precautions, with proper use of safety kits and proper use of machines. So this is the brief about our corporation. It has been set up in 1997 to rehabilitate the existing manual scavengers and work for their welfare. So far we provide them skill development trainings and provide them opportunity for sustainable income generating activities, and also extend them very cheap credit to them so that they can supplement their incomes or their family members can supplement their income. We work for their welfare of sanitation workers, manual scavengers and waste pickers. We have various schemes, credit support schemes, which are very cheap. 3 to 4% simple rate of interest we provide them credit to their women under Mahila Samriddhi Yojana, Mahila Adhikarita Yojana. Then we'll provide education loan also for the study in India and abroad to their children. These loans are almost interest free. Then we provide green business scheme to promote environmental friendly business to be taken up by the sanitation workers and dependents. And I just want to add that it is occupation based, not at cost based. Any Safai Mitras who is engaged in the sanitation ecosystem or their family members can achieve, can receive, is eligible to receive benefits from our corporation and our ministry. Then we provide finance for the setting up sanitary marts, that is sanitary marts means sanitary equipments and tiles and other shop they want to set up. Then we finance them at 3 to 4% simple rate of interest. And for each of our schemes, there is a 1% rebate for women beneficiaries and 0.5% rebate for timely repayment of our finance. Then we have Swachhata Uddami Yojana. It is an important component under our Namaste scheme. Then we have Viswas scheme, that is interest subvention scheme. Under pay and use toilet scheme, we provide finance up to 25 lakhs for the 10-seater toilets to the self-help groups or the sanitation worker, and also to the municipal corporation under the gap funding for construction of the community toilets or pay and use toilets. Then I will talk about the Namaste scheme, which solely deals about the ensuring safety and dignity of our sanitation workers. Under Namaste scheme, we are collecting the database of the sewer and septic tank workers doing this job pan-India in 4,800 plus urban local bodies. After profiling, we are collecting their data, their family details, and their income details, and many other details we are collecting through our Namaste app, which has been created for the purpose, and also Namaste portal is there, in which their database is managed. After collecting the data, we will be providing them skill training. The training course has been especially designed for a desludging operator or sewer cleaner and has been approved by Ministry of Skill Development Enterprise that 5 days training will be provided. During training also will be providing a stipend so that their job loss will not be there. Occupational safety training, after receiving occupational safety training, they will be provided free PP kits, and also ESRUs, emergency response sanitation units, shall be established in the major ULBs, to which we will be providing safety equipment that is required for the entry of the entry in the sewer. Though the entry in sewer is totally banned, but under special circumstances, as mentioned in the Act, that if an entry is required, that devices should be used for that entry. That many of those devices and safety kit has been displayed outside. That is, one Karam safety equipment is there, and then PP kits is also has been displayed in the exhibition next door. So all those devices we are providing to our sanitation workers and to the ESRU free of cost. After distribution of the PP kits, we will be providing and linking them with the other government scheme like PM Ajay. Will be providing the Ayushman cards, and entire their hospital indoor treatment for them and their family members. Will be supporting them 5 lakhs per annum per year. Will be supporting to their families or to the sanitation workers themselves, and will be linking them with the other government schemes. And also we will be providing them an opportunity to become a sanitation entrepreneurs. For that, we will be providing them cheap credit along with the around 33% subsidy for procurement of sanitation related vehicles and equipments. Similarly, seeing the encouraging response for sewer and septic tank workers, the scheme has been intended for the waste pickers also to address the issues of the solid waste ecosystem, and the waste pickers also will be profiled under Namaste scheme, and occupational safety training, PP kits, and other interventions shall also be provided to the waste pickers pan India. And this under Namaste scheme, sewer and septic tankers workers were profiled for the 4,800 urban local bodies, but this waste picker scheme will extend up to the rural India also. These are the brief about the Namaste scheme. As the time is running now, I'll just conclude it. Under Swachhata Uddami Yojana, for individual, if individual want to purchase sanitation related equipments or vehicles, they will be provided around 5 lakhs upfront capital subsidy, and for 10 lakhs they have to repay at the 6% rate of simple rate of interest, and as I told you earlier, 1% and 5.5% rebate will be there for women beneficiary and timely payment. For urban local bodies, if they want to purchase sanitation related equipments and vehicles, the same credit is extended to them for procurement of their machines and vehicles, which could run up to 75 lakhs per unit at the 7% rate of interest, and same 1% rebate is there. And for solid waste management also, we'll be providing gap funding for setting up this solid waste management and other activities, and MRF facilities also will be providing cheap credit to the urban local bodies. These are some of the positive stories of our Swachhata Udyami Yojana. These are our beneficiaries who have procured their vehicles, and their income has been drastically increased, which they were earning beforehand. This is the beneficiary from the urban local body Ghaziabad, and another beneficiary from Guntur Municipal Corporation. This is also from Srisila Municipal Corporation, that is a group project of women beneficiaries. And the right side, these are the women beneficiaries from Bahrampur Municipal Corporation. They have procured 7 mechanized drain cleaning equipments and vehicles. And other side is waste picker. She was doing waste picking by carrying a heavy sack on her back, and her life was miserable because she had a severe back pain while carrying the waste on her back in the big sacks. So we had provided them. Through her only we got inspiration to work for include the waste picker also in our Namaste scheme. Now she had been provided vehicle through our schemes, and her income has also been increased, and her lives has also been improved for the better. The key expectations from ULB under Namaste scheme, as per on ref estimate, around 18,000 sanitation vehicles are required to ensure the complete mechanization of our cleaning operation with cleaning of sewer and septic tanks. So for urban local body, I request to assess the requirement of your machines and nominate at least 2 sanitation workers who are profiled under Namaste to receive cheap credit and subsidy from NSKFDC or Ministry of Social Justice to procure the machines, so that mechanized cleaning will be introduced in your urban local bodies also. The key takeaways from this is complete mechanization of cleaning operation is necessary to achieve the objective of manhole to machine hole to ensure the safety and dignity of the Safai Mitras. And there is need to engage, empower and enable and encourage Safai Mitra to make them sanitation entrepreneurs. Through proper support and encouragement, they can play active role in creation of blue-green cities with sustainable urban drainage system, wastewater reclamation and management system, solid waste management, decarbonization of transport, and national clean air program, etc. Thank you.
In fact, there's so much work being done by NFDC, I didn't have a heart to stop him, because actually there have been, there's so much money which is available to the cities, and they come back to us, and as a central ministry, that's what is happening. Your urban local bodies are not taking the funds which are available. So anybody out here who is actually in that decision-making position, where you can, kind of sponsor some of your sanitation workers to avail these loans, you can really make a change to his life, his or her life. And even if it is not for even if it is not for an individual, even the city can acquire the loans from them at a very, very reasonable, rate of interest. So there should be no reason that you should look this way or that way, but to make use of this great facility which is available to us. Thank you so much, sir. It was a wonderful talk on the availability of all the facilities which NFDC is providing. But at the same time, my takeaway from this is mechanization is one part, but the safety also comes from dignity, training. You motivate a person that he becomes an expert in his field. And even this field of a sanitation worker, even if at a last resort he has got to enter a machine hole as a last resort, he should be so motivated that he should not feel any bit of worries with proper safety gear and proper equipment and proper precautions in place. My next speaker is young Mr. Manyar. He used to talk on innovations on mechanization front in this field. But as we were sitting down there, I was also requesting him to make a small talk on how to make sure that whatever we procure has got a cost benefit, it should fulfill the cost benefit requirement. So if I may request Mr. Manyar to give his talk on this.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you, Mahua, Wash, for giving us an opportunity to be part of this national workshop. I'm Siddiq Manyar from Manyar & Company, Ahmedabad. We are into manufacturing of municipal utility equipments specialized for cleaning of underground drainage system and open drain system and solid waste management equipments. I have been here to give an insight on how innovative equipments can be part of the management for the sewer applications. So why do we need the mechanized equipments? So it's primarily because there are challenges. So what are those challenges? I don't want to get into the detail of these challenges. It's primarily manual scavenging, health risks, because many times man enters into the manhole, and because of the poisonous gas, it's very risky for the person who is, even sometimes by peeping inside the manhole, it can be a hazardous outcome. Inefficiency in traditional methods, environmental regulatory pressures from the government, like water contamination, regulatory compliances, impact of urbanization, climate change challenges. So in 2004, in Ahmedabad itself, 17 people died by choking in the manhole. That's when the High Court intervened and they had banned on manual scavenging. And in Ahmedabad, the municipal commissioner invited us, that he called us, and he wanted us to develop an equipment wherein a machine can do the work. Man does not have to enter into the manhole. And he had seen some of the equipments in European countries, the big super sucker kind of machines, which were very expensive for Indian environment in those days. So that's when we developed this small desilting machine. Earlier, man has to enter into the manhole, and which is very risky, like I said. And that's when we developed this first machine in 2004-2005. So primarily we have like 3 equipments: manhole desilting machine, jetting machine, and suction machine. And then we can have a combination of all these 3 machines. So this is the machine which we had developed, and then later in 2011 we were awarded the best innovative company of Gujarat by our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Bhai Modi. He was the Chief Minister of Gujarat in 2011. So this is a very compact machine. It can be developed. It is a very economical setup, and it can be customized as per the need of the city. If the cities are like very congested, if we have small lanes, by-lanes, then we can customize the equipment on a 3-wheeler chassis, or it can go on a 4-wheeler, or even on a trailer chassis. So these are some live examples. This is of Srinagar. This is one of from Ahmedabad, then the Delhi Jal Board, and Srinagar as well. So the machine is very compact. It has 0.3 cubic meter to 1 cubic meter hopper capacity. It has a bucket lifting capacity of 50 kgs. So 50 kgs of silt, many times, when the construction is going on, there is a lot of debris which fall into the manhole. So it's very difficult for the person to pull out the silt or the debris which have fallen into the manhole. So we can lift up to 50 kgs, and we can go beyond 50 kgs. Sometimes we can customize up to 100 kgs. It has a depth. It can go up to 50 feet, 60 feet, depending on the size of the manhole. It's totally hydraulically operated. There is no human touch, 100% hygienic. no need the man to enter into the manhole. This is the diagram on how the equipment works. Then this can be supported by various other machines. One of them is the jetting machine. Jetting machine is used for the cleaning of underground drainage lines, which connects the two manholes. So again, this is for the densely populated, congested areas where the vehicle cannot enter. We can have it on a cart, or we can have it on a three-wheeler, and so on. The small machines on the cart, it can clean up to 7-inch line very effectively. It has a pressure of 200 bars, 200 to 500 liters of water tank capacity, and very effective. Again, it has a hand trigger nozzle, so even the public toilets, urinals, it can be cleaned by this machine. This is the picture how it works. Then the other machine is the suction machine. Suction machine is to clean the septic tank. It has a blowback system. First, we have to pressurize the silt, so it pressures into the manhole and it makes the silt and the water. And then when we do the suction, the quality of suction is very good. So again, the same thing, it can be customized depending on the size of the municipality, or a size of, we can make it affordable as per the size of the municipality or a town. It can even, it is very useful for the panchayats. It has a blowback system, and the tank capacity can be customized starting from 500 liters to 5,000 liters, 20,000 liters. Then we can integrate the camera system, wherein we can not only monitor the work which has been done, but we can do the live streaming of the work which is going on. We can integrate a panel so that all the data collected is seen right on the vehicle itself, and it can be monitored from the system in the office as well. So this is just a slide on how the data collection can be done. We can enter the driver working on the vehicle, the operator working on the vehicle, the silt which has been removed from the manhole, how many cycles it has done. All sorts of data can be collected with live GPS monitoring. Now, like I said, we can do the combination of all these machines. So we have a machine wherein a jetting machine, suction machine, and desilting machine, all the three equipments are there on the vehicle. Now the advantage of this vehicle is many times when we get a complaint of drainage, we don't know which vehicle to take. Sometimes when we go with the suction machine, the problem is not solved, and then we have to go with we have to bring back that vehicle to the workshop and then take another vehicle. So this is like a handyman. When this vehicle goes, so it will attend the complaint, whatsoever complaint is. If it is of drainage line or silt removing or suction machine, all three equipments are there. So the complaint can be attended. I have a small video after this so that you get an exact idea how it works. Can we play the video, please?
We have 2 minutes in case that's the end of the presentation.
Yeah, it's almost done. This is the desilting machine for cleaning of silt from the manhole. In our Indian drainage system, we have a small pit below the manhole. So whenever the silt flows from one line to the other line, the silt falls into the pit. So if the pits are cleaned regularly, then the problem of choking will be reduced. This is the pit. If we don't clean the pits regularly, then the silt will flow and it gets accumulated and eventually the lines get blocked. That's when we have to bring in the jetting machine. Even by doing preventive maintenance, we can save a lot on cleaning part. The silt accumulated can be transferred to another vehicle so that it does not have to go to the dumping site. This is jetting machine for cleaning of drainage lines connected between two manholes. This suction machine with blowback system, you can see, when we pressurize, the water and the silt get mixed up. After the job is done, we can clean the surroundings so that it is not left dirty. Going further, we have developed India's first wastewater recycling machine, sir. Just last.
Okay.
So
I was about to speak about it. I'll speak about it.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Just leave the slide. Okay. One good thing, one of the things which I appreciate about Manyar is that they actually make good machines, and I'm not selling for him. So don't think about that. I am saying that among the major companies which we have seen across the country, and there are so many so-called startups coming up and they're selling their various equipment for sanitation. These are the actual simple machines. And most of our towns, बहुत सारे जो हमारे छोटे टाउन से हमारे दोस्त आए होंगे, वो आप देखें कि आपके टाउन में बिल्कुल वो जो उसने बताया है कि एक 3-wheeler के पीछे लगाने से आपका सीवर भी है, तो 90% ऑफ योर सीवर्स की जितनी छोटी सी कलेक्शन हो सकती है 90% सीवर लेंथ के ऊपर जो मैनहोल होंगे वो इतने छोटे गाड़ी से हो जाएंगे और उसके बाद एक ट्रैक्टर लगा के उसको ट्रांसफर जैसे करने का तरीका उससे क्या सस्ते में हमारा काम बन सकता है. Otherwise, we can keep purchasing the most expensive thing which is in the market. It's totally your choice. So this is one. And second is that with the DRDO, is the DRDO के साथ ना, Defense Research Development Organization, उन्होंने भी काफी अपना स्वच्छ भारत मिशन में interest दिखाया है. And they have developed this machine which was on the last slide. Could you just show that again? So ये machine हमने अभी इसके GEM portal पे भी डलवाया है. और अगर क्योंकि ये गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने ही डेवलप किया है और उसको 2 या 3 ये मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं जो कि कंट्री में डेवलप कर रहे हैं. तो इफ दिस बिकॉज दिस इज़ जहाँ पे आपके सीवर्स हैं और आप बहुत महंगी मशीन जिसे हम सुपर सकर बोलते हैं जो कि करीब करीब 1-1 करोड़ रुपए की आती है या उससे भी अधिक में, तो उसके मुकाबले की इन्होंने ये मशीन नॉट दिस वन दिस लास्ट स्लाइड या दिस वाज द वन. So ऐसा डेवलप किया है, सिंपल मशीन है, एंड वी हैव फाउंड, हमने इसको जब एनालाइज भी कराया, आई थिंक वी गॉट इट टेस्टेड इन अहमदाबाद एंड पुणे, तो वहाँ पे दोनों म्यूनसिपैलिटीज़ ने इसका अच्छा आउटपुट मतलब दे हैव अप्रिशिएटेड दिस. सो वी बिलीव कि अगर बिकॉज ये एक इनोवेशन इंडिया में हुआ है, एक बहुत महंगी मशीन को रीजनेबल कॉस्ट के अंदर हम ला सकते हैं. बट नाउ गेटिंग बैक टू द एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ अ मेगा सिटी, may I call upon Ms. Utkarsha to give her talk on this. She's from Mumbai, and we like to know how a mega city manages its waste.
Thank you, sir. The third presentation after lunch, most challenging slot. Thank you, sir. Something beyond even our only Mumbai experience I would like to capture here. Okay, so I represent All India Institute of Local Self-Government and RCOS Mumbai, the organizations that actively work in the space of training, capacity building, education, skilling, but backed up with research, implementation, and advisory or advocacy that we are working in. So quickly coming, we of course have a history of working in the space of sanitation, but our focused effort on working with sanitation workers essentially started in 2019 with our close association with the state and local governments. What we first initiated was sensitizing urban local bodies in this area or in this entire space of skilling sanitation workers or capacity building of sanitation workers, but implementation of Manual Scavenging Act. And this entire exercise provided us opportunities for knowing urban local bodies very closely, but understanding their perspectives and actual challenges in the field for making this happen. And so the next step was kind of institutionalization, or the earlier exercise was implementation in partnership with Social Justice Department, UDD, BMC, and the state level departments that are involved in this. The Social Justice Department of Government of Maharashtra established Spatial Management Unit within All India Institute of Local Self-Government for localizing Manual Scavenging Act. So it worked with objectives of further research or study in this area, training and capacity building, so development of modules and training the urban local bodies and sanitation workers on this, looking into the whole aspect of mechanization and developing guidelines and SOPs for local governments. So this is where we started closely working with the sanitation workers and the departments. Okay, I think a few slides I find missing, but anyway, so the further step was getting, understanding the whole landscape of sanitation workers. So of course, knowing only urban local bodies and their functions was not enough, unless you understand the whole sanitation workers and their perspectives and what are the challenges that they are facing, what are the skilling gaps and requirements. So we did extensive analysis of sanitation workers and their perspectives in the cities of Mumbai and other cities. Not only sanitation workers, but their families. So from the sanitation workers, we got to know that mechanization has helped extremely for them. They can at least think of life after retirement. Otherwise, so they are like that we had not even thought of retirement, we don't even reach that age of retirement. So these kind of issues that we highlighted or understood from the conversations with them in terms of what are their expectations in terms of skilling or for their families, and we understood that they are expecting more support for skilling for their families, not even for them. And the families, we realized, are, to our surprise, more than 30% of their children were aspiring for post-graduation studies, and what is exact support that they are requiring. So they were actually aspiring for support in skilling related to management, startups, business development, those kind of activities. So that was something realization for us for any further interventions. But we realized by this time that only us, of course, are not going to enough for sensitizing or capacity building or any policy or implementation level interventions in this space. And so with support from UNICEF Maharashtra, we established Maharashtra Urban Wash Coalition for making a collaborative effort and engaging other organizations actively working in the space and doing, like, taking joint action, which will help at every, so right from policy to the implementation level. And so under this platform, the first step was training or creating a pool of master trainers across the state, and then training the sanitation workers in partnership with the state government. Going ahead, state government scaled it up. This is really acting funny. Anyway, so going ahead, state government actually scaled it up across the cities. The trainings to sanitation workers, once again a slide is missing. But the next step was creating enabling atmosphere for urban local bodies. We realized that whatever is the requirement at the level of sanitation workers, they are not the actors or implementers. So it is essentially the urban local bodies who need to create that enabling atmosphere. And the state has come up with a set of guidelines that actually capture right from empanelment of SCPs, identification of SCPs, empanelment of PSSOs, mechanization, and the entire gamut or entire framework of Safai Mitra Suraksha, and tried to localize it through the guidelines. I've jumped many slides. I don't know if many slides are missing, I find. Is that so, Vitush? Because Navi Mumbai, BMC, I think everything is lost from this. Okay, anyways, so a few slides I can't find there, but I wanted to touch upon some experiences from cities like Navi Mumbai, which is BMC, and Mira Bhayandar Municipal Corporation. Navi Mumbai is a city that is was ranked first for their efforts on Safai Mitra Suraksha, but it has adopted a very systematic approach in terms of institutionalization for implementation of ERSU framework, and ensuring all 6 steps that included ensuring adequacy of human resources as well as machines, capacity building, and creating the whole ecosystem within the NMMC. It has adopted many innovative ideas for example, leveraging schemes, and then it has created examples for other cities also, but leveraging schemes, they had arranged something called Loan Mela in partnership with NSKFDC and the banks for actually making available loans for the sanitation workers, and many sanitation workers have actually availed these loans from these initiatives. And very innovative ideas for sensitizing citizens for sanitation workers. Coming to Mira Bhayandar, so Mira Bhayandar's approach is very different. They are looking at skilling of sanitation workers and their families on the aspects of vocational trainings that they have prioritized in partnership with a local NGO, which we are now going to Should I wait or go ahead? Okay, I think given the time constraints, I continue speaking. Okay. Can you take the previous one? Okay, let's come to Mira Bhayandar, I think. Yeah. Okay, so the local NGO in partnership with the Mira Bhayandar Municipal Corporation have actually focused on providing vocational training in the space that is mentioned connecting it with the opportunities in the textile or manufacturing sector, healthcare sector, sustainability, etc. But with this, they're trying to impact at least 60 families so far, and we are trying to scale this up entire effort for more, 800 more sanitation workers and their families. Next. Coming to BMC, so BMC has a very, very straightforward approach of adopting mechanization. So their mechanization effort or systematic cleaning program, as they call it, was launched even before the Manual Scavenging Act came in place. So they have so far more than 90 vehicles that are in place, which we just had a look at. So for every difficult situation, they have a vehicle that actually can address that situation. So with a very simple or a direct approach of mechanization, of course, backed up and supported with activities like capacity building and policy framework in place, they're able to manage this situation. They have something like divers. The SCPs are called as divers in Mumbai, and they are well trained by the organizations, the training organizations and the even vehicle manufacturers who earlier had trained the SCPs. Next. Next. But I think with that, so as I remember, I'm coming to the last part of the presentation where I would like to talk about another innovative tool, Washmitra, which is led by UNICEF Maharashtra, and now we are trying to scale it up for sanitation workers, which is actually a tool or a which is like a cohort or a group of youth or entrepreneurs who are trained with on the aspects of wash and the other aspects. But it is multi-trade skilling approach for youth within, like in Maharashtra, who are trained on various aspects, and it is a cohort of such trained workers who can be accessed through an app, which is a Washmitra app. And next, if you look at the numbers, so far 183 such Washmitras are active within Maharashtra and have started earning. So 40% of these Washmitras are actually female. They have very good returns and are proudly earning profits from this model. We are now planning to take this up to sanitation workers in the urban space, but this is well recognized by SBM Grameen, and now we want to take it to SBM Urban for sanitation workers. Next. I think that was it, but the whole point that I would like to make here is that, very well said by Kakkar sir, that it's not only mechanization or it's not only training. We need to create the whole inclusive effort in terms of policy interventions that we are trying to do as a technical support unit for Government of Maharashtra on the Safai Mitra Suraksha. But creating enabling atmosphere for urban local bodies and focusing on convergence of schemes. But a very important point that we would like to make here is that whenever the incidences or accidents or deaths happen, we realize that it is not in the formal mechanism of urban local bodies. They are generally where the decentralized STPs exist, and the housing societies, they do not probably approach the formal systems. And that is where we plan to intervene in terms of creating regulations and regulatory framework for such systems. Implementation of ERSU is something that we realize is very important, because at the local body level, probably that clarity or implementation guidelines are still lacking. As ALSG, we are looking into coming up with certified courses for SCPs. That is something that we are in discussions with MAUA. But skilling of SCPs with all the NGOs that are active in this space, as a coalition, we are partnering with them for skilling of SCPs in Maharashtra. We realize from our sanitation workers trainings that something that they can appreciate is linkages with social protection schemes, and that is where we are working in. And as a coalition, we are engaged in knowledge management, so making Navi Mumbai experience available to other corporations for their interventions. So this is where we are trying to intervene. Thank you for the disturbances, but yes, thank you so much.
I apologize to the panelists for interrupting this session. For all participants' notice, we are seeing a lack of registrations for the field visit. 2 field visits are planned, one to UP Darshan Park, where we can see models and monuments made from scrap, metal scrap, tire rims, bicycle frames, etc., and to Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Memorial Park. We leave from the hotel at 6:30. Thank you. Anyone who's interested, kindly register yourself for the field visit so that we can make plans accordingly.
Okay. Thank you, Utkarsha ji, for very broad but in-depth presentation. Sorry for the glitches. See, we created a framework of how the institutions could be, how the number of people who need to work in a particular population zone could be, and what kind of machines could be there. But definitely, each city will have its own specializations. We ideally would love to have cities like Navi Mumbai, which actually, whenever you rule out anything, they exactly do the as per the book. But other cities, somehow they find that this may not be exactly working for their own circumstance. We'd like to learn from our friend from Rajasthan, who's also my colleague from IIT Mumbai. Deepak ji, please आइए and please tell us how Rajasthan is taking up this concept of the emergency response sanitation unit and the responsible sanitation authority. How do you actually institutionalize this sector? Please come.
Thank you, sir. And I recently come to know that Kaka sir is also my senior, and he is from IIT Bombay. And thanks for the opportunities. My topic is well planned and well structured, as per like we have initially in this panel we have learned about how we will finance the sanitary equipments and all sanitary schemes, and then we have gone to the mechanization of sanitary sewer cleaning and septic tank management, and then we go for the capacity building, and now we are coming to the ERSUs and RSA. So thanks for the panel who have designed this entire discussions. Presentation, please. So here I am going to talk about RSAs and ERSU. RSAs are responsible sanitation authorities, and under RSAs we can have multiple ERSUs. ERSUs are emergency response sanitation units. So from the umbrella of state government, in Rajasthan, head of the district collector has been made responsible sanitation authorities, and it can be the head of parallel agencies like municipal commissioners, EOs can be the responsible, nominated as responsible sanitation authority. And then under the RSA, there should be ERSUs, emergency response sanitation unit, and these ERSUs will be headed by executive engineer level or assistant engineer level as per the scale of the municipalities. And the lower part, the important persons which we have to be recognized and which we have to train, the sewer entry professionals. And these sewer entry professionals should be accompanied, there should be a team. Every sewer entry professional should accompany with one more person. So I'll talk about the operations of these RSA and ERSUs in later part. Next. So first, talking about the RSA at district level, what are the key things which for operationalizing the responsible sanitation authority? First of all, we have to assess the district sanitation needs. What are the needs we are having? Every month or at least in every quarter, there should be a meeting of RSA under the chairmanship of district collector. There should be a task force, responsible sanitation action task force, and based on the needs, and these task force should develop an implementation plan, and they should engage stakeholders like private partners, private sectors, NGOs, local communities, and they should also conduct awareness campaigns, and they should showcase some pilot projects for the capacity building or for the learning as well. Next. Okay. Next, the ERSU. What are the major things which we need to cater for operationalizing the emergency response sanitation units? Against Again, we have to assess the local needs. Wherever the broad needs will be analyzed during the RSA. And then we have to establish a unit comprising the officers and the workers which are working in the sanitation sector. And we have to train the team. The capacity building part comes under this, and we have to conduct mock drills and monitor and evaluate. In the morning session, we have visited this standees over there. They have developed this one app. Then they can automate this cleaning process through the app. Like ULVs can get the information, the septic tank cleaning information, like the need assessment can be done. So these kind of innovations can be utilized to monitor and evaluate and to effective operations of emergency response sanitation unit. Most of us, we know that this is the helpline number for emergency response sanitation at 14420. And this slide which I want to talk about, like whenever the service seeker call on this number 14420, a duty supervisor will go to the DSO, and this message will pass on. First of all, it will be done by the mechanically, like how can we do the mechanical cleaning, the desludging can be possible mechanically. If it is not possible desludging mechanically, then this case will go to the RSA, and RSA duty supervisor will give the site assessment report and inform to the RSA, and RSA will give the permission. So this mode we have to follow to reduce the accidents during the sewer cleaning, and RSA will give the permission for the confined space entry and will inform the duty supervisor. And then duty supervisor will inform the DSO, and in turn DSO will also notify the ambulance, police and fire services for the protection. Duty supervisor will monitor a whole process and ensure all ERSU protocol adhered. Duty supervisor will also see the person who is going to enter into the manhole, whether he is medically fit, all the protective equipments has been bared or not. And one more thing which we are lagging, before going into the manhole, whenever the sewer entry professionals are entering into the manhole, we do not think of monitoring the gas, and we do not follow the procedures. The MOA has clearly stated the guidelines. We do not read the books which they have given. This is not covered during my presentation, but I'll tell you that whenever you go for, whenever the duty supervisor go for the manhole cleaning, supervising the manhole cleaning works, they should keep this in mind that if manhole is going to be cleaned, then the side-by manholes, the adjacent manholes should be kept open. And first of all, we should do the lead acetate paper testing. So that lead acetate paper testing has not been done, which is very very handy procedure. Lead acetate paper has to go with the pole, and if it is going to be turned into black, then you can easily identify that there is a S2S into it. So these are the simple procedures which we has to ensure before before doing these kind of and these can be learned through these capacity building workshops and all. Coming to the point, like challenges in emergency septic tank and sewer cleaning operations, we have somewhere else we are having the access limitations. Rightly pointed out by the Kakkar sir that these kind of machines has been developed where all kind of equipments are there. So this kind of access limitations can be adhered, these challenges can be adhered, and equipment shortage are there, then these loan procedures can work on it. And increased demand of services are there. We are increasing the sewer network. We are having the old sewer networks where the maintenance problem is also there. We need a strategic planning, and apart from it, we also need a resource allocation as well. Mechanization is very important, and in Rajasthan we have purchased these 21 robotic cleaning machines in 17 ULBs, and these are working. And wherever possible, as initially I have pointed out, we have to go for mechanical cleaning, and when we are having no choice, then we have to plan for the manual cleaning. These are the safety gears, and apart from it, I'll also like to point out there is a safety body harness. This is the simple belt which are costing around 600 to 700 rupees, and we do not having these belts in our municipalities. हमें किसी भी फंड की ज़रूरत नहीं है ज़्यादा इसके लिए. We have to buy these belts and safety tripod sets. These are the things whenever the professional is going to enter into this the manholes, then these are the safety body harness will definitely, you can reduce the deaths with while using these two equipments only. This safety tripod set immediately pull out the person with the harness. So the small things which we need to take care before entering, we have to ensure before cleaning or operations and all.
Please kindly.
Yes, please. So these are some initiatives which we have taken in Rajasthan. We have done gadget notifications. All the district collectors have been made RSAs, and these are the orders which are done for the response ERSUs. The Rajasthan in Namaste scheme is in top 3 states. So we have already submitted proposals of 74 lakhs for these bathing suits and all. And thank you.
Thank you for bringing up the activities from Rajasthan, and I can see that the state has tried to make certain innovations as per the requirements of the state. That RSA committee which is there, which also comprises of the other experts which are non-government, so that whatever is required for a particular circumstance, that is created. So this is something learning for us also. Otherwise, also our equipment list, what CPHO has stated, is just generic equipment list. There could be a specific equipment, some special requirement that a particular city needs, that definitely they have a right to go ahead and procure. Next speaker is Ms. Meghna Malhotra ji from UMC. Ever since the Swachh Bharat mission started, this organization has been at forefront supporting us. Nothing to much can be said about UMC. They are real experts in this field, and I presume that Ms. Meghna will educate us further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mahua and Washai, for this opportunity. And after, I think we heard about Rajasthan, I'm going to present a pan-India picture of what's happening to sanitation workers and the entire profiling, etc., that the work that has happened in Namaste. So just moving on to my slides. So I think the first, जो सबसे मुश्किल काम था as part of this entire work around sanitation worker safety was to visualize workers. ये workers हैं कौन? And that is something under various state schemes, be it the Garima scheme that we have been supporting since its inception in Odisha, or the sanitation workers development scheme in Tamil Nadu, and the Namaste scheme. I think close to 1,55,000 workers across all kinds of job roles have been at least profiled. We now know कि workers हैं कौन, इनका skilling level क्या है, literacy levels क्या है, and we have a lot of granular data based on which we can really move on. Just looking at the Namaste data, and this entire dashboard is there. This is all efforts by all states, all cities, that workers have been profiled. And अगर नमस्ते में हम 2 ही job roles देख रहे हैं, we are looking at sewer line cleaners and septic tank emptiers, because the whole focus was, let's look at the most hazardous workers and just let's focus on them. So ये दो workforce अगर हम देखें तो ये पूरा dashboard जो है जो एक if you are a state decision maker you have a state user login to see आपके state में हर city में क्या हो रहा है कितने workers हैं and similarly if you are a city level decision maker you can log in into a city and look at what's happening and at a city level I can actually look at each worker and I can track benefits that we are trying to give to each worker and that's why this system is also called as the beneficiary management system. So अगर हम नमस्ते के अंडर हम कह रहे हैं कि हम इनको आयुष्मान भारत कार्ड वेरियस सोशल एंटाइटलमेंट स्कीम्स के जरिए हम इनको कनेक्ट करेंगे तो हाउ इज ईच वर्कर कनेक्टेड एंड दिस एंटायर एप्लीकेशन ऑल्सो हेल्प्स कि अगर मैं एक सिटी हूँ आई कैन डाउनलोड माई gap list at a city level, I can download a gap list at a state level and I can give it to my respective departments. If there is, for example, आज सुबह बात हुई थी कि education के लिए we really need to support children of sanitation workers. So we can very easily download a list and give it to the education department. City-wise list कि इन बच्चों को at least scholarships मिले and you know they do better in life. So this is the entire dashboard which is there. Coming to what these workers, where these workers really are. So if you look at about 56% of them are sewer line cleaners and about 44% are septic tank cleaners. और अगर हम इनकी engagement modality अगर देखें, हमने nationally हमने ज़्यादा formal workers को हमने profile किया है. And I think that's where the next पड़ाव should be, the next step for all of us should be to profile the informal workers also. Especially in septic tank cleaning, जहाँ पे mostly desludging services जो हैं वो ऐसे agencies या ऐसे individuals करते हैं जो अभी PSSOs के तरीके से empaneled भी नहीं हैं. And the reason why I'm saying that that's important, अगर अभी हम देखें तो हम सिर्फ 15% हमने informal workers को हमने profile किया है because we've been tracking death of sanitation workers for almost last 5 years. And when we began, we all thought that maybe the most deaths are probably happening in sewer line cleaning. But 70% of these deaths are happening in septic tank cleaning. So those are our real danger points, and that's why the whole safety ambit to septic tank cleaners is what needs to be really strengthened. If you also look at gender, of course, ये जो दो job roles हैं हमारे, septic tank cleaning and sewer line cleaning, predominantly male dominated हैं. And of course, almost 75% of these workers come from the most vulnerable communities, the SC/ST communities. And so even अगर हम अपने urban poverty spectrum में भी देखें, so they're at the most fag end of that spectrum. Intergenerationality की अगर बात करें, आज सुबह भी मिनिस्टर साहब ने भी कहा कि ये workers जो हैं ये second, third पीढ़ी के काम करते हुए आए हैं. Even in our data, what we are really finding is when we ask workers, irrespective of their education background, and I'll come to that in a bit, they're all working because either they were born in a sanitation workers family, or if I was a woman, I was married into a sanitation workers family. And that's the whole point why the children of sanitation workers really need to get those benefits that are laid out for them. There are a slew of schemes that were really brought out. We have the post-matric, pre-matric scholarships. All of these are available. How can we ensure that the workers जिनके लिए ये schemes बनी गई हैं उनको ये मिले? Age-wise, again, most of them are in the age bracket of 31 to 50 years. The most productive part of their working lives is in doing sanitation work. If you look at educational background, we are looking at least 43% of these are either come into this ये जो दो डब्बे हैं या तो स्कूल गए ही नहीं है या तो 5th या 8th grade तक ही गए हैं. So they are functionally literate or semi-literate. And so that's why the whole skilling that we do for sanitation workers, the methodology, the pedagogy has to be such that it's very, in practice kind of skilling. You can't make them sit in a workshop and you can't make them understand all of these. Even the pre-assessments, post-assessments, all of them have to be very, very pictorial kind of pedagogy. If we look at, और ये वापस जो हमने देश भर में जिनको हमने किया है, उसमें से अगर हम देखें तो mostly, almost 50% of them are the ones that are employed by either ULBs or by PSSOs. But still a huge chunk of them, if you see on the right side of the two graphs, they are the ones that are daily wages. The blue ones, the dark blue ones are the daily wages. And those are the ones that really need that protection. Those are the ones that really need special attention, because ye sabse informal workers honge. And this is where the deaths or the danger, the pitfalls that can happen are here, because they are nowhere on the records. हमने ये भी as part of the questionnaire पूछा था कि इनके पास क्या कोई चिट्ठी है, कोई contractual arrangement का कोई employment letter है, that some accountability of the employer is also fixed. But hardly there were, very, very few, apart from the ones that were contracted by ULBs and PSSOs. Most of them, if you look at what they're earning, and I'll talk about why we're talking about earnings, because the whole wages that we really need to talk about. If you look at the kind of insurances, the red ones are the ones that don't have insurance, both in sewer line and septic tank. And this is combination of both health and life insurance. Moving beyond this now, if I talk about the last 2 minutes of now, based on this data, what do we really need to do? So agar main safety ki baat karu abhi, and just to focus on 3 main aspects, like if you're looking at, only first looking at setting up of ERSUs, and we did see what's happening in Rajasthan, and there are different models in different states. For example, Garima has a very fine SOP for ERSUs that they have done. They have taken a stand कि हम ERSU हर city में बनाएंगे, because हमारे यहाँ district level अगर कहीं demand है for septic tank cleaning, and if you need a manual entry, it's not possible. That's a stand that government of Odisha took. But that SOP is actually implemented, and to implement that SOP, there are sewer entry professionals that are identified, उनकी बाकायदा ट्रेनिंग होती है, पूरा ट्रेनिंग इकोसिस्टम खड़ा किया गया है. So this is about the whole SCP training ecosystem that is there at a state level, both in Odisha and in Tamil Nadu that we are seeing. तो SCPs identify करने के लिए किनको हम identify करेंगे, उनको कैसे किस प्रकार की ट्रेनिंग दी जाएगी. तो these are 5-day long training programs, very hands-on trainings. ऐसे जो मेंटेनेंस होल और सेप्टिक टैंक के मॉडल ये बनाए हुए हैं, both by government of Odisha in Bhubaneswar and in 3 other centers, as well as in Tamil Nadu. So this whole उतरना कैसे है, आप मीटर से किस लेवल पे क्या आप गैसेस चेक करेंगे, like very granular trainings are actually happening. A lot of resources. And the last thing about safety is about, हम इनको कह रहे हैं कि आप PPEs और safety devices करिए, पर ये PPEs पहनेंगे कहाँ? Are we expecting them to come from home wearing these PPEs? Where are changing rooms? Where are their resting lounges? Can we provide them with lockers where they can come and store their PPEs? And this is something that has completely been done, they're called as Garima lounges in Odisha. At Subabi, we saw these fantastic designs of public toilets and community toilets. Can these be repurposed to also have some space where the janitor or the sanitation workers in the area get this time to come and change, wash themselves, and go back in clean clothes to their houses? And the last couple of things I'm just going to talk about dignity when it comes to, so this was about safety. Similarly, when it comes to dignity, it's about wages. And what are our sanitation workers really working? We're calling them sewer entry professionals. What about it is really professional? It has to be linked with wages. So we were doing this whole landscape about with minimum wages. कितने states में हमारे, तो करीब 7-8 states हैं जिनके minimum wages code में sanitation work mention भी नहीं है. 14 ऐसे states के codes हैं जिसमें sanitation worker is mentioned as a jamadar or a cleaner or a sweeper. So it is very gray as what are we calling them, right? So this entire work of recognizing sanitation work as skilled and highly skilled has to happen at every state, and labor is a state subject. We'll have to go, maybe either we have a national advisory that can go from Ministry of Labor and Employment to each state. The second thing is about dignity is their health checkups. We know that they have disproportionate health and disease burden. तो कहना बहुत आसान है कि health checkups कराएं, पर health checkup में करना क्या है? What health checkups do we need? So all of those have been codified into this SOP. What is the regime that needs to be followed for each of these health checkups? How are you doing the trend and the temporal assessment of किसी worker का कैसा, what is the trajectory been? And also, whenever there is a manual entry by an SOP, whether the worker is really medically fit or not. So that entire database helps you take that decision. And I think I'll end at this. So if you look at safety and dignity, there are a lot of way forwards for each of our states to take up, and a lot of work that needs to happen at Mahua and Mosjane. And a lot of these resources are already there, and we would love to share them if anybody wants them. Thank you so much.
As I stated in the beginning, UMC has been working in this field, and they have very in-depth expertise. And whenever they speak, they leave us with further questions to answer. So this is healthy for us, but definitely there are questions, their experiences at ground level in states like Odisha and elsewhere. They have arrived at all these statements of problem statements also, along with the solutions. While we in-house have discussions with UMC on how we also include the other people into sanitation sector, in addition to those who are regular employees or contracted through the PSSOs. At this moment, let us proceed forward to my next guest, Praveen Nagaraj. In fact, during lunchtime, you would have seen that huge stall on the outside about these Safai Mitras and other works done by Washai, which is it's been a wonderful revelation, the kind of inputs which through this, and also what they've been supporting the ministry with, they've been informing us and they've been guiding us. So Praveen, if you can just give your views here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, the moderator and the organizers, for choosing this topic. We don't just talk about ODF plus, but we also talk about how do we make our cities safe for sanitation workers. So it's a very interesting topic, and I want to share the work WASH Institute has done, piloting some of the work on sanitation worker safety and how do we make towns safe, thriving for sanitation workers. We started with 14 towns. We have developed some model, and now that is scaled up. We have done this at a scale of a state. The whole idea is, we have seen through this panel, people talk about schemes, programs, trainings, ERSU implementation. So when you look at it, you can also look at it in silos. And there are different departments who look at it, and there are missions, there are deliverables, there are project goals, so on and so forth. But if you could integrate it for a city, sanitation workers are its resources. So for a city, if you can integrate all, and if you can create some mechanism through which the city commissioner or the executive officer can know how many workers do I have, what is the skill set of my workers, when were they last trained, what kind of personal protective equipments do they need. So if we can integrate all this into one place, what we have seen in the experience of 14 towns and in Kerala is cities are able to take better decisions. So this is what I want to share with the work we do. So what we did in Kerala, I'll just skip the 14 town part, but what we did in Kerala is basically we built a model to scale where the Kerala government was able to, in all the 93 towns that they had, they were able to enumerate all the sanitation workers, validate the entries that came, created a separate unique ID, and created a fantastic database which just not captured who these sanitation workers were, but what kind of size of PPs that they require. For example, if there's a sanitation worker, what is the size of the shoe that they need to wear? So that level of detail was captured in this database. Now, of course, it took some time for mobilizing the resources in the state to train people on how do you capture this data, how do you validate this data, so on and so forth. But it has paid off. Now, the state is also looking at expanding this database to even its rural areas. So what we learned, this is something that I just wanted to share, is while there are schemes like Namaste which talk categorically about a few job roles, sanitation workers, the same sanitation worker is involved in multiple job roles. For example, in the morning they are involved in street sweeping, then they use tractors to take these fecal sludge from one place to the other. They also operate the treatment plant sometimes. So the same worker is involved in multiple job roles. So we can't just categorize into few job roles and link schemes to it. So as a city or a town, they need to look at it comprehensively, that this is my entire workforce and what kind of benefits does my workforce, does that person have? Where are they with respect to skill sets, so on and so forth. So we saw that some job roles were not included. So as a city, we have made a comprehensive list. We have included more than 10 job roles that usually cities undertake through the sanitation workers. What we have seen is, for example, people don't use a lot of PP because it's not in the right fit. These gloves are too big, or the shoes are too small, or the shoes are too big, so on and so forth. So if we were able to, the places where we were able to give the right PP, people felt that they could use it more. So this database really helped. The vision that we had while doing all of this is, how do we professionalize the sanitation workforce at a city or a town, whether it's a big city like Mumbai or even a small city like, let's say, Unnao, which is just near. The whole idea is, how do you integrate? How do you make sure that there is sufficient mechanization, that people don't do manual work? There is sufficient skill, so people are competent to do what they can do without hurting themselves, and they do it more efficiently. They are aware of the risks that are there at their job roles. They use the right PP. They are linked to the welfare schemes that they are entitled to. And the last, we do acknowledge that there are certain job roles, or there are certain aspects of sanitation where manual cleaning may be possible or may be required. And that's where we build in the whole concept of emergency response sanitation unit. So this entire integrating 5 components is is our vision of how do you professionalize sanitation workers in a city. So the kind of process we built is, like I said, we built an entire process, and this process, you can see it, I'll not take you through, but you can learn more about this process in the gallery that is there on the other side of the stall. At the end of this process is, you get a very robust, you get a very detailed database, and the entire collection is very simple. How you collect data, a sanitary inspector can be trained to do it, a health inspector can be trained to do it. So anybody in a city can be trained to collect this data, and in the end, you have something that is live. It's not just a static database which is on your Excel sheet. So this is something which you can update every month, every week, and you can track. So as an executive officer or as a officer at the state department, you can track how are my ULBs performing. Are we giving them sufficient? Where are we with respect to PP, so on and so forth? I'll just show you some size. So for example, this is the kind of initiatives what we have trained states to do. So we measure what is the size of the helmet that they need to wear, and even whether there are even PPs which differ based on the gender. For example, shoes. So we capture all of it, and the whole database kind of captures, let's say, what's the working condition, what welfares and benefits are you entitled to, what do you already have, what is your health profile. So for example, emergency response sanitation unit, even sanitation workers, they say that you should not employ someone who probably has a history of heart disease or history of, let's say, stroke, so on and so forth. So this database is able to capture what is your previous health records. It also, the CAMs also ensure that there is a doctor there to monitor your blood tests, take simple physical measurements, and upload that data into your into the dashboard. So all this data is captured, and I'll just take you through some of the slides. This dashboard is currently live. This is again based on our work in Kerala and few more cities. You can see this data sets more clearly, and it can lead to a lot of new perspectives and insights. These data sets and visualizations are available in the gallery just behind this wall. Yeah, so I just want to end by saying that having a database, so the whole process of doing this, what it has taught us is, if we are able to integrate different components of what we saw here into some kind of easy to understand insights, cities by themselves are able to show beautiful results. They want to really do something good for sanitation workers. It's just that sometimes the effort to do that is way too much. So if you are able to simplify that process and give them the right kind of tools such as this, we can see much more, not just 1 or 2 examples, but many cities can become safe for our sanitation workers. Thank you so much.
Once again, this is where real expertise comes in, and we are so thankful to all our partners, WashEye, RCUS, and UMC, who are on the stage, and others too. These are kind of the documents. Once we have a look at that, any decision maker would be encouraged to give a right input and take out the right output from this. What the Government of India has actually done in recent years, in fact, in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, is to develop the Upyog platform. Upyog platform has got a, like I was discussing with Manpreet ji, there are 14 verticals. One of them deals with this particular aspect which we were discussing just now about the safety of sanitation worker or the management of your septage. So I'll request Manpreet ji to give his talk on this. He's our last speaker for this session, but the last being the most important. Welcome, Mr. Manpreet ji.
Good evening all. Thank you, Rohit ji. It's been almost a year of working closely with you, and a versatile person who understands technology, management, stakeholders could have been the moderator for this versatile session. And believe me, it has been an enriching day for me also. I've been associated with sanitation for almost 1 year, not directly, but through the digital part of it. But today has been an enriching day. And a panel focused a lot on capacity building of our workers. We talked about infrastructure through different machineries. We talked about FSTPs also. We talked about skilling. We talked about safety of our workers. Citizen is also very important stakeholder here, which I'll be also covering through my presentation. So the title is the digitization of desludging service under Upyog, a platform which we have developed under National Urban Digital Mission. So I lead National Urban Digital Mission in the country. So objective is to digitalize the urban services in our country. In the last 10-15 years, what has happened in our country is every city, every state, is in race to develop digital solutions. Some of them are proprietary in nature, some of them are not sustainable in nature. So to take a clue from that, to look at the longer term perspective, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs have carved out this mission. So there are 4 components of National Urban Digital Mission. I'll spend one only minute at NUDM and then I'll move to the solution part of it. National Urban Digital Mission has 4 components. 1, digital public infrastructure. 2nd component is standards. 3rd is support to states. 4th are the toolkits. I'll associate the DPI to the whole sanitation part. So we are in process of developing more modules in sanitation and overall, Swachh Bharat mission. Right now we have one module called desludging. This has been tested already in Odisha, and right now states like Himachal Pradesh, state like Punjab, state like Assam, and few other states are in process of implementation of this module in our country. Then, so then in support to the states, we help states in adopting this module per se. Within NUDM, so these are 14 services which we have developed as part of our mission, and the list goes on. We have 6 more services in our pipeline. So in next 6 months, we'll have almost 20 urban services on our platform. So you can see property tax, water connection, sewer connection, trade license, grievances, building plan approval, community hall booking, desludging service. We recently have developed a module called e-waste management also, wherein a citizen can make a request to dispose of his, e-waste. An empaneled vendor goes to citizen and kind of picks it up, pays to the citizen. So this is how the whole value chain gets covered. So one very important slide for this whole forum is that our sanitation digital solution is built on small microservices, small platforms. If we look at today's applications like Uber, Ola, Paytm, Amazon, they all are developed in a microservices structure. Whole application is divided into very, very small components. So this is how we can build multiple solutions on those small microservices. Look at the middle layer, the core services, notification, user management. All these are small components of any digital solution. So I would request all the stakeholders here to look at Upyog as a solution, contact us, and build more urban solutions, more sanitation digital solutions on this platform. Advantage is, if I build a solution in one city, I can immediately offer it to the whole country. That's the advantage of this urban solution platform. So please look at this from a replication perspective. Again, these small components you can see on which we have created these solutions. We have created desludging, and now we are working closely with SBM division to create the solid waste management digital solution also on these services. And then, an idea came to my mind when I was listening to one of our panelists. Even the ID cards to a sanitation worker can be issued by building a solution on these aspects. So a lot of ideas are there in our thoughts. So we'll be building all our sanitation solutions using this platform. So coming back to the achievements, so we have already 22 states which are using one or two of our Upyog module. So look at Kerala, the whole urban solutions are on Upyog platform. Punjab, Odisha, Himachal Pradesh, we'll see UP, Bihar, Karnataka, they all are coming on this platform because this is an open source, free to use platform. We at a central team, we enrich this platform every month. We add new modules, new services, new features, mobile app, WhatsApp integration, GIS integration through NRSC. So all these aspects we are adding on Upyog platform. So every state is adopting it on a slow manner. Coming back to the whole desludging value chain, we all know the desludging service. It's the way septic tank gets cleaned. So it allows citizens to create application for desludging. They can schedule trips. It's easier to operate and manage. It eliminates the current manual process and better citizen experience. So this picture clearly showcases the whole value chain, the containment part of it, emptying part of it, transportation part of it, treatment part of it, and reuse part of it. So our desludging solution covers the entire value chain. I'll have a few slides where you can see the screenshots of our solution, wherein citizen makes a request, makes payment, and the whole ULB operations of scheduling happens. I'll skip this. So from a request management to supply chain logistics to vehicle log entry, all the processes are digitalized under this whole service. You can see somebody makes a request, ULB employee updates the application, he checks the payment, he assigns a PSSO, a vehicle gets scheduled, trip gets scheduled, and then somebody visits the house, and then the disposal happens at FSTP level. So this is how the whole value chain has been digitalized. A very interesting thing happens when I visited Hyderabad. Now in this case, the ULB official is scheduling a vehicle. In Hyderabad, it's an open market, like Uber and Ola. Citizen makes a request, anybody can pick up that request for desludging a vehicle. So that's how in Hyderabad, a different free market exists in terms of scheduling a vehicle. So again, the same value chain. So you can see, the different screenshots. So this is how citizen logins. So citizens can log in through a mobile app. It's an OTP-driven mobile app, and also we have integrated Meri Pehchan. So Ministry of IT, Government of India have conceptualized a single sign-on for citizens, wherein we all log in through Aadhaar or DigiLocker. So that's also integrated with this service. A citizen will make a service request that this is what the capacity of vehicle, capacity of his pit looks like. He can search for a property using a mobile number. So again, good part of being an Upyog platform is that everything is integrated. If I have a property ID in my property ID to my house, I can search for the property ID and kind of put in my request for desludging. Then the property details will be entered by the citizen. If in case it's a slum area, it can also be entered. PIT details get entered. Then the whole application summary and the total amount citizen needs to pay, that also is covered. Then citizen gets an acknowledgement that your request has been received. Citizen can check the status of the request. Citizen makes payment. He gets the payment receipt. Employee logs in. Employee's queue will be highlighted that there is a new request. Employee schedules a PSSO for that request. Then PSSO will align a vehicle and schedule a trip. Then there's a completion of desludging request. Citizen will get a message about to rate his or her experience, and also we'll be adding a checklist for citizen perspective from a safety perspective also, whether the people, the team which came in for desludging, whether they had a protective gear to it, so that feedback mechanism will also will be there in the whole application. Then the whole FSTP disposal process has been digitized. The log entry at fecal sludge treatment plant will be there. All processes within FSTP have also been digitized under this application. Then PSSOs, they can manage their drivers, vehicles, all these aspects in the application. And then there's a dashboard about the whole, for the city EOs or for the state level personnel. There are reports available. Some of the value additions which we thought we'll do in the system, which are in discussion stages. One is QR code for a septic tank in every house. You know, if I make a payment today, next time I don't have to fill the form. I just scan it, make a payment, and the whole request can be done within 5 seconds. Then, apart from request for desludging, he may require a mason, he may require a sanitation worker. He can make the request through this portal. Inspection features can be covered. So all these are basic value additions which we want to do in our Upyog service of desludging. So idea is that we have this service tested in Odisha. We've added more features. I would request all the state SPOCs here to contact SBM division of Mahua, contact us to help us demonstrate it to you, this whole service, and help you implement this service in your state or cities. So that's the idea of this. Plus, going forward, any digital solution you develop on sanitation or other aspects, please explore this Upyog platform for developing new digital solutions. Again, it will help all of us to replicate at a larger pace in our country. So that's the idea with which I'll close my presentation. And thank you, Mahua, Washai, for giving us all this opportunity to listen to such a varied aspects of sanitation. Thanks a lot, Rohit.
Thank you, Manpreet ji. And see, the Upyog platform, अगर हम सिंपल बात करें कि आप आदमी सेप्टिक टैंक इसलिए साफ़ नहीं कराता क्योंकि पहले मैं किसी रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा, वो आदमी एक ऐसा अमाउंट बताएगा मुझे इतना महंगा, तो फिर मैं सोचता हूँ रहने ही दिया जाए, फिर सेप्टिक टैंक भर जाता है, फिर सेप्टिक टैंक ओवरफ्लो करने लगता है, फिर लोकल आदमी बुलाता हूँ, तो उस लोकल आदमी में अगर वो ट्रेन नहीं है और उसको he gets exploited, and then there's a always a danger of some mishap happening. So ये सब चीज़ को दूर करने के लिए एक प्रोफेशनल सिस्टम बनाया जाए. 2-3 साल में एक बार बारी आएगा किसी घर का, फ़ोन किया, सेप्टिक टैंक साफ़ करने वाला गाड़ी आएगा. तो ये एक अच्छा मॉड्यूल बनाने की कोशिश की जा रही थी और उड़ीसा में इनको काफ़ी सक्सेस भी मिला है. तो इट्स समथिंग विच अदर स्टेट्स नीड टू लुक एट, और वो अच्छा अगर एक सिस्टम बन जाता है. दूसरा एंड होता है कि वो किसी आदमी को आपने बुला लिया, वो कहेगा मैं सस्ते में कर दूंगा, लेकिन वो जो मटेरियल लेके जाएगा उसको किसी नाले में फेंक देगा या वहाँ पे उसका, तो वो चीज़ को भी प्रिवेंट करने के लिए तो जिसमें इसके एंड टू एंड सोल्यूशन जो इन्होंने डेवलप किया है, इट अपीयर्स टू बी समथिंग विच इज़ वेरी इंकरेजिंग. दिस वाज ऑल अबाउट द सफाई मित्रा वाला जो हमारा आज का सेशन है. सो आई थैंक माई डिस्टिंग्विश्ड पैनल. थैंक यू ऑल फॉर योर इंटरवेंशंस. हाँ, and now obviously the questions would be there. So, okay, right. We have time for 3 or 4 questions. Okay. Yes, please. Somebody can pass on the income.
Would anyone like to ask questions to this panel?
I am Dr. Sanjeev Shekhar Jha from India Sanitation Coalition, FICCI, Delhi. I have a question to the gentleman from Gujarat. On your machinery, I think you may be already aware of Solinas and Gen Robotics, who have been able to develop, robotic solutions for emptying septic tank and even cleaning of sewer line. So a little bit of, artificial intelligence there being applied effectively. So how is your system more efficient, and how would you compare your system with those of the 2 names I've already mentioned? Thank you.
Hello. Sir, our machine, the desilting machine, was the first machine in India, which was developed in 2005. And now we have also integrated, like the machine can detect the gas. So before starting the work, the bucket, when the bucket enters into the manhole, the bucket itself will detect the gas which is there. Then it will also calculate the weight, the silt which is removed from the manhole, the cycles which are total cycles done, total accumulated weight will be monitored in the hopper itself, so that many times when we receive the silt, it goes into the hopper itself. They might not leave it outside. So you can, at the end of the day, we can calculate how many cycles have done and how much of silt has been removed. And we can also monitor the manholes where through GPS, at which location, how much of silt was removed. So all these features can be integrated in the system.
Hello. Sir, I'm Ajay Sirohi from Chandigarh. While thanking you, Manpreet ji, for mentioning e-waste management and fire NOC in your module, which is going to be a good take for me for the day, my question still would be to PK Singh sir. Sir, in Municipal Corporation Chandigarh, we have enrolled 220 sea-waste professionals over there. And time again, you have mentioned in your conferences, video conferences, that we should avail a Swasthya Udyam Yojana. And we are doing hard, very hard for again can encourage these CVS professionals to avail this facility of yours? Thank you, sir.
Just now, your platform mention was there, like city of Hyderabad, they are availing the services like Ola, Uber. So same sort of thing when you start doing, so more and more people will come forward to avail these services. And plus mechanization of complete operations or complete ecosystem will also be there. Yes. For loan only, people will be start taking, becoming sanitation entrepreneur and acquiring the vehicles if the Ola Uber type of system like city of Hyderabad, because we have more uptake in Telangana state in every district regarding this SUI schemes. We have more uptakes, more than everywhere are providing more than 100 vehicles in combined Telangana and Andhra Pradesh every year. Just because of the system they are using.
Sir, in this particular point, earlier there used to be tripartite kind of agreement where the municipality was supposed to give assure business to this person. So if it's Ola, Uber, we don't have to give any assurance? State assurance will be there. So that needs to be.
Sir, I have one question for our chief programmer. We are from government of Puducherry, sir. Regarding that NUDM, we want to implement some e-governance in few modules. What is the procedure to be adopted? I heard there are some empaneled consultants and they are approaching us for services. Is there any stipulated modus operandi for appointing that consultant? Is there any fixed rate?
Right. So there are no fixed rates. We have empaneled vendors wherein states can either choose to choose from that list of empaneled vendors. You can have your own empaneled vendors also. And some of the states, they have their own technical teams also. State like Kerala, state like Karnataka, they have in-house teams also. So there is no foundation from our side when it comes to using, these vendors or services or in-house manpower. You can get in touch with us. We'll guide you completely. We'll exchange the number after this.
Yes,
We'll
sir.
demonstrate the modules to you, and then we can decide which module you want to implement first, and then we can take it one step at a time.
So we want a standard terms of reference, sir.
Yeah. We'll provide you those standard.
Thank you, sir. Kindly share that contact.
Yeah, I'm R.S. Tyagi, former member of the Legal Board. My question to everyone or anyone, how to ensure the accountability? First of all, I would like to give the congratulations to everyone that you have given the very good presentation on safety issue. You have captured even the very minute and everything on the site what is happening. But my concern is that I have been as a director SDM, I have conducted 140 sites as a safety audit. And there are basic things which are the safety equipment to protect the life of the sewer workers. There are 4 steps. One is availability. The set of equipment are enlisted, which should be available in the store. This is very easy step that you can go for the tender and purchase everything. So availability is the first step, which is very easy to achieve. The second one is functionality. When these are made to use, these are not found functional. फर्स्ट एड बॉक्स में आपको सारी एक्सपायर मिलेंगी, आपका जो सेफ्टी वो है मास्क है वो फटा हुआ मिलेगा. So these are not found anything functional. The third is whether these are being sent to the site. These are available, these are functional, but these are not sent to the site. The last one is that available, functional, and these are made available at the site, but the sewer workers who has been working from generation to generation as in the traditional method is not adaptable to use. He refuses. कि भाई हम तो ऐसे ही करते आ रहे हैं, एक ठल्ला मारेंगे, नीचे जाएंगे सीवर में साफ करके आ जाएंगे. They are not adaptive. और ये fatal accident इसीलिए होते हैं, चाहे वो ट्रेंड वर्कर है, अनट्रेंड, तो चाहे लैक ऑफ नॉलेज की वजह से कि भाई एनारोबिक रिएक्शन में एमिशंस होती हैं गैसेस की, उसमें मर जाता है आदमी. प्राइवेट आदमी पकड़ लाया किसी और काम के लिए, सेप्टिक टैंक में घुसा दिया, मर गया. लेकिन जो ट्रेंड वर्कर होते हैं, कहते हैं ना डूबता है वही शहंशाह, जो तैराकी होता है वो सबसे पहले डूबता है. तो अडेप्टेबल नहीं होते इसके सेफ्टी इक्विपमेंट को, कहते हैं नहीं हम तो ऐसे ही करेंगे काम. और दे आर, बट हु इज अकाउंटेबल फॉर दैट? हाउ टू एंश्योर दैट दीज आर 4 steps are followed by every organization, for every workers, or for every departments? This is my basic concern.
Thank you for the question, sir. Sir, as per MS Act, there is a provision for creation of Responsible Sanitation Authority, and Responsible Sanitation Authority has been detailed by one of our colleague from Rajasthan. So RSA is the accountable person, and he has to ensure all the steps and process as you enumerated has to be followed. And any violation as per MX Act, it is punishable. First offense is punishable for 6 months imprisonment or 50,000 fine or both, and repeated offense is punishable by imprisonment of 1 year or 1 lakh rupees fine or both.
And if I may add, sir.
So RSA is the accountable person.
So if I also can add, accountability, जैसे उड़ीसा के केस में मैं कहूँगी, the principal secretary was very intent, formal principal secretary कि चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, क्योंकि कई बार ऐसा होता है अगर कुछ हादसा हो जाए, तो अगर कॉन्ट्रैक्टर का वर्कर के साथ कुछ हुआ है तो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर के ऊपर FIR होती है. But they were very clear mandates कि मैं जो ULB के ऑफिसर्स हैं या जो पैरास्टेटल एजेंसी के ऑफिसर्स हैं, उन पे भी I'll take equal action on those. So I think that it was about fixing accountability within your own system also, because many times what happens is that city governments or state governments say that if we have outsourced the work, then it's no longer our accountability. So that's I think that's something. And also accountability can be fixed if you have good contracts written. Many of our outsourcing contracts don't have all of these provisions written very clearly. कि PPs देने, कितने देने, and and penalties around not using those things. And to your last question, what you're saying that yes, sanitation workers को दिक्कत होती है पहनने में, but if the PPs are well designed, if they're as per their sizes, what even Praveen was mentioning, how can you work in ill-fitting shoes? अगर वो उनके साइज के हिसाब से PPs हैं, over the time we have seen it in Garima program and Odisha that they really wear it because they see themselves as professional workers now. It's part of their identity now. So I think it builds up slowly as long as there is that whole accountability mechanism built in. Enforcement, of course.
Sir, for enforcement, as a part of Namaste scheme, Mahua has come up with the model contract. In those, all the precautions and all the safety equipments and all the PP kits and their upkeep has also been mentioned, and it is responsibility upon the contractor doing the work who has to follow all the guidelines as enumerated by you. So the model contract has already been prepared. I think it is already been.
Thank you. We now come to the end of session 2. I request. Okay. One more question.
Sir, my question is to Mr. P.K. Singh, sir. So during a Namaste sessions in my ULV, 13 employees get registered as the sewer septic tank laborers. They all are impressed by the schemes of your loan, and they want to ask how much loan, how much interest, what is the criteria for it. They all are very low educated people. They didn't know how to take a loan from a bank, how to open an account also. So whatever training we are getting through you and through other sessions also, what we only get to know about that, they will get a loan, education loan. What type of loan it is, what is the duration of that loan, what will be the amount of that loan, who will be the eligible for that loan, which type of worker, whether contract worker, whether permanent, what surety ULB has to give, all these things are not mentioned. So I want that you are actually the MD of this system. You should give a SOP or a toolkit for the loans, which will be very beneficial to everyone. I think so. This is my just a suggestion, sir, not a query.
Actually, ma'am, already toolkits and SOPs are available. We will be sharing with you. And all types of sanitation worker, any sanitation worker and his dependents also, whether it is a contract, permanent, second party, third party employed, any sanitation worker should be there within urban area, rural area, ULBs, through contract or independent sanitation worker, any sanitation worker and his family members or his dependents, all are eligible for our
Yes,
loans.
and even we didn't know. I have attended
And,
3 sessions of your
details-
financial cooperation, but still I didn't know from where my employee has to apply for this.
Okay, that details will be providing a detailed SOP
No,
also.
details
will
are
be
missing
shared.
actually
Will
from
be
everything.
sharing.
So my whole suggestion for you also, sir, you have given a very nice machine for the large roads. We are the ULVs of a small road. You should design a machine which should be able to enter in that systems also.
Yeah,
With
ma'am,
this-
we have small solutions
so
as well.
your presentation was missing such a machine.
We have small solutions as
So
well.
you also, in your next presentation, you must have a balance of that
Sure.
too. And my best was your Garima lounges. I like it and like the concept. I think जो वो पूछ कह रहे थे कि workers dress नहीं पहनते, I think Garima lounges will be the solution for it. Very nice, ma'am. Quite impressed with that. Thank you. Thank you.
हेलो गुड इवनिंग ऑल ऑफ यू। मैं मनियार से एक क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहता हूँ कि जैसे हमारे पास सीवर इंस्पेक्शन कैमरा है, तो उसमें कई जगह जब दिक्कतें हमें सीवर इंस्पेक्शन कैमरा के लिए सीवर लाइन कोई ब्लॉक होगी उसमें हम यूज़ करते हैं, तो उसमें हमें बिल्कुल जो ब्लैकिश वाटर है उसमें बिल्कुल नहीं दिखता स्क्रीन वगैरह पे।
एक सेकेंड सर, ही इज गॉट अ फ्लाइट टू कैच। आई लास्ट मनियार टू एक्सप्लेन। We'll close this and then Manyar will come and explain to you. Just sit down, please.
Thank
you. Please come because Manpreet has got to leave now.
Thank all the panelists for their contributions this evening. I request them all to kindly stand for a group photo. A round of applause for all our participants. I request Dr. V.K. Chaurasya, Advisor, CPHEO, to kindly hand over the memento to our participants today. Sorry, to our panelists today. Yeah, go. Thank you, speakers. I request sir to kindly remain on stage. We are also felicitating speakers from the previous panel. I first invite Sri Sudhakar S. Kini, Chief Architect, Sulabh International.
नेक्स्ट सेशन के लिए जो दो स्पीकर्स हैं आल्सो दे प्लीज कम इन फ्रंट ऑफ दिस रो। ओके।
Sri Shashanka Velidandla, Director, Government Advisory Wash Institute. Sir. Two more people. Okay. Sri Vignesh Radhakrishnan, Manager, Toilet Board Coalition. Architect Rohan Chavan of Rohan Chavan Architects. Developed under the One District, One Product scheme of the government of Uttar Pradesh, we hope that these mementos will serve as a valuable reminder of your time at this National Knowledge Workshop on the occasion of World Toilet Day 2024. Architect Rohan Chavan from Rohan Chavan Architects. Thank you, panelists. Before we move on. Thank you. Before we move on to the next session, there is an announcement regarding the field visit.
गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन। हमारा एक कल्चरल विजिट प्लान्ड है। अभी हम लोग निकलेंगे 5:30 पे, जिसमें 2 जगह हम लोग कवर कर रहे हैं, अंबेडकर मेमोरियल और यूपी दर्शन पार्क हम लोग जाएंगे। हम लोग 5:30 निकलेंगे। आप लोग एसटीआर जो रजिस्ट्रेशन डेस्क है उसके बाएं डाउन स्टेयर है, आप वहाँ से असेंबल होंगे, वहाँ से बसेस खुलेंगी। ब्रीफ ये है कि जो हॉलीडे इन में रुके हैं, जो भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स रुके हैं, वो एक बस में जाएंगे, और जो इस होटल में रुके हैं यहाँ सेंट्रम में, वो एक बस में जाएंगे। वो वहाँ पे लोग होंगे जो आपको गाइड कर देंगे, क्योंकि जब वहाँ ख़त्म होगी विजिट तो फिर दोनों बसेस, एक हॉलीडे इन जाएगी और सेंट्रम वाली सेंट्रम आएगी। ये क्लियर करने के लिए अनाउंसमेंट किया गया है। तो जो भी पार्टिसिपेंट लखनऊ के कल्चरल विजिट में पार्टिसिपेट करना चाहते हैं, सो विल मीट यू ऑन डाउनस्टेयर। ओके, सो स्लाइड चेंज है थोड़ा टाइमिंग में। हम लोग 6 बजे निकलेंगे यहाँ से। नीचे असेंबल होना है सर, डाउनस्टेयर लेके। थैंक यू सो मच एवरीवन।
We now move on to our third session on safely managed sanitation, that is a transition from ODF to ODF++. I request our speakers for this session, Ms. Kaushiki Banerjee, WASH Officer, UNICEF, and Sri Rahul Singh, NPMU, Swachh Bharat Mission Urban, to kindly occupy the dais. We begin with Ms. Banerjee's session on India's journey to ODF++ and safely managed sanitation as per the JMP protocol. Now.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So almost an empty room, nevertheless, a very important concept on joint monitoring program. So before I start my very heavy session, I want to see how many people are listening to me. So if you're listening to me, can you please raise your hand? Okay. Okay. पीछे के तरफ कुछ लोग अभी भी देख नहीं रहे. So thank you so much. Thank you to Mahua for this opportunity, and I'm representing UNICEF India office, and I work as the planning, monitoring, research, evaluation focal point for India. This green one. Okay, so we'll quickly go through the India's journey to ODF Plus and the session outline. So the first thing that we will talk about is Sustainable Development Goal, because the morning started with JS Madam saying that, you know, we have to reach the Sustainable Development Goal, and not only by 2030, but preferably we will do much more. So what exactly we need to do, we need to see that. The second thing will be, how do you measure the Sustainable Development Goal, and what exactly is this JMP thing? So I'm going to talk about that. And finally, I'll just briefly touch upon the FSSM intervention, but I was very happy to see my colleague Manpreet in the earlier session from NUDM, because we partnered with them for the Upyog platform. Next. It doesn't work from here. Okay, so 2030, the Sustainable Development Goal on your right-hand side, that is the General United Nations Assembly, the Charter. We have 17 goals, we have 169 targets, and 230 global indicators. And on the left-hand side, you can see all the Sustainable Development Goals, and we are at SDG 6. Next. So goal 6 is to ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. Just want to quickly show you that, see, there are many different processes through which globally data is getting reported. GMP is one of the most crucial one for your SDG 6.1, that is your drinking water, and for your SDG 6.2, that is sanitation and hygiene. And if you see, the GMP is where it is sort of hosted in order to report it back globally. So target 6.1 and 6.2, again, all of you know this, but if you can just pay a little attention to this, target 6.1 is talking about by 2030, we will be able to achieve universal access to drinking water. Target 6.2, and which is the theme of our day today, which is World Toilet Day, we are talking by 2030, all of them, all of the people will be able to achieve adequate and equitable sanitation and hygiene. And this will be looking, of course, stopping defecation, open defecation, and paying special attention to children and women's need. So I think this is very important that we also look at how women and gender transformative action is incorporated as part of our ODF++ journey. So what is joint monitoring program? And this is something I think we all want to understand because we are reporting back to JMP. So the JMP is the water supply and sanitation process of reporting by WHO and UNICEF together. And we have started, this is, so WHO and UNICEF is the global custodian to be able to report back to SDG 2030. 1990 में WHO एंड यूनिसेफ ने इसको एस्टैब्लिश किया था JMP को. 1990 से ये अभी तक उसका रिपोर्टिंग बैक करता है ग्लोबल लेवल पे. So JMP uses databases which is owned by the government. So in this case, it will be Government of India. It will be Ministry of Jal Shakti giving the rural data, and Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs giving the urban data to the global level. And एक standard classification use किया जाता है इसको estimation करने के लिए. Okay, so if you look at this, this is the water sanitation hygiene JMP ladder. Now, on the left-hand side, you can see the safely managed and the basic. India was reporting on basic, but now, for the last 10 years after we started Swachh Bharat Mission, the phase 1, it is at the safely managed that we report. Now, what does safely managed mean? So just touching upon drinking water, so drinking water should be from an improved source of, it is accessible on premises, it should be available throughout the year, and then fecal and any chemical priority contamination should not be there. So that is for your water. But moving to sanitation, so use of improved facility that are not shared by any other individuals or any other households, and where excreta are safely disposed either on situ or it is removed and treated off-site. And finally, the hygiene is availability of a hand washing facility with soap and water. So these are the three most important things in terms of water, sanitation, hygiene that we need to report back where? Globally, from India. So today we will only focus on the safely managed sanitation, and this is something that you all can take note for the utilization. So I'll not go too much into detail of this, but the methodology is that estimation begins with a consultation process. So every year in the month of December, November, we get the data from the global JMP team, which is then shared with MOJs and with MAHUA. And on basis of any current available data, the estimation process starts. For most of the countries and also for India, we expect to receive a third-party agency, a survey data, If India is not able to have a survey data, that is only when we accept administrative data. In the last year, in the consultation, administrative data set was accepted for one particular indicator for reporting back for India. So this is the situation. In 2022, the last report is showing, this is just basically giving you a snapshot that where India is in terms of globally. So maybe you can just focus on the sanitation part. And if you see the national level, the safely managed is at 52%, which is not bad, which means you're almost half there. Rural has reported 57% and urban has reported 43%. And there are these specific data set that was collected over time, and data sets were requested from both ministries. So very quickly unpacking the safely managed sanitation point. So just remember, when we talk about safely managed sanitation, it is basically your toilet facilities, which is improved facilities, which is not shared with other household. If it is being shared, then that is something that we do not report back in the JMP. So it has to be individual household toilet. And second most important component is that, because we were talking about fecal sludge management, we were talking about septic management, how and where the excreta is getting disposed of. Either it is within the situ, which means if you have your twin toilet technology, it is getting treated itself over there, or it is being taken out if it is a septic tank, and that's where the whole fecal sludge management, septic management context come in. And this is probably one of the most crucial data point that we have been missing out for quite some time. Maybe at the national level we are able to find it, but sir, maybe few of the states which is here in this room, this is a data point that you need to start collecting. How do you measure the amount of sewage that you are actually transporting to the fecal sludge treatment plant or the sewage treatment plant? If this data is available, then only you can report on safely managed sanitation. So you have to look at proportion of population with improved facilities which are emptied and treated. So this is the data point that is required. And then monitor the emptying of sludge from toilets, transportation and treatment. So this entire series of data point is required so that you can report back on safely managed sanitation, requesting again all the states, please take note of this, and this is something the data gap has been observed. So where do we stand? Just look at this thing, the graph. It's basically talking about dispose in situ, which means that no truck, nothing has to come and take it off. It is getting disposed and treated automatically, and then fecal sludge treated. So if you look at the urban data, the percentage is not very high, but this is something that, I believe that more and more data can come in. And what we have reported in 2022 is 14% is fecal sludge treated, and overall is 43 in terms of safely managed. So as said, so the question is, I think this is something you take back. Why is the percentage so low for fecal sludge treated? Is there lack of data, or is it lack of implementation at the state level? So it's a question that I would request you to take back. This I will not go too much, because I think my colleague was also flagging that this is already said, but UNICEF did a small pilot, sir, you already know, in 4 states, and Assam, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, and they were focusing on 2 ULBs and going deeper into developing policies, capacity building, how the sanitation workers, all the overall thing, and then finally monitoring. So some technical support was provided. As I said, some state FSSM policies, capacity building, technology inputs were provided in terms of what kind of STP should be done, what kind of FSTP should be taken care. So all of that support was provided, and then monitoring and knowledge management was also part of it. So very quickly, and again will not repeat this, because I was very happy to see a new Upyog platform getting addressed in this big occasion. And what we did was UNICEF partnered with Upyog and with Manpreet and his team, and we said that why don't we in this 4th state look at the state requirement, because at the national level, of course, we have this, very nice database, but go to the state, go to the ULBs and see if there is anything specific that they want in that particular application. So we worked with Upyog team, with NUDM team, and we created this application through a third-party IT firm, and then an application was developed. The idea was to ensure household level monitoring, ULB level monitoring and FSTP level monitoring, all of them bound in together. So creating that one-stop platform which you saw in Upyog's presentation as well, and then creating that thing, but doing a little bit more special touch for the state level request and ask. So the process that we followed was that it was a little extensive, where we did pretty, quite an extensive literature review, ma'am. And then what we were doing was that we called in some of the global organizations internally to check what kind of monitoring mechanism they had in place. But this was in 2021. Luckily, in 2023, we actually partnered with Upyog and NUDM, and we found that Mahua is already creating this great national database. And then we created this particular FSSM module and slightly customized it for these 4 states. So the 3 states is picking up. We have a stall also outside talking about this. So this is the application flow, which was created on basis of the Upyog platform. The stall is also there, you can check it tomorrow. And these were some of the processes that I think my colleague had already explained. So key takeaway, I think UNICEF is the custodian for global reporting, but the reporting does not happen without the, without the participation of the ministries. So again, requesting Mahua and all the other state level officials that please take care of the SDG target 6.1 and 6.2. The second takeaway is data on safely managed sanitation should be adequately captured through surveys. We do have Swachha Sarvekshan, but please, if there are any state level surveys, any state level sort of research you're doing, try to embed those indicators which is globally accepted. The third point is one of the key featured is the monitoring of the FSSM and fecal sludge management is one of the key area where data is also missing, and we have been facing this challenge on safely managed sanitation reporting. So please encouraging all the states to do the FSSM monitoring work. And finally, there was this pilot. There is already the IT agency which has done this work with us. There is a stall there, so you can always also have a look at it. So I'm going to end my presentation over there. Thank you so much again for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. We move on to our next presentation on the Swachhatam portal. I invite Sri Rahul Singh, NPMU Swachh Bharat Mission Urban, to kindly present.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm working as a consultant in the National PMU, and this session is about the safely managed data for sanitation. So I'll be covering various aspects of the sanitation and used water management related data, which is available on the Swachhatam portal. So Swachhatam portal, as you all are aware, all the ULBs are updating data on a monthly progress and static data. But to re-emphasize and to have sanitation related data at a single place, I'll be taking you through various modules under the Swachhatam portal, which the ULBs needs to update for the sanitation and used water related data. So Swachhatam portal is a unified platform which has all the data related to the Swachh Bharat Mission Urban, and it is extensively used by ULBs and states to analyze the data, input the data, and it can be seen as a decision-making tool. It is helping cities and the national mission to make make a lot of decisions, report data to authorities, Niti Aayog and other things, and even in JMP, the data is reported. So first I will cover why this is important for ULBs to update this data. So the first and foremost thing is that the Swachh Sarvekshan ranking for especially for sanitation and used water management and Safai Mitra related data, all the data points are taken from the Swachhtam portal. So be it availability of toilets, toilets connected to sewerage, septic tank, capacity of the plants, the equipments under Safai Mitra Suraksha, whatever is being evaluated under Sarvekshan is basically taken from the Swachhtam portal. So if a ULB wants to increase their rank or the evaluation has to happen, so the third party agency use the Swachhtam portal data for Sarvekshan evaluation. Second is basically the similar lines, the ODF certification, all the data points are also taken by the third party agency from the Swachhtam portal, like the functionality of CTPT, what is the treatment done in the city, what is the collection transportation mechanism of fecal sludge and septage in the city. So this is now becoming more important because the protocols have been revised. So this year the protocol has been simplified, and based on the feedback from states and cities, the documentation has been reduced. So the assessment was always based on data, but earlier it was given in the form of documents by the cities at the time of applying. But now the documentation has been reduced, so the third party agency will only rely on the data on the available on the portal. So that way, if the city wants to apply for a higher ODF, ODF++ certification, their data becomes very important, and they have to complete and update this data related to sanitation and used water management on the Swachhtam portal. So as highlighted in the previous session, the importance of the JMP indicators and how it is evaluating the country's safe sanitation status. So from this year onwards, there are certain indicators which are added to the Swachhtam portal, and cities are requested to update this because this data will be used by the JMP program for ranking and evaluating the safe sanitation status of the country. So this part we have covered why this is important. I will just quickly walk you through that what are the modules under the Swachhtam portal where the data can be updated by the cities. So the first part is the static data which is entered into the city profile module of the city. The plant details can be entered, Safai Mitra Suraksha related details can be entered, and then there is the second module wherein the monthly progress is updated by the city, which is, I would say, many cities are filling it, but there is a need for relooking at what data has been provided, especially for sanitation and used water management. And the last module, there is a separate module for the community toilet and public toilet. So here the details of individual blocks of community toilet and public toilets are provided. So coming to the first part, this is the city profile data. So on the Swachhtam portal, there is a left-hand menu where there is a module on city profile, and then the cities have to enter the city level details. So city level details are primarily the number of households which are there having sewerage or septic tank connection, households with like twin pit and your type of toilets and all. So that all data is required to be entered at a city level. Then there is a ward level data with respect to your number of CTPTs which are there in the ward. So for every ward, the ULB has to enter the data, and this is directly related to all the assessment and also the JMP program. So the ward level data becomes important. There are certain more indicators and parameters which are added especially for the JMP program in the portal. So ULBs are requested to add this in the Swachhtam portal. Then the data related to the plants have to be entered under the city facilities tab, and which includes your status of the plant, whether it is operational or not, the design capacity, photos and videos of the plant have to be uploaded because this is a new indicator which is added in the ODF assessment. From this year it will be evaluated. Then the treatment capacity, power consumption and all that have to be provided on the Swachhtam portal with respect to the treatment plants in the city. This is a CTPT module wherein ULBs have to provide individual CTPT block related information, geolocation, operational status, then opening days, and then there are certain specific questions about CTPT, whether it is clean and usable, water is available or not. So all these again feeds into the ODF assessment. Then the Safai Mitra module, which is there, it can be accessed under the city profile, and it captures the details related to declaration of Safai Mitra, Surakshit Shahar, RSA detail, ESRU detail, and detail of core equipment, special equipment. So such details have to be provided by the cities on the portal. Now coming to the transactional data part, here ULBs have to update the progress done during a month under the city progress tab, and there are 3 steps which cities have to follow. One is the collection and distribution of the sewage and fecal sludge which is collected, the treatment done, and the sales and transfer which is done by the city. So the first part is a collection and generation of sewage and fecal sludge. So there is a module under the portal for sanitation related data. Cities can enter that how much sewage is collected via sewers or septic tank, what is the actual generation and collection scenario in the city. So that has to be provided. Second part is a distribution. Once the collection is done, then the cities have to provide that how much they are distributing to a particular plant or disposing it in any other means or mechanism. So that details have to be provided. Then the treatment of the sewage and fecal sludge, what the city is doing. So once the distribution is done, it will show on the respective plant that how much that plant is allocated for processing, and then city can click on the process button and enter the data that how much the treatment is done on that plant. And then the outputs have to be also entered, that whatever composed or treated wastewater is coming out of that plant. So once the output is defined, then what the city is doing with that, either it is selling or transferring it to water bodies, or maybe using for agriculture or horticulture purpose, that has to be defined. And if it is sold, then the income what the city is generating is to be entered. Then lastly, there are certain reports which are available. Cities can see that how much collection of sewage and fecal sludge has been done, what is the treatment they have done, how much income they have generated. So briefly, this is the overview of the sanitation and use water related data points which are to be provided by cities in the Swachhtam portal. But the importance is there with respect to certification JMP protocol, but cities are encouraged to update this data because it gives a clear picture of the sanitation landscape in the city. And if there is any correction or any change required or any decision have to be made, this can be made on this data. This repository is a single source of sanitation related data across the country, so cities are encouraged to use and leverage this. Thank you so much.
आप लोगों को इतने पेशेंटली सवेरे 9:30 बजे से अभी तक बैठने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. आई होप सारे सेशंस में यू माइट हैव मतलब गेन एंड इट विल हेल्प यू इन इम्प्लीमेंटिंग दीज प्रोग्राम्स इन योर रेस्पेक्टिव स्टेट एंड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. अभी ये जो लास्ट सेशन था JMP से रिलेटेड एंड डेटा, ये सबसे लास्ट में है, हम शायद बोल सकते हैं कि स्ट्रेटजिकली शायद वी हैव मेड ए मिस्टेक। ये वो परफॉर्मेंस रिपोर्ट है कि जितना बढ़िया काम आप फील्ड में करते हैं वो कैसे रिपोर्ट हो, क्योंकि रिपोर्ट कार्ड ही तो देखा जाता है ना अंत में। तो ये एक चीज, इसको आप लोग सीरियसली लें, जो भी वो करके कर रहे हैं, जो भी आप काम कर रहे हैं, स्वच्छतम पोर्टल पे सारे पॉइंट्स हैं, उसको रिपोर्ट करें। उससे न सिर्फ आपका परफॉर्मेंस झलकता है, बल्कि आगे जेएमपी में जो रिक्वायरमेंट है ग्लोबल लेवल पर वो भी होता है। पिछला जो निगोशिएशन हुआ उसमें जेएमपी वाज वेरी मच इम्प्रेस्ड विथ ऑल आवर वर्क, स्वच्छतम पोर्टल पे व्हाट ऑल डेटा वी आर कलेक्टिंग, एसबीएम में, अमृत में, व्हाट वी आर इम्प्लीमेंटिंग। लेकिन उनकी रिक्वायरमेंट के अनुसार कस्टमाइज पब्लिश डेटा नहीं था। इवन पोर्टल पर भी कुछ कुछ जो डेटा था वो सारा जो उनका जो अलाइनमेंट है उससे मैच नहीं कर रहा था, ऑल्दो वर्क वी हैव बीन डूइंग। तो ये डेटा हम लोग इसमें करके डाले हैं, जो अभी राहुल दिखाए हैं, उसको एक बार करके और जितना जल्दी हो सके आप लोग एक बार फिलअप कर दें। और जो कौशिकी जी इसमें बताई हैं वो एक उसका अलग इंपॉर्टेंस है, वो सेंसिटाइज करने के लिए कि अंत में एसडीजी में वी हैव टू गो टू सेफली मैनेज सैनिटेशन। सेफली मैनेज सैनिटेशन मीन्स वन पर्सन का एक्सक्रीटा शुड नॉट बी एक्सपोज टू अदर पर्सन। सिंपल सी बात, वो चाहे आप घर से सीवर नेटवर्क ला करके पाइप के थ्रू पूरा ट्रीट करें, या ट्विन पिट के थ्रू उसको करें, जब वो खाद बन जाए तब निकालें, या सेप्टिक टैंक में है तो उसको डिसलज करके ट्रीट करें, और जो यूज्ड वाटर एफ्लुएंट निकल रहा है उसको भी प्रॉपरली ट्रीट करें। वो जब ड्रेन में जाएगा तो इट इज नॉट सेफली मैनेज सैनिटेशन। तो इन चीज़ों को एक बार करके करें। कल का सेशन इज गोइंग टू बी वेरी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग फॉर यूज्ड वाटर मैनेजमेंट। जैसे एग्जाम में होता है ना कि एग्जाम में डीजी, और ये हम कह सकते हैं कि दिस कोचिंग दे आर मेकिंग दिस एग्जाम वेरी वेरी इजी बिकॉज ऑफ वे ऑफ मतलब हैंडलिंग। कल हम लोग स्टेट के लिए वैसे ही करने जा रहे हैं। अलग अलग स्टेट के जो कुछ अच्छे किए हैं उनके एक्सपीरियंसेज, जो कहीं पे स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं उनके एक्सपीरियंसेज लेकर के वी विल ट्राई टू पेंट ए पिक्चर, जिससे अदर लोगों को एकदम उसमें मिलेगा कि येस नाउ व्हाट एवर द डाउट हैव बीन इन आवर माइंड दैट इज क्लियर, लेट अस गो अहेड। उसमें स्टेट का, सिटी का, और साथ में जो स्टैंडर्ड से रिलेटेड, अप्रोच से रिलेटेड जो भी डाउट्स हैं वो भी सारा हम लोग लेकर के और उसको एड्रेस करेंगे। तो टुमारो मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है, लखनऊ बहुत ही अट्रैक्टिव सिटी है बहुत बहुत सारे मामलों में। डोंट गेट मतलब हम कह सकते हैं अट्रैक्टेड फ्रॉम दैट साइड, बी अट्रैक्टेड हियर फॉर द पर्पज यू हैव कम। इसको करके और एक यूटिलाइज करें। आई थिंक वी विल टेक मिनिमम टाइम एंड वी विल ट्राई टू शेयर व्हाट एवर इंफॉर्मेशन इज देयर। सो आज के दोनों सेशंस को करीब मे बी 15-16 प्रेजेंटेशंस उसको जो आप करके देखे हैं, और जो कल का प्रेजेंटेशन है ओवरऑल में ये यूज्ड वाटर और सैनिटेशन के इकोसिस्टम को कंप्लीट मतलब गाइडेंस देगा एसबीएम के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन प्लस हम जो कह सकते हैं कि सेफली मैनेज सैनिटेशन के पर्पज से। सो अभी तो ठीक है, ओनली वी हैव टू, हाँ ओके। So thank you. बस 1 minute we will take one photograph and उतना, and after that you are free.
I request our panelists to join Dr. V.K. Chaurasia in taking a photograph. Thank you, panelists. We request Dr. Chaurasia to also felicitate the panelists with mementos. Thank you. We are now concluding day 1 of the National Knowledge Workshop. A couple of announcements before we leave. First, the digital exhibition is running all through today and tomorrow. Kindly visit it before you go. There will be a lot of new insights for you to learn. Also, we request all participants to kindly come in with their ID cards tomorrow, because there is a QR code linked to that ID card which is required for other activities. Thank you.